Hi, I'm Bob Fletcher, your Ramsey County Sheriff. I'm coming to you live from the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. Starting soon, we're launching a series of Facebook Live events. I'm inviting you to see firsthand what's happening on the streets of Ramsey County and to share the work of our office. From the jail to the courts to the waterways and on the streets, we'll talk with you about community safety and much more. And we'll have an honest conversation about the increase in crime and what we can do about it. Hope to see you soon, and please share this video invitation with your friends. Have a great day.
Copy. 2200 to any of the 2600 cars. If you got anybody that's close to Maplewood Mall near the parking lot, I don't know if anyone's heard that call. Maplewood was the possible street racers that were staging over near the parking lot. If you want to float over there and help them out if anything bubbles up. Excellent work, Michael. Alright, Sriracha's on scene.
Oh, that's good.
Looks like they left, but they can't be far, right?
Say that again? Oh, they left?
Sriracha's on scene. He said they all left.
Yeah.
But they can't be far, can they?
Oh, could be. Oh. I don't know. I don't, just so you know.
Fairly busy tonight.
Oh yeah. It's not like I want to do this every night, you know.
I know. The novelty's worn off, isn't it?
Welcome back to Live on Patrol. I have some bad news for you tonight, though. Bad news. Well, it's not terrible news. It feels like bad news. The bad news is that Pat had to be somewhere else. That's the bad news. Pat had to be somewhere else.
and he won't be joining us tonight. It had, whatever it was very, very, very important. So my apologies for riding solo tonight. Solo. It's been a busy night in St. Paul. A lot of shooting incidents. The street racers have actually been gathering out in Maplewood now as well. We had a busy week all week. I don't know if our stream is running. No, it looks like maybe it's catching up now. Apologize for the late start. And I really feel bad that Pat's not here with us tonight. Hopefully, I know I'm not as good talking to myself as I am with Pat. So my apologies. Well, we'll try to get into the middle of some stuff. I'm gonna run out to Maplewood. I'm on Snelling Avenue right now, northbound by Harmar. To be honest, I just had to grab a bite to eat. So people are, I don't know if you're unhappy that I'm alone because, you know, you think that I'm not as entertaining as when I'm with someone else, or are you just worried about my safety? I sure hope it's my safety. But I hope the video is working well. We had a little stumbled start here tonight. We're monitoring all 6 channels. We're going to give you a test later on tonight if you remember anything that we learned earlier. You guys are, someone just sent me a text that I can see
9171, 9173.
while I'm driving, and somebody's arguing. You guys, what are we arguing about tonight?
7573.
Anyhow, we had
Fred Hayway, assisting Washington County, 2143 4th Street. They're requesting assistance.
Busy week in St. Paul, Ramsey County. By the way, for those of you that are new listeners, my name is Bob Fletcher. I have the pleasure of honor of serving as the sheriff here in Ramsey County, and I worked 20 years at the St. Paul Police Department, and I don't know what it is. I've lost track. Close to 20 at the sheriff's office. We're here, we're the sister city of Minneapolis. St. Paul's the sister city across the river. We like to consider ourselves the nicer sister, better looking. So, in all cases, we have a little friendly competition across the river. County's got probably 550,000 people. Half of the county is the city of St. Paul, and then of course the suburban areas. Sheriff's office has primary responsibility for 7 of those suburban areas, and then also is involved in a variety of law enforcement functions throughout the rest of the county. So
62300 Cleveland, 2 women physically fighting in the back of the building. Floor doesn't believe there are any weapons, but thinks someone may have had mace or a spray bottle. 1 white female, 1 white female. No further descriptions.
That was a call out in Roseville, up Cleveland. This has been the busiest week that I can remember in the last several years in terms of people getting shot in St. Paul and the shots fired. You know, we had one night where there were 4 victims getting shot in one night. Yesterday, St. Paul had its 29th homicide. it's on pace for a record number of homicides. Just a lot of it driven by youth gangs and retaliatory crime. So
3920 checking traffic.
and tonight it's been continuing a
2155.
little bit in terms of the number of shots fired. So we're on Highway 36 eastbound right now, coming up on 35E. You might have heard a couple nights ago or during this last week, the racers actually blocked 94 with their cars. It's not the protesters that were blocking, but the racers actually blocked 94 with their cars so they could do burnouts on the freeway and prevent the
2164.
state troopers from getting to them.
Supposed to be waiting next to a silver Prius.
We just had up in the
2360.
Vadnais Heights, we had a accident, bicycle accident.
Catch 2164 to this accident with injuries, please.
Young boy was hit on a bicycle. He was wearing a helmet, but still received some serious injuries.
Copy. 2160.
His family has been notified and he's been transported to the hospital. But those are tough situations. By the way, for those of you that have sent me messages about the music at the beginning,
5182 arriving.
usually I'm playing my son's music,
2157.
and his name was Kyle Fletcher. You can look him up on YouTube, and
2171.
he passed away a few years back, but
I think I heard Washington say they were out with it. Can you confirm? Are they in Hasbro's lot?
Stand by.
hang on, I'm just listening here. So if you haven't already, please share this live feed.
9171. I copied Washington to respond routine. Still just want a confirmation of the location.
Jarvis Lake on the left, Keller Lake on the
I'm
right.
talking with them now. Stand by.
In between there is Spoon Lake. Some decent fishing there. We're just going to run up the Highway 61 to see if there's any.
Sector 181 area.
See if there's any remnants.
2158.
We don't get out this way much. This is Menards here on our right here in the southeast quadrant of
9171. I'm sorry.
36
They're
and
requesting routine
61.
there. Out with the vehicle.
For those of you that go way back, the first building at this corner was called the Gem Store. GEM. And you had to have a membership. You bought a membership. I think GEM stood for Government Employee. It was kind of like a credit union, only a department store. And spent a lot of days in there, but one day it started on fire. The old GEM store burned down. So we're northbound on Highway 61. We got 6 radio channels to monitor. Yeah, we're scanning all 6 of them as we sit here. And this park and ride here on the west side of 61 is where these racers were earlier. They were at Harriet Island earlier. They were on Highway 36, and they were at this park and ride here on the west side of 61.
Check the area, Pioneer Park, and a suspicious 1966 Chatsworth. Called in by the airport.
I'm assuming the video image looks pretty good.
Towards an aircraft around 2130. They're just requesting a check of the area.
Yeah, yesterday, the 29th murder took place over the 400 block of Thomas
2200.
in St. Paul. But it's not just the murders. Honestly, the number of people that have been shot just keeps increasing. I know we've talked about it before, but we need to get, at some point, we need to talk more about getting the shot spotter technology in town here. We have an epidemic of gunfire taking place. Epidemic of gunfire.
9171.
9171.
You got 332 X-ray John King High Coffee.
It's the Northern Air Hotel right up here on the right. I don't know if you can see it. I think you probably can.
9201.
But Maplewood gets a fair number of calls there, and has to deal with occasional problem tenants there
2201.
at the Northern Air. Got a couple nice days and nice weather, and then it's gonna
171 looks like they're logged in.
drop off. By the way, O'Keefe's, I did read your poem comparing me to the Grinch in a strange way. So you had the desired impact. We won't take a break for the entire holiday season, but there might be a couple days that we have to just adjust the schedule for appropriate festivities. But thanks for all the work you put into that. And I don't know if you can share with everybody else here, but I didn't really mind being compared to the Grinch, but I don't think you should have compared the people in the back seat to the Who's in Whoville. It was funny, but just keep in mind, the holidays are important no matter what. We don't want to ruin our holidays by staying up till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Southbound on Highway 61 at Frost Avenue here, Frost Parkway. You know, right here on this corner there used to be the cabins, the old Maplewood cabins. And it was like a inexpensive hotel you could stay at. And if you ever go down to the History Museum, they have the actual sign there at the History Center in their display of the Maplewood cabins down there. Used to drive by it all the time with my father in his 56 Chevrolet. All right, so we're on the east side again. Tune our radio to St. Paul 3. Still have the scan on for anything that goes on up north. I gotta take this call, find out how that young man is. Stand by a minute. Yes, sir.
We're talking to the female party. His male is GOA. 2204.
They think he's gonna make it, or they're not sure? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Donnie. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, he's got 2 serious injuries, but usually that Regions Hospital is an amazing place, I gotta tell you. If you can get people there alive, they'll find a way to save you. Got some amazing nurses and doctors in that emergency room. When you come in there with a serious event. Yeah, the tourist cabins, that's what they were. St. Paul tourist cabins. That's right, they were Maplewood cabins. Southbound on Arcade at Maryland. We had this morning about 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, we had an occupied home burglary over on Goodrich Avenue off of Goodrich and Lexington. And those are dangerous as well as scary. Well, obviously the people did not wake up till this morning, but quite typically they try to break into your kitchen and hang on.
Issued parties wanted for misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor domestic assault, 911 interference that occurred at Old 6th and 7th. Looking for a Henry Williams, 57-year-old black male, 5'7", 145 pounds. He is believed to be staying in the downtown area. Information at
So, thing is about the occupied burglars, they try to go for the woman's purse in the kitchen. Credit cards, checkbook,
1336 Poland Place on a silent
sometimes keys to the car, but usually just money, credit cards. Try to use them before you wake up and determine they're gone. Checks are still pretty prevalent in terms of forgeries as well. What's happening nowadays, people are opening phony Venmo accounts and depositing checks that they steal into Venmo accounts, and the Venmo companies will usually give them some credit, and then they can pull the cash out before the checks are reported stolen.
Copy, 2207.
Southbound Arcade case. And just in case you ever listened to, what is the date today? What is the date today? I know it's not election day, but it seems like it's like Groundhog Day. Election day never ended. November 6th, Friday, November 6th. Some people have asked that we announce that in the beginning of the stream. We probably should do that.
$44.98 Tango, 44.26. On a welfare check at St. Paul Road in Waybear. There's a female standing in the middle of the road not responding. Indian female in her 20s, 5'5", 50 bills, red top.
You know, if you enjoy this on Fridays, really should consider getting yourself a scanner for the other days. The scanner apps are okay, but they don't always catch everything, and some of the frequencies aren't on there. Eastbound on Minnehaha. And for those of you that are actually worried about me, rest assured that before Pat and I hooked up on this Live on Patrol, for the last year and a half, well, not only that, my whole career I've been patrolling the streets alone. You know, hundreds of times. Not to say it isn't safer with a partner. Of course, it's much safer when you have a partner, and I relish the opportunities to ride with Pat. But just want you to know it's something I've done on a regular basis over my career, and you just have to adjust your tactics a little bit and make sure you always have the advantage over whatever is in front of you. Whether it's a traffic stop or an incident you're at. If you go back and watch some of those early Live on Patrols, you'll see there were a couple times where you're never sure how things were going to go. But now I have lots of boxes of Twinkies in the car, so if things are going downhill, I'll just pull out the boxes of Twinkies. I still have some leftover Christmas or Halloween candy too. Southbound on Earl for Minnehaha.
284.
Pat couldn't make it. Pat is okay. The only thing I'm authorized to tell you is Pat is not at treatment. Just remember that. He's not at treatment. Actually, that's my little joke. But no, he's not. He's 100% fine.
Disregard. We have 2799268 route to dumpster divers 500 North Robert.
Pat had to be somewhere else tonight.
2210.
He apologizes to all of you. It kills him he couldn't be here. I couldn't start at 9/11 tonight either, so that's why we had a late
Information
start.
from Maple Squad heading to St. Paul and White Bear. The female is now out of the road and is heading towards the speedway. Information 2211.
26 copy.
2211.
I do have a Mountain Dew with me tonight too. I got that before we started. Let's roll up on the Mounds Park Sports Bar.
2211.
See what's there. Usually in the course of the night there'll be some shots fired somewhere off this corridor off Earl. Let me see. Last nice night here for a while. Probably going to be a busy one. Oh, we got a few people hanging outside. What's going on, gentlemen? Last weekend for a nice bike ride, huh? How was? Where'd you go?
In service post 22352 and off duty at 2975.
Yeah, you want to be on TV? Here, I gotta pull a better angle so I can get your profile. The bikers down at Mounds Park. Ariel, give her a little wave. Hey. Yeah.
You came up on the guy and they were kind of, our guys were...
Oh, those guys on 35?
Yeah.
I just saw those two bikers must have been going, what the hell is going on, huh? Yeah. Oh, they told you about that? Or you saw it?
I was there.
Yeah.
I was one of the guys.
Oh, you were? Well, here's the thing. When you see those red lights, you really don't know what the hell to do you? Do I go left, right? Better off just staying straight.
Yeah, but before you even get on 35, we almost got clipped when we were all at the stoplight.
Yeah.
And he went in between the bikes and the cars. There's 3 lanes.
On Cayuga there.
Yeah,
Well, he went on the wrong side,
Exactly.
and then he cut back.
He clipped one of our guys.
Yeah. No, I didn't see him clip you guys.
And then you guys got us on 35.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we got him,
What?
We got him.
Yeah, I know.
We eventually got him.
Vadnais Heights.
Yeah. All chases lead to Vadnais Heights. We've had a couple other ones there too.
Oh yeah. That was a stolen vehicle, right?
Yeah, it was stolen and he had a lot of warrants and we caught him in a tree, climbed up a tree.
He was moving, man.
So once there's a little conflict going on with one of these bike clubs, what's it called? I don't follow it as close as other people. What's it called? Sin. What's the Sin City? What's the name of that club? Sin. What's the bike club that starts with Sin? Sin City. Sin City, yeah. They got a conflict going with another club, not with you guys. Yeah. Something happened. Somebody killed somebody. Right.
So black on black group.
Yeah, well, it's somebody got killed. Somebody got killed. Are you guys in conflict with anybody?
Hey, just ourselves.
No.
Aren't we getting too old to be in conflict anymore or not? Jesus criminy. You guys ever see Gorman? Remember him? Michael Gorman? Is he still in Siren or what? Well, I know he was an outcast, but I'm just saying, he was always trouble. He and I always had issues. That's why. I'm not saying it.
He was married to his sister.
Really?
Wow. And then he moved to
Superior?
Superior.
Siren, I think it was, yeah. He's hiding out over there. Yeah, there's a lot of good history. I mean, I don't have much history with you guys. You guys know Nailon though? Mark Nailon? Yeah. But the Dirkses, you know the Dirkses? Jimmy and Johnny? They're outcasts.
Johnny?
Johnny went to the Hells Angels.
Oh, okay.
After a while. Huh?
Johnny Dirk.
Johnny Dirks. That's, I go back to the old days,
Right.
Catlin. I don't know if you remember Catlin.
How far back you go, Cat?
Catlin, that was, yeah.
You're talking a lot about
Oh, there's the racers. We gotta go. The Outcasts, yeah. We never had any trouble with Los Valentes, Yeah,
I remember the Valentes were around for
yeah.
76.
Did you guys go to Sturgis this year or not?
What's that?
Sturgis?
Some guys did.
Did you catch COVID?
No.
Don't get too close.
6 feet.
6 feet. I gotta, whenever a guy like him tells me, I turn my fan up. Blow the air out.
6 feet.
Well, all right. Well, I'm going up to Porky's. I think the Outcasts are hanging out up there.
Hey, you have a good night.
See you guys.
Have a great night.
Thanks a lot, you guys.
High power.
Yeah, there's a small contingent of the Los Valentes motorcycle group. They don't come here too often, but we still have a Hell's Outcast group that meets in St. Paul. As I mentioned, that Sin City group, they've had some conflict with another group, and Hell's Angels are still active in Minneapolis. But the bike season's coming to an end.
366. You're out the detox at Old Mill. Detox weather at Old Mill 2218. Get 184 in the area.
2218.
Well, there's a squad car there.
We're gonna check at 1254.
Nice of them to roam around.
$2 reporting a loud bang. Unknown where it came from. At 2219.
Obviously,
174.
never knowing for sure what the level of
That possibly could have came from that.
anger there might be over elections.
A caller on that one.
We have extra officers on the street this week. Just to make
Copies
sure
will
we
be
can.
related to the assist medics in the area from the large explosion when the fire started at 2219.
If there is any issues that surface, that we can address them.
2219.
None of our deputies were involved with the Minneapolis incident a couple nights ago. It's State Patrol, Minneapolis and Hennepin County. But we do have extra personnel on duty over here on our side of the river, just in case we have to respond to any particular criminal activity. So if you haven't yet shared it, I mean, the news is over now. People have got their 70-second hour of electoral news, and they're probably ready for something else for a break. So please share this with them. Tell them to take a break from all the other news that changes incrementally.
376 copy and route. The alarm at 980 Payne. At Payne, Wine Spirits. 2221.
We are going to run over on that call that just got dispatched.
63179. Last squad, go again.
Just roaming through the Lower East Side here.
631. 631, go ahead. That alarm as well. At 2221.
It's an alarm at a liquor store. It's not unusual for liquor stores to get broken into during the holiday season. Not from downtown, from St. Paul, that's our city in the background there. We're westbound on East 7th Street coming into town. We're actually gonna take Payne Avenue up to that call at 980 Payne. Kind of see the skyline there. First National Bank, US Bank, Minnesota Music Cafe. Dan Aykroyd's actually been there. Play some music.
2223.
Code 4, you can cancel payment. Copy, 631, you can stay clear.
It sounds like you got there, and I think that was
On scene today. At 2223.
Yeah, let's try to not have a election discussion. Nothing any of us can do to impact the outcome at this point, so let's just figure out how we make St. Paul and Ramsey County a safer community. Town, anytime you have significantly more good people than criminal people, you got a great chance. But you don't want to let pockets of your town deteriorate where the good people move out. That's when things go downhill. And having been in this business for 43 years. There's the liquor store that the alarm was off and on it. Squad's in the back. Looks secure.
165.
How's the East Side Pizzeria doing? Looks good in there.
2225.
How late is it open usually?
10.
10? I gotta come by and get a pizza some night. You know?
Well, I know pizzas is good.
Yeah.
They got good ribs.
Ribs too? Okay.
Yeah, they got the good ribs.
Uh,
Yeah. I mean, the meat fall off the bone.
I didn't know they sold ribs here. All right. Well, good. Good to see you, bud. Thank you. Got to get to this East Side Pizzeria. I've been driven by it so many times and never stopped in there.
171.
Yeah, my 204, please. $96.61 EOT.
9661. Have a good night. 2226.
Northbound on Payne Avenue. I want to thank again the gentleman that created this stabilizer. Well, it just takes so many of the bumps and shocks out of there, so thank you very much. You know, and I don't know if Facebook is working perfectly, but I mean, the fun part about Facebook is, you know, the kind of comment section where everybody's kind of commenting with each other. Much better than YouTube that way. But if the video ever gets too bad, there is another stream on YouTube too. Eastbound on Maryland.
On a medical 2700 Vries, number 111. Will be on a 92-year-old male from Ruff Falls. 2628.
Road 174, checking your status.
Code 4.
2228.
So I got a few significant crimes I want to talk about. Oh, there was another robbery down on Goodrich, 900 block at Goodrich, which is right in the heart of, you know, Victoria and Grand there. That woman had her car stolen. She was pistol whipped there off of Fairmont and Victoria. There's another robbery there.
182, take 4.
Wednesday. And the thing about the holiday season is, because there's cover of darkness, a lot of these crimes occur earlier. I mentioned before about houses getting broken into between 6 and 8 o'clock because the lights are off on your house and burglars know you're not there. Because most people don't go to sleep before 8. But also just the criminality of robberies increases because it's darker earlier. Lighting is so important to harden targets. People don't like to be in light. They don't like to be on video. If they can find a dark place to rob people, though, they will. So we are eastbound on Maryland, past Duluth. See what's going on up here at the market. This last week we did have several people shot right up here in the 1000 block of Flandreau. And nothing to do with that house that we've been at several times before on Rose, which many of you have seen us go there. But
5184.
investigators are working on that case, but
Send me a number for dangerous
people aren't always as
Prince of Peace Church on
cooperative
Victoria.
as you hope they would be.
Copy, Prince of Peace Church. That's what we take this up.
So those street racers will race around as packs on the freeways until they can try to find a place they can block off and do their burns, or
2615.
burn their tires and
Cars will be clear.
videotape that and then throw it back on YouTube.
1300 Wilson Avenue, apartment 305 at the Wilson High Rise. Under disorderly, constable friend is stalking her, currently at the apartment, pounding on the door.
1300 Wilson, that's that high rise that we were in for some time a couple weeks ago with that lost, disoriented, autistic young girl. She didn't live in that building, but we were in there because we thought she might for a while, just to put some frame of reference as to where that is.
5282.
282.
On an assist, she colored at Water Galtier in a black Chevy Malibu to go to 898 Galtier. She's just concerned that the suspect from a previous domestic is in the area.
228, copy.
2232.
We'll do that.
5537.
325.
Squad 325.
By the way, I think I did mention all of our
255 East 6th Street. Caller was pushed by a male who still may or may not be on scene. His name is Todd. White male, 50s, 5'7", average build, no clothing description.
on our website. If you go to our website, you can just go on your phone or on your computer. The Ramsey County Sheriff website. We're listing all the notable, well, not all of them, but a dozen notable offenses that occurred during the week. And I think we started last week. There should be another post. The post will come up every Friday night before we go online. But kind of interesting to see some of the serious crime that is going on around Ramsey County. Most of it, of course, is in St. Paul. Southbound on White Bear Avenue, in case you're wondering. I think that's Hazel Park School.
You can add Edward John Charlie 069 to my call. I'm out on traffic with that vehicle in the parking lot on code 4.
5184, cover your code 4 in the plate at 2234.
So for those just joining us, Pat is
2234.
Pat had to be somewhere else tonight. Couldn't be with us. He's fine. I'm sure he's going to try to check in with us later tonight. Probably later when he gets back from his activity, he'll give us a call. Truthfully, I think he won big at the pull tabs and just decided he was going to cash it all in himself. Lottery or something. You know, he loves those pull tabs. Probably hit it big.
$51.84.
5184.
All right, this is a test. First test.
Could have squad start to see in Victoria. There was just an accident there.
So that squad is going to see in Victoria an accident, see in Victoria, but the numbers for that squad were 5184. So which department starts with the 5s. 5184. What
84,
department
looks
do they
like we
work
have
for?
2 outside agency squads that are there now, but we need a Roseville squad there when we can. Unknown if there's injuries.
Copy.
Copy. 2256.
I didn't see anybody guess what the 51s are. Roseville. That's the Roseville Police Department. And the 4000s, the 4400s, that's the, which one is that? Because you're going to listen to the radio, you got to know who's doing what. Bob Fox got it right first. Thank you, Bob Fox, Securian. God bless you, man. The 44s. What are the 44s?
About 320.
320.
Burger King, 695 7th Street East. Reported disorderly. A female employee was threatened by a customer who drove off in a white vehicle.
44s, that's right. That's right, Mark Brandt. Mike Youngers, Maplewood. That's the Maplewood Police Department.
270.
Maplewood Police Department. How about the 9000s? Who's the 9000s?
321.
321.
Show me other team, please.
If you hear the 9000s on the radio.
37.
$5186. $5186. I replaced the 8. What do you order? Copy. 2230.
5380.
5380.
Information, group of street racers is westbound Highway 36 from Fairview. Speeds 70 to 90. Probably about 100 squads going towards westbound 36 and 35.
286-279.
Copy. Information for street racers. High rates of speed. Heading towards westbound 3635 at 2230.
Westbound
Copy.
36.
We have a shots fired. Report 1627 Woodbridge. 3 shots heard northeast of the address. Only caller at this time, and I advised Roseville, Maplewood.
1627
279. Copy.
Woodbridge. Shots fired. Of course, this is a good test.
201. Copy.
1627, and the border at Larpenteur going north and south is what? Who knows the number of the Larpenteur north and south? So you'll know exactly how far away that 1627 is.
And 286. I just want to make sure that you copied the call.
286 copy.
2239. And 279, we have an additional caller, 1613 Woodbridge, reporting 3 shots between her address and the Marion Rice area, and it sounds like they're still actively shooting. Is there nothing else seen or heard?
Well, we got to run up there. They're still actively
Go
shooting.
322.
Actually,
322.
if they're actively shooting, I think we're going to jump on the freeway.
Stillwater and Algonquin is in dangerous condition. Multiple callers reporting a group of 20 people in the intersection.
Yeah, I was going to go to that called Stillwater, Algonquin.
Copy.
But if the shooting continues after the first shots, that's a sign that there's probably going to be some victims. So we're going to run up. We're going to take the freeway. We're going to run up to Larpenter, 35 and Larpenter.
5380.
And go run over to Woodbridge.
969 Duluth Street. There's going to be a stolen vehicle, Minnesota plate 639 November whiskey uniform. I believe there's a person sitting in the back seat.
Copy. Squad to start. 969 Duluth Street, occupied stolen.
We left a minute too early. We were going to swing by that Duluth stolen. So for those of you that are new, we're driving a Dodge Durango.
Squad 684, 969 Duluth doesn't show up as a good address in the CAD.
Car handles very well. For those of you that have been with us before, you know it has a governor at 120 miles an hour.
You can use Duluth in case. Be just a little bit off that intersection.
Not that we drive that fast very often, but on a couple pursuits, of course.
Squad to start to Duluth in case.
We have topped out.
Occupied stolen. Green Honda Civic, Minnesota plate 639 November whiskey uniform. I'm not seeing the intersection. Going on St. Paul. Come back and see if they still need assistance.
Anyhow, 1680 is the north border at Larpenter, and this was at 1627 Woodbridge.
366 clears the port.
So it really is one block from the border of Roseville.
At 2342.
And of course, on the east side of Rice Street there is
Can I get the address one more time, please?
the Maplewood Police
255
Department.
East 6th Street.
Copy, thank you.
2242.
Next year's
282, the caller made it inside our home.
next year's version of the Pursuit
Copy.
rated Durango
Negative.
will be governed at 130 rather than 120.
2243.
2761 Coney.
Go ahead.
2761 and 62 now. We're in the area for those shots fired. There were 5, about 10 seconds apart. We just checked the area. Didn't find anything. Emergency away.
Copy. Spot clear, 2243.
That was the county cars, sheriff's department cars, checking that shots fired.
220.
And they didn't find anything. Great example, if we had shot spotter, we might have a more specific location to look for casings. It's always nice to find casings. Roseville might want to check it out a little further anyhow, just because who knows if there's going to be a problem there at another time tonight.
270.
If you just put me back on that call, I'll grab a hold of some caller's info and just do a quick 2-liner.
Copy.
There, clear.
Hold on for a moment.
Fire 25 pulling out.
2224.
537, same.
Same time.
We're trying to use our red lights judiciously, just like we were talking to those bikers down at the Mounts Park Sports Bar.
960 veering around.
On a freeway, it gets really confusing for people. Are they supposed to pull over all 3 lanes? Should they pull over to the left? Should they just... It can cause more accidents on the freeway sometimes than just navigating around the cars.
35, you can go ahead.
Disregard, thank you.
At 2225.
So So we're back up to Larpenter.
2162.
Larpenter is 1680 north. And
Channel 4.
Chloe, maybe you can keep an eye on who gets this right.
For
But
59 Oak.
how many house numbers are there for every half mile in Ramsey County? Every half mile,
Spit it out.
there's a certain amount of house numbers. So let's see who can get that one right.
1367. Squad, I think Squad 367 still are regions who may be having a hard time getting radio reception. 2246.
A lot of people got the 1680 right. That was awesome.
Copy Kilo C Charlie and
1680 was the right.
Trailblazer, no plates, 22.
Nope, it's not 120.
8195.
Somebody guessed 120. It's not 120.
8195, copy cancel clear.
Oh, there's Dean. Dean Matheson. 240 numbers for every half mile. 240 numbers for every half mile. 480
Squad 379.
to a mile.
379.
We could take your domestic on
That's how the old timers navigate. Get a house number, you plot in your mind exactly where that would be in relation.
It's unclear from the call. I would guess it doesn't sound like it. It's something that's more secondary.
To the known landmarks.
Language line calls. I'm going to try to get clarification on that to see if they're actually physically fighting up this time.
So we're on Larpenter, just past Rice Street.
2247.
This is Woodbridge here, where the shots fired call came out.
2247.
1627 is an apartment just down the road here.
$23.62.
Got a few squads down there checking that area out.
Just advising alignment at the station in the area.
We'll go down Albemarle, which is one block to the east of where that was. This is the lamplighter. Wouldn't surprise me if some of the patrons here had guns, but if there had been a gun used here, there would have been a lot of people leaving fast. Yes, Larpenter is County Road A. That's good. That's great. Thank you for remembering that. And if you go north 1 mile from Larpenter, you hit County Road B. County Road B, and there'll be 480 numbers in that span. And then, of course, County Road C.
About 379.
Good.
Just confirm with the TC. It's secondhand information. Caller's not on site.
Copy, thank you.
2249.
And there's 480 numbers for every mile going east and west, too. And, of course, Dale Street is... Well, what is Dale Street? In your minds, before I answer that, you know what Dale Street is? Bob Fox, you're pretty funny. No, I'm driving a Durango, not an AMC Pacer, but I probably was alive when they first were made. Pretty funny. call will run in on down here, not too far away. Who knows? Could be related.
That's right.
The old Linder's greenhouses are no more. For those of you that remember Linder's greenhouses, great family business for years. Now it's the Community School of Excellence. Community School of Excellence.
23-322. Got an additional call. Group's now at Stillwater and White Bear. Still walking in the middle of the road, blocking traffic. Copy. Spot 325, 326. 325. 326. I'm going to have you back in 322 for now. Stillwater and White Bear. Group of 20 to 30 black male juveniles walking in the road, obstructing traffic. 325, copy.
So we're over here off of Cumberland and Larpenteur. We got a call on a car in a Chevrolet casing the area. Call is actually on Arundel, but can't really get there too directly from Larpenteur, so you gotta sue.
Park Security 568 EOT.
Very nice, 2252.
Well, here's the car right here.
2360 with the Sportsman System, Mountain Rice, color advising.
Bravo 598 EOT.
Have a good night, 2253.
2400.
2400.
Good.
That call on Arundel, has that been dispatched yet?
Negative.
Okay, I'll be out with that car. 865 Tango Victor Mike. It's in one of the apartment parking lots up here in Arundel.
Copy. 269, can you start 1204?
Yeah, very good.
I'll be 10-8 from this, and I'm just down the block from 2400, cancel 269.
Thanks for being here. God bless you. How's it going, sir? You live around here?
Bravo 140 EOT.
Have a good night, 2255. 279 amount. 5256. $2,400 status. Yeah, 879, we are code 4 out here. Copy, thank you, 2257.
Complaining on that.
Hey, nice meeting you, Ray. Definitely, thanks for backing me up. No problem. You can go further into the city, too.
Well, if you didn't see that, we got like 8 deputies here to back me up. For those of you that were worried, the car was supposedly casing the area here. Somebody called. Turns out the woman in the car does live here in the building. He picked her up earlier. She was having a smoke. That's why she was outside smoking. Joel, you're not going to drive, are you? All right. Thank you. Yes, of course, of course. Get that squared away with Maplewood, though. All right. Thank you. Anyhow, his license is technically revoked, but during COVID, there are issues in terms of people. He claims he's been working with the city of Maplewood on paying some fines, and I can vouch for that. Sometimes it is a problem. So what are we going to find next, gentlemen? You are live, by the way. You knew that anyhow, right? That's good. So, showing all the fine work you're doing.
Gotta get it calm before the storm.
When that avalanche didn't pan out, who had?
It was busy earlier.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was crazy. I had some other activities, so well, go to where the business is. That's what I say, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot. See ya. So lots of backup. Lots of backup. Anyhow, she does live there. I had one of our deputies check. Went up there into the apartment, found out that she does live there. One of the occupants of the car was a resident there, and we advised the St. Paul squad was there, but we're all clear.
Copy, squad's clear, 2302.
Like I told you, we have a few extra cars on duty. I'm sure a lot of them are responding to the shots fired, which was just a couple blocks away. So we're back eastbound on Larpenter. So thank you for all of you that are watching or interested, and for those of you that are new, and it appears there are a few new people. The whole goal here is to give you a look into police work, hopefully an unvarnished look. If you look at all the 50 previous broadcasts, I'm sure you'll see it's unvarnished, and you know, get to understand what we're trying to accomplish. We're just out here trying to keep the peace and help people enjoy their lives without someone else interfering. There's a car in the Super America lot coming out without its lights on. Well, I guess you turned them on now. But we are, you know, the goal of this educational program is to try to build some trust. Obviously.
About 279, I copy en route to the noise disturbance. 522, call tier 270, will you assist?
Obviously, there's sometimes we're law enforcement's in the news in a negative perspective, but when that does happen, it doesn't really reflect on the 8,000 police officers in Minnesota.
Case number, please.
Most of which are just out here trying to be there when people need us.
Case number is 238347.
Southbound on Rice Street at Arlington. We'll swing through the Tin Cups parking lot. Yeah, I think the YouTube comments are off by design. We just have had a few people that are ruining it for everyone else, and this isn't a forum to whine or complain. It's not a political forum. it's an educational forum, so the YouTube comments are usually shut off. Not always, but usually. People are welcome to join us on Facebook. And not quite so anonymous on Facebook, but what do we got here?
27's around soon.
5306.
You okay? Did you break down or what?
279 from Vries in Maryland.
You're gonna have to park it someplace though, otherwise these cars will back into you.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good, very good.
Copy is 2307.
How's it going?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
How's everyone?
We good. How you doing?
What are you doing? Just hanging out?
Just hanging out.
Aren't you? Don't get nervous. Okay, he looks nervous. The guy in the red sweatshirt, he looks nervous.
I'm not nervous.
How's it going?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
This is a new hangout? You're only going to be able to hang out here one more week. It's going to be 30 degrees next week.
Smoke break, cigarettes.
No, we trying to enjoy it. We're
30,
just
enjoy it. 30 degrees.
I like the lights. Red, blue, white,
I'm
all
gonna
that.
get. I'm gonna get green ones for Christmas.
That'd be cute.
Green lights for Christmas.
Can you do that? Can you change them? You get in trouble?
I might get in trouble. But you know what? Who can be against Christmas, right?
Woo!
Who can be against Christmas?
A Scrooge
Scrooge.
is the answer.
Yeah, Scrooge or the Grinch. The Grinch.
The Grinch, yeah.
All right, you guys.
you have a
Have a
good
good
one.
one. See you later. Thank you. Tin Cups parking lot. Rice in Maryland. Hey, there's the married man. How's it going, Mr. Groom? What's going on? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, has she kicked you out yet?
No, she's down in South Carolina right now. I fly out her next Friday to go spend 4 or 5 days, and then we fly home
Good
together.
for you, Whitey. Good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Happy for you.
Yeah,
Very, very exciting.
I don't know. I love her.
Yeah.
I had to keep her.
Good.
She's
good.
a keeper.
That's good. You did a great job on Earl Street too, by the way. I think I told you.
Yeah, I just haul it. I don't run the paver now.
No,
I just haul
thank you.
the asphalt.
It's all good.
Guys at work are giving me shit. Cause I missed the last couple of weeks because the
Yeah.
wedding and stuff.
Yeah.
But one guy at work says, "Bob Fletcher keeps talking about you on his live feed." You know, he goes, "You better tell him you get royalties."
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I said, "No, I just want to ride along." But it's just every time he's on the road, man, pants with him. I can't get a ride along.
After the COVID's done, we'll do some
Yeah.
ride-alongs. We'll get some people in the back seat. What we'll do is all the back seaters, we'll get a couple of them actually in there.
I know I hear you talking. You back seaters there, and I'm like, "Who's he got with him?" And I realize you're talking to Facebook.
Yeah.
Busy all day tonight or what?
It was really busy earlier, and then it calmed down. So I don't know what's going to happen. Really busy earlier. All right, when you leaving?
Leaving here?
No, to go to South Carolina.
Next Friday. Next Friday morning.
All right. Take care.
All right, buddy. Be
See you
safe.
later. See you, buddy.
See you later.
Thank you. Swing by this address over here. You never know if something else is going to happen here at Albemarle in Maryland. sure you all remember that little fiasco. Oh, somebody's outside. What's going on tonight? Any more arguments with the baby daddy? No? Oh, is he? Yeah. Oh, good. Well, good. That's good, right? Yeah. Those people, we didn't let them drive, you know. We made them walk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they didn't have a license.
I know.
And they're like your mom said, their mom wouldn't let them stay there. So that worked out good. You know, they're not a very nice group, right?
Not at all.
So you still got the child here?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, good. Well, anyhow, call us if you need us.
Thanks for checking.
You bet, you bet.
Squad 279. No response, squad 270.
705.
Copy, thank you. 2312.
Bravo 437.
Go ahead.
WOC.
Have a good night, 2312.
Well, it looks like he's in a little bit of a hurry, huh? How big of a hurry, but whoa, that's not good. Somebody wanted pizza. Southbound on Rice Street. Anybody else is listening? It's like he's in a hurry to get to the Asian party. Pull over. Jesus Christ. Throw your keys out the window. All the way out the window. Thank you.
Here.
Squad 210.
210.
At United 341 Smith. Caller is with security, has a party they would like removed.
Copy.
2314.
267.
267.
This is going to be GOA. Start for 1029 auto.
Copy with 214 1029 auto for female walking up and down the alley. She's in her 30s wearing a black sweatshirt, black pants, and a beanie.
Two four coming.
2317.
Thank you. It's good to have you guys on the street. We gotta do this more often.
I agree.
We gotta.
do this anytime.
This is a Rice Street corridor. Remember, this is important. This is an important corridor. It's great to have those deputies out here. All right. Later. We'll see you on the next one. So we had 3 more deputy cars show up to back up on the stop. Actually flew by another deputy. What do we got here? Oh, St. Paul's looking for something on the east side.
279.
Tell us what it was, Chloe.
279.
Will you check your messages, please?
Copy, I responded.
Perfect, thank you. 2320.
Whoa. You never know what's around the corner. That's the thing about this job. You never know what's around the corner. You just gotta be prepared for pretty much anything. It's nice to know things ahead of time, but the cold reality about calls coming in, there's usually a 2-minute delay.
270. Can you change the address to 528 built here? And it'll be advised with 7986.
St. Paul was looking for a car over on the east side that fled from him. Yes, sir. is the description. Merritt Chevrolet. Interesting. Maroon Kia. Okay. And what's the address on Jessamine? Yeah, but just keep in mind Decker lives right there at 420, so you may wanna it may be him. So oh, it was. Okay. Disregard that. Black male, dreadlocks, wearing a hoodie. Alright. Maroon Kia. Got it. Alright. Thank you. Great info. Thank you. Bye. So we're looking for Maroon Kia, the black male driver. Gotta make a quick phone call here. If you guys can take a food break, bathroom break, take whatever break you need. I'll be back. I'm just gonna take my phone out in the back of the car. I got some information on where you might be headed that I can't broadcast, just in case they go over there. So I'll be back with you in a minute. Listen up for anything else that goes on while I'm out of the car.
And while we're looking at other PPVs, he's university and curfew.
Happy 2325.
Disturbance noise complaint, run to 1102 Edgerton Street, 2325.
One to one. You can send me that assault.
Copy. Squad 120, can you assist? 2242 7th, Unit 312 on a domestic. Currently an assault.
120, copy.
2326.
120, 120. I'm coming from Warford and Dale. Slide on my team.
All right. Actually, you're supposed to say it like this, I guess. All right. Matthew McConaughey. I have to make a call to the caller on the last call.
267 in the area.
Explain to them.
2327. 2362, 2166.
Hello, this is the sheriff's office returning your call about the suspicious car that you gave us. We did stop the car. We talked to the driver, and the female passenger in the car lives in an apartment building there. So there's nothing wrong with them being there if she lives there. We actually verified, went into her apartment and verified that she actually lives there.
5 times and there was no answer. I'll try again. Copy 2327.
We walked right up to she had keys to the doors and she went right in. Yep.
2363 transporting.
The guy who's with her is her friend. He doesn't live there.
Adult male LEC.
Yeah. He said he was waiting for he was waiting for her. So no, she lives across the street from you. Yeah. And I don't know what this one, it's across the street, one of the even numbers across the street. But she does live there. We verified that. We stopped the car. You probably saw us there. We went in there and verified. We don't have, yeah. Well, that was after we dealt with the matter. First of all, ma'am, we went in and verified her residence there. Okay.
Spot 326.
Hitting cruise report. Houston Canine.
Well, here's the thing. I'm calling to let you know what happened. There will be a St. Paul police officer coming to answer more of your questions, and tell them that the person is suspicious. Tell them that. Well, it's all right. We can't only operate within the law, but a suspicion is good for you to call and good for us to know, but it doesn't make it a crime. That's the
369 Sims Avenue on its disorderly. Initial call advised 2 white SUVs is blocking the street. Believes the parties occupying them may have been arguing. Also advised that the vehicle has been circling for some time. I called back and said he heard 2 bottles breaking and shouting.
Yeah, I get that.
No visual.
I get that, and
Copy it.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Every time he's on your particular property, you should call the police and say, hey, he's got no business. Well, I mean, the most important thing is to have a 1-inch deadbolt on your door. I don't know, a lot of doors just have half-inch, cheap locks, but I would recommend a 1-inch throw. The bolt has at least 1 inch long. 1 inch, yeah. And some people actually put deadbolts that go into the floor. That those work well too. But you have a Ring doorbell on there or a camera. Yeah. Well, the cameras are the best thing. Most suspects don't want their face to be seen. Don't want their face to be seen. Hang on a minute. Hang on 1 second. Everything okay here?
Yeah, I'm talking to my friend.
All right, very good. Thanks. Yep. Sorry. Yeah, you tell him there's a suspicious character, but there's only so much we can do until they break the law. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, just so you know, I don't think that guy is a very serious criminal. I think he's probably, he probably might not be the most law-abiding guy, but based on what I saw in his truck, I don't think he's much of a criminal. Well, that's always possible. We don't get much crime up in your neighborhood there. It's pretty crime-free, Nobody knows how to get to Arundel. So, all right. Thanks. You bet. Bye.
325.
Okay. Well, that was the original caller wanting more information and feeling like the male party there was suspiciously not a good person, so. But we love to hear from neighbors that are suspicious. It's great that they call. But we can't always act on our suspicions when it comes to using the criminal justice system.
We're code 4.
2607,
All right, back to eastbound on Maryland. Thanks again for joining us. It's 11:33 here in Minnesota. 11:33 p.m. in St. Paul, Minnesota. If you're from outstate or out of the country, thank you for taking a few minutes.
Parkway. On an audible alarm code, east office motion. There's a squad to assist.
We're live on patrol here in Ramsey County, St. Paul. Just trying to give you a picture of what we see, what goes on. It's Friday night. It's 60 degrees out. Probably one of the last nice weekends before we go into Minnesota winter. It's supposed to be 34 degrees for a high a week from now.
279. 279. Can you clear mine assisted and then put me out with the DOC HQ lot? Copy, is there a squad to start? Just call for.
221 will start.
Thank you, 2335. Go ahead.
Southbound on Arcade. We're going to check a few addresses over here on Lawson.
Cool.
Got our share of problems on these side streets.
7279 right to call. Copy.
Eastbound on Lawson.
Two oh one. You can cancel 221. 221, you can clear.
23 and 1080.
2336.
Not a lot of traffic out tonight. Kind of surprised.
Case number.
Much busier earlier.
210, your case number is 238391.
So we spent most of our night on the east side and a little bit of central. We're going to head over now. Head over now to
Thank you.
The west sector.
You're welcome at 2336.
University Avenue, Frogtown, Midway area. cars coming at us here. We'll check on McGovern's and the truck park, see how that's going too when we're over there. Yeah, well, not a lot of cars here on Arcade tonight. But a lot of the bars aren't staying open till they're full time either, so that curtails the traffic after 10.
$21.16.
We're gonna let this person go.
Copy, 23.30.
And then we're gonna follow them because they have a very loud muffler. ACC 656.
23.30.
Hi, did you make it home?
Yep.
Got a loud muffler, huh?
Yeah, I know. I was gonna get it. I gotta get my friend over to fix it.
All right. See ya. Have a good night. So, for going north-south in St. Paul and Ramsey County, the zero line for north and south. You know that University Avenue is 480 north. I'm sure you remember that. So what is the 0 point for north-south? That's the next quiz question.
About 212. Area check on a man who fled from detox 402 University. His name is Tony, white male, 53 years old, 5'9", black jacket, blue pants.
That's correct, Chip. Summit Avenue. Carol, Summit.
2340.
Don't doubt yourself, Carol. Don't put that question mark behind your answer. Summit is 0, going north and south. Everything north of Summit is a north address. Everything south is south.
279. 279.
Of course, part of that was the design of having Summit
The male we just dealt with in the parking lot might be
lead up right there to the cathedral and the state capitol.
Copy, 212, copy.
So back to Dale Street. Dale is 620. If you go 1 mile west of Dale, you hit Lexington. And now that you know there's 240 to a half mile, 480 to a mile, you add the 480 to the 620, and you know that Lexington is 1100 west. And that's true pretty much everywhere except for where it makes some bends now and then in the suburbs. And of course, Snelling then is 480 more than that, a mile west, and that's 1580. 1580 is Snelling. But that number pattern holds everywhere.
Squad's 3928.
in the city.
3920.
Obviously a couple exceptions, but
20.
2145 McKnight Road North at multifamily rental, unit 203 for a DOC. Comps neighbors are yelling and screaming. It sounds like a male and female. Female is heard yelling for help.
2-8. Copy. 20 copy.
Thank you, 2342.
make a phone call. Call Jeff Ramaker. Jeff's the undersheriff of our patrol division. So, Mike Kogel was first, apparently. Sorry about that, Mike. It's hard to get good help. Hey, I just want to let you know, you can certainly let the guys go whenever you want, but if some of them want to stick around until 2 when I'm done, that's fine too. You know. Can you leave Danny Young and Marcoux
2343
working? Will you get a hold of them and tell them they're welcome to work till 2 or 2:30 with me? Because Danny's the Rice Street corridor car anyhow, so Marcoux's a good guy.
365.
All right, thanks a lot.
365.
All right,
308 and 375.
got it. Thank you.
Copy,
Good with life.
1705 Cope.
Copy at 1705 Cope at 2344.
So we're on 7th Street.
279.
We're technically on East 7th Street. We're coming in from the east, but we're headed west. And we haven't been downtown tonight, so for those of you that are new, we'll drive through our St. Paul downtown. We have a significant homeless issue, maybe not as significant as a lot of towns, but we have about 350 people that have no place to sleep indoors
367
during the nighttime, and so they're out on the street.
370
70.
375.
And we've obviously done a fair amount to try to help them, and this weather doesn't make it too bad for them, but
Any other cars for
it's about to turn cold. If you look at our past posts, you see we've been raising a lot of clothing for them.
845. And DOT squad 165.
165.
166.
166.
167.
67.
Any other spots for midnight DOT? Have a good night, 2345.
So we're westbound on 6th Street. Actually, it's 5th Street. Apologize for that. No, this is 6th. This is 6th. Westbound on 6th. I better have another Twinkie. Make sure I got enough sugar. There's Securian Financial, one of the leading businesses, if not the leading business in St. Paul. Very lucky to have them here. Our good friend Bob Fox is probably working over there as we speak.
169, we will head back to that domestic.
Copy 2346.
So for those of you that used to come down here when you're little, you know this building on the corner here is originally the Dayton's building. And of course, Dayton's goes way back to the Dayton family merchandise store. And we used to come down here. The Dayton's used to have windows, Christmas windows, around the building. And then over time, of course, Dayton's changed to Macy's, and there was a Macy's here. And now it's a conglomeration. The Port Authority has taken over it, and there's some bar and restaurants right there. Walgreens and the Minnesota Wild have their practice rink up there, the Tria rink there. Where they practice. Kids can play there too, but it's a Wild practice rink.
327, this will be GUA with 320.
Children's Museum there. Just wish I could get a shot of the Children's Museum.
2348.
There's the home of the Minnesota Wild right there, the XL Energy Center, home of the largest state high school hockey tournament in the world. And we're all sure hoping that the COVID epidemic is over by the first weekend in March, because everybody's got their tickets and their plans to attend the Minnesota State High School Hockey Tournament at the XL Energy Center. I go there every year with my 15-year-old son. He's not always 15, but he's 15 right now, and it's just an awesome time. And last year was it was the week before the pandemic hit here, and 2 weeks later the lockdown hit. So we just got it in time. Hopefully we'll be able to have the vaccines ready by the time the next tournament comes around. There were a couple people that we know that were at the tournament that got sick shortly thereafter, but there was never any indication of a widespread contagion from that event, thank goodness. So the high school hockey season has been kicked back, so it doesn't start till November 23rd. It's really like 3 weeks later than normal, but hopefully they'll still get a good season. Maybe have to compress the games, but this is a hockey state. This is the state of hockey, Minnesota. For those of you around the rest of the world, we're not saying we produce the most pros, but we produce the largest number of hockey players per capita in the United States. I suppose Michigan would probably argue with this, but and we are home to the original Herbie Brooks, an East Sider himself. And there's Herbie's statue there. The day they defeated the Russians.
212.
They defeated the Russians in 1980 and went on to beat the Swedes and win the gold medal.
2351.
Herbie Brooks, one of our icons.
Gonna investigate Crosby Farm Road in Watergate. There's a plate 990 November.
At one of the entrances to the XL Energy Center.
You can send us a GOC or 23.
That's the St. Paul main library there. Once this COVID is over, make sure you come down to the St. Paul Hotel. One of the finest hotels around. Customer service. My wife and I had our wedding reception here.
About 326, 321.
So,
326.
that's the landmark, a historic landmark across the street
For
there.
disorderly, 1300 Wilson Apartment 305. Officers were out earlier regarding a male who may or may not be stalking our caller.
Just gonna take a quick trip by one of our homeless encampments. The county and the city are working on finding space here by December 1st. Hopefully sooner.
326, 321, you're clear.
Copy, thank you. 320, copy, thanks.
2353.
One
175.
Can you pull me on 118's call?
So this is Kellogg Boulevard. For those of you from out of town, the Mississippi River runs right alongside St. Paul here. Just to our right as we're headed down this way is the Mississippi River. We're up on top of the cliffs. A lot of sandstone cliffs and caves here beneath us. Sometimes kids get lost in those caves, or the oxygen levels are so low too that it can be life-threatening. Most of them have been sealed up. So I'm going to give you a little look without disturbing them, just so you understand some of the trauma that a lot of people are going through right now.
Clear squad citation.
2363, copy, 2354.
It's hard to sleep. I mean, that's one of the things about homelessness, is you don't get much sleep.
Hold on, fine.
How's everybody doing? Hanging in there?
Just want to make sure you're copying that.
Gonna get cold next week, you know.
Now saying another mail at the address slapped her hand.
So what do you guys need most next week? Blankets? More blankets? Scarves? All right. I'll make sure we get some more blankets and scarves. Huh? Hand warmers too? All right. We'll get those over by Wednesday, okay? Candles? All right. You don't think you'll burn yourself down, right?
120.
All right. Candles, blankets, scarves. Hand warmers. God bless. So this is the problem. I mean, you can see there's a lot of people. Oh, what the heck?
2166 was a squad to assist. 125 Red Fox Road.
Power cord there.
Advising of a vehicle that are drag racing.
How you doing?
Good, you?
Hanging in there?
Huh?
Hanging in?
Yes, sir.
All right. God bless. So people they're using the power. They're using the power off the poles. How's that power working? Okay?
It's all right, sir.
Where does it go? Is it plugged into the power pole up there?
Yeah, they keep it up to the tree, and if we do too much, they will cut it off on us, sir.
They're charging your phone?
Yes.
Good for you. God bless.
God bless you, sir. I wish I had a vehicle to stay warm like you.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish you did too.
Can I sleep in there?
Just looking for a little warmth. We're gonna have to figure out a way to help these people.
912 or code 41 in custody.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I got a bunch of leftover candy I gotta get rid of from Halloween. I gotta go back and drop that off.
656 Grand, the Tavern on Grand on a slumper.
Go back to that first group. Make sure they get some candy.
16 copy.
My wife always buys too much candy
037.
for Halloween.
4110.
Oh, we'll take it. 110, you can cancel 116.
Well, I know it's depressing.
112 copy. Thank you.
There's Pat's friend. He just yelled down to us. That was nice of him in Kellogg Square.
Copy on 2357.
I'll get some candy dropped out here.
1740 there too.
Copy 2315.
Not sure what that motorcycle's up to.
220.
Looks like Evil Knievel.
1500 Arundel, I guess the male that's in a Tanford SUV named Joel Murray has been trespassed and he is there needing to be removed in the lodge. The caller also has a letter to give him from the apartment board. Same car from 1505 Arundel.
Okay, I got some candy. Trick or treat candy. There, catch. There you go. Help yourself. There's, oh, I gotta pass some more out.
One more.
There you go, bud. Trick or treat.
It could be it was the one previously, I believe 279 went out on for a male that was possibly casing the area, but he actually, or the female half lives in the building.
Oh, somebody brought the hand warmers out. Here goes some candy, buddy. Here we go. There's another one. Steve, you brought some hand warmers?
Yeah.
God bless you, Stevie.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, here, you want some candy?
Sure, sir.
Here, grab a bag there.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Copy 2359.
270, go back to Gold here. It'll be 528 Gold here.
Copy, is there a squad to assist?
Hey, hold on.
214.
Let's 214, 0 minutes. 389.
Sir.
389.
The boss can they go to 4, please?
Oh, that's you. Hey, delete.
Squad 300. 300. You can go to 4. 4.
You know I'm shacking this beat.
How are you two at 0 minutes?
Thank you. There's some more candy shirts about. Hey, what was it? What's the name again? Like Fletcher? Yeah, way on Selby days. I mean,
Cold next week.
Meet y'all them crazy. You remember those back in the days?
Yeah, the basketball days too.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks a lot.
This is going to be Joey with 7.
Huh?
You can cancel medics.
You're on YouTube too.
Copy 1 minute.
Did ya? Are you watching it right now or not?
22, I'll go to Walgreens.
It's called Live on Patrol. Go to YouTube. Go Live on Patrol.
Copy 1585, Randolph to Walgreens.
You're right on there.
Male putting items in his pocket. Currently in the bathroom. Is there a squad to assist?
Live on Patrol.
Squad 118 will be clear size. Cancel 118 will go. Copy 182, you can clear.
22, copy.
2 minutes. Drive cars here, something to get out and then out. inside the building.
It's a $50 bill. I tried to go turn myself in. They were like, you got a new court date for you, Mr. Green. I was like, great. I missed it because of COVID. You want my name? I can give it to you. It's a $50 bill.
Can you go to 4?
It's okay, Mr. James.
No.
God bless you. Thank you. I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube right now.
Right there, there you are.
I'm on YouTube.
How many viewers you got on there? Does it say?
No, it don't.
It should say how many viewers.
Up in the corner by the red thing.
3,875 people watching you.
Hey, y'all follow me on Instagram.
Yeah.
Y'all follow me on Instagram, everybody.
Well, what's your Instagram name?
Vanesmo.
Vanesmo. How do you spell that?
Shit, I just, it's like already,
Vanes.
it automatically kind of
Vanesmo.
puts words in for you. Yeah. You guys have a great night.
All right, you too, buddy. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, I got something else too. I forgot that. The most important thing.
Uh-oh.
Most important. Hey, don't. Huh? We gotta keep our distance, though. We gotta keep our distance.
I wonder what the most important thing is. Oh my God. Oh my God.
There we go.
Sir!
Oh my
eye!
Twinkies.
Oh my eye!
Oh my God. Back to happen.
Like these OG
Hey, there ain't no more.
OG. These are original. You guys need to take notes. You need more. Hey, you need more like watch and learn. Take
Hey, man, I'm gonna Twinkie,
take
man.
notes from the officer of the year.
Go share those Twinkies. Go share those Twinkies. Excuse me a minute.
Lie to you?
All right. You got the same.
39.
My shit ain't stolen.
3912.
You want to learn my IMEI number?
You can clear to that call. Clear at 20 is still out.
This is my name.
Copy.
All right, I gotta go to a call now. Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Share those Twinkies.
Copy of the equal at 4 minutes.
Here, you need some candy? There you go, buddy.
You need some money, man.
I ain't got no money.
$20.
I'm on YouTube. I'm gonna keep watching.
All right. So, meanwhile, we got a call down here. I don't know if anybody's going to it, but 240 East Kellogg. An aggressive male in charge in someone's face, so we'll go see what's going on down there. So that atmosphere there is. How's it going?
All right, how are you?
What's happening? You working hard?
Man, I'm the only cab out here tonight.
You gotta work.
Man, I gotta put it in, man.
That's what we all do, you know?
Oh, I don't got my seatbelt on because I just dropped that lady off.
I didn't notice.
Right now.
I don't think it's gonna fit you anyhow.
Zero cover KC around the what department there and try to get a better location.
All right.
Copy 6 minutes.
Code 376.
Anyhow,
376.
apparently St. Paul's there. I can see him up
your
there.
laptop.
But the thing is, you can have a
069.
fun conversation with the people at Kellogg Park right now because it's warm. The problem is in another week, the high is going to be 34. Oh, there's that dang green laser flashing down here. Somebody's got a green laser that they're flashing down at us.
Green lasers, I just saw it on the wall here. If we sit here long enough, we'll see it again. Pat and I saw it once before. But, did you get the help you needed or not?
Yeah, St. Paul came by.
Yeah.
The guy wandered up that
Oh, he did. All right. Well, I will go look for him. It's not this guy anyhow. All right. Thanks. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye. Anyhow, the aggressive party from 240 East Kellogg left. St. Paul cars were wandering up to look for him. So.
Squad 4482. Can you call Data when you're Evo?
Time is at 9:08. Remember, at 4-hour mark. At the 4-hour mark, we got to cut off and restart.
Myself and 2911.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, I'm gonna have a few minutes.
There's some homeless folks here that have such significant mental health issues that their aggressiveness sometimes gets misinterpreted. Usually it's just extreme. Probably the same guy we ran into like 2 months ago down here. Tough to get people consistent treatment. I hope you guys are enjoying this tonight. I mean, every night's something different. For me, it's just, I mean, I enjoy being on the street any night. You know, it's harder to talk all night than normal, but I just think it's
9173 and 9175.
a valuable thing if people get to learn more about us. But I gotta tell you, the best part of this for me tonight is not having to watch stories about election returns.
You and 75 head to 1758 Elm Street to check the area for 911 hang-up within 25 meters. TV was heard in the background.
Just 4 hours of relief from that. It's like, welcome.
9173, copy from the PD.
Copy.
750.
Thank you, 10 minutes.
I mean, I want to know what's going on, but I don't want to hear it 20 times in 2 hours. So we'll run down to McGovern's and Truck Park, see what's going on there. Mallory's right here.
2160.
Not too crowded in there.
66, racers have moved on, you can clear assist.
See how happy that guy was with that box of Twinkies? That was some pure joy. Yeah, if you're just joining us, Patrick had another engagement he had to go to tonight and couldn't join us. We'll try to get out. I don't think we're going to get out tomorrow, but we're going to get out early next week. Before it gets too cold. By Wednesday, Thursday, it's going to get cold. That'll curtail a lot of stuff, but we'll try to get out Tuesday or Wednesday. That wind's blowing in. Must be a front moving in too.
One 2-6 traffic.
126.
Good night, Jackie.
Randolph and Cleveland with Alpha Golf Lima 154.
Happy 12 minutes.
Actually, for anyone that's interested, I know we do our own collections, but Kellogg Park is very safe there. It's right across from the Intercontinental. If you want to drop off blankets, hand warmers, just like we did, just come down during the daytime and just set the stuff on the benches there. People that need it will take it. It'll all go to good use. So blankets, hand warmers, scarves. This will be the next 4 days. Would be really critical time just to start dropping stuff off. Kellogg Park there on Kellogg across from the Intercontinental.
Copy, code 4 on the stop. 13 minutes.
So we're a little earlier down here than normal, so the bars are probably not emptying out yet. Let's take a look.
24.
214.
Yeah, investigate. 185 Rose. 811 Tango Delta Echo.
Copy. 14 minutes.
282, I'm with them.
Yeah, whatever you want to bring down. You know, bring it on down. I do want to mention one other thing too. We are we're having a public hearing sometime this month on our drone policy. Uh-oh.
I'm on Sue. Mercedes. Correction, BMW. Alpha John.
One of our cars is in pursuit.
586. Refusing to stop. Speeding 61.
Copy, Sue and Emil Drive, 2160 copy.
Well, we better head up there just to see if they head our way. They're up there in Shoreview.
60 copies. And it was for speed, correct? Negative. He was all over the road. We are now going westbound on Owasso. Winkle, there's a train there too. We can't get to you. Copy. We are going westbound.
It's the old Burger King
Copy,
up there.
Owasso.
He is darked out. Still traveling westbound. Speed 60.
Copy, speeds at 60s. Continuing westbound now. 15 minutes.
Now we got to figure out which way we want to go.
4483.
1351 Kenny Road, C. Charlie for robbery for a male who... His phone was stolen.
Passing Owasso Boulevard. Coming up to Vic.
I'll go this way.
Copy, approaching
I
Vic.
don't know if it's the best way to go, but we're
train
going
at Vic. So I have to go northbound Vic.
Copy, northbound Victoria. Thank you, 6 minutes. Have one for pursuit. Be northbound Victoria from correction from North Owasso Boulevard at 60 minutes.
If anybody's able to get sticks, get out in front. Come up down. Correction E.
Copy, approaching Kenny Road E.
We're going eastbound to Owasso Street.
Copy, eastbound Owasso.
pull over, you dumb. Never mind. Jesus Christ.
2206 will be tighter than I'm tech.
Affirmative.
Cat B, State Patrol's monitoring. I was just on their channel. If we can get aviation, that'd be great.
Copy.
Coming up to Harriet. And we're still going south on. Still south on Owasso.
Copy. Approaching area system on Owasso.
East on Arbogast.
East on Arbogast.
They get sick over by Wright Street. You might pop out right by the train tracks there where you guys are at. Speed still at 60. Passing Horseshoe.
Copy. Speeds are still at 60 and flight is unable to assist.
2206, copy flight. Coming up to Sioux.
Copy, approaching Sioux. You're welcome, thank you, Matt.
Eastbound still from Sioux, over the railroad tracks.
Copy, crossing the railroad tracks.
Gonna take Little Canada here, work my way over,
Anyone's going to be clear and counted.
work the way back over. Probably gonna make his way eventually over here. I'll see,
Did anybody get sticks?
I have sticks that I can throw there.
North right. Looks like we're going to be going on the freeway 684 westbound. Correction. Eastbound.
Copy, northbound Vries getting onto eastbound 694.
Now we gotta get over here and think.
320.
Because he's gonna,
I'll get 6 out
I
at
don't know if he's
694
gonna stay
Ledger.
eastbound, westbound, what, so we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait and think.
So we at 694 in White Bear.
2162 on number 2, I'll call it.
2162, copy.
We'll get the next call whether he's
Check,
going
he's going to go south 35E.
south 35E. That's
Copy,
us.
southbound 35.
That is us.
I'll have 6, westbound 36 after Rice. Committed 35E south, coming up the Little Canada Road.
Copy, committed 35 south.
And 326, same traffic. I'm going to be riding on that vehicle that's lit earlier. Speeds are 80, traffic very light.
Light traffic speeds at 80.
He's in the right lane, moving to the number 2 lane, just passing Little Canada Road, still southbound. Still light traffic.
Copy. Number 2 lane passing Little Canada, light traffic.
Right lane still approaching 36.
Copy, right lane approaching 36.
Number 2 lane. Westbound 36. Westbound 36.
Copy.
Yeah, this isn't good.
Take that right street. Alright, speeds are 80. Still light traffic. Use right lane.
Copy, right lane speeds at 80.
Moved over to left lane. Right lane again.
Copy, vehicle's going to be in the right lane. Copy, 21 minutes.
Clear, good stick.
Copy, good stick.
Speed still 80.
Well, we don't want to hit the sticks ourselves. That's
Copy, 40 hit the sticks, speeds at 80.
Now I want to hit the sticks.
Dale.
Copy, exiting Dale. Recommend.
Looks like he's going southbound Dale.
Copy, exiting to southbound Dale.
Back eastbound 36.
Oh, great.
Copy, continued. Eastbound 36.
Ah, I should have guessed that. It got some
Where's
sticks in it.
K9 in this line? We're getting off on Dale right now. You say eastbound 36?
Yep. That's what he did
Correct.
to us.
Yeah, double back. One again.
Eastbound. Try for 6 at Rice and 36.
He's going southbound right now. Where we're going.
Sorry, that's on time.
6-1 on number 3. If you let me get up, I can try pit.
4498 Tango, you should be clear.
Southbound right in 36.
Southbound.
Go. Eastbound County D-Boy.
Eastbound County Road B-Boy.
Be aware, he's trying to get back into the mix with his racers. They're up here on B.
Copy, attempting to get mixed in with the racers on County Road B.
Yeah, there's a line of probably 100 cars, but he's still going eastbound in the westbound lanes. Speeds are 60.
Big eastbound in the westbound lane, speeds of 60.
Where are you? You're behind me? Affirmative. Take it. Southbound McMenemy.
Copy, southbound McMenemy.
It's your guy. It's the white one. Still number 3.
Make sure St. Paul knows we might come into their city.
Copy.
Still southbound McMenemy.
As you can tell, there's a few extra squad cars out tonight, as I mentioned, in preparation for any
Heading
potential
southbound,
protest.
shortly to head into St. Paul, currently southbound McMenemy. Information at 25.
Alright, service number 2 call. 546 EOT. He's darked out again.
Oh, where though?
Here's County's, shooting counties, coming into the city. Fairly south.
Copy.
From Westminster, passing Larpenteur.
Copy, passing Larpenteur.
Squad 300.
300, hi. Going east, correction, going west on Arlington.
Copy, westbound Arlington.
Going over the freeway.
Squad 308.
Did we have good sticks?
We have good sticks on the freeway. Still westbound, passing Jackson.
Okay. Well, here we go.
Copy, westbound passing Jackson.
Time to jump in. We're gonna. If he goes up that Arlington Hill.
Coming up to Rice. Speed's about 70. We're between 50 and 70. Slowing way down here for Rice. Going southbound. He's smoking. Full-fledged tires.
Can you let the good car get to the front?
Copy of the pit car to go to the front.
6-4, 2 position calling it. Going through Maryland.
Copy, passing Maryland.
They're south on Rice. Past Uranium. Pit.
Copy, pit.
PIT stands for Pursuit Intervention Technique.
537.
And
Copy at 27
make
minutes.
sure we don't get hit here in an intersection.
2364 checking for an update.
And
Uranium and Rice. Cams up, 1 occupant.
Copy, vehicle stopped. South on Rice at Maryland. Hands are up at 20 minutes.
Sounded like it was Rice and Uranium.
Cell phone Rice, just passing Maryland.
and we have the car stopped at Rice and Geranium, southwest corner, and attempting to get the occupant out.
Copy, and your call sign?
2400.
I copy. If you can you take Delta?
Yep.
28 minutes.
So the pit maneuver there, obviously the sticks, they hit the sticks on 36, and that disabled this car. You can smell the smell of burnt tires in the air here. And that slows the car down enough that we can actually do the pit maneuver on them. Normally you wouldn't have this many cars out here, but
2364, copy. Squads are going to be code 4. Canceling the 10-1, and did you still need the patch? Squads 5183 and 5186.
You can drop the pitch.
Copy. Ramsey going to be clearing the patch with LTAC 1 at 30 minutes. For an assist citizen, Comp and her friend are stranded outside the restaurant. Comp stated she was scheduled to be picked up at the later bus, never arrived. Apparently has called to several cab companies, no one has shown up. Air 3 copies.
that's one of the
7.
reasons you take this job, is
Thank you, 30
a chance to catch people that are blatantly breaking the law. It's all good. I gotta check the damage. See if there is any.
Chase, how's it going? Good.
Squad 118. 118. For diving comments, this will be clear SNR, marks to 169. Copy 31 minutes.
What 385?
385.
300 to copy, 832 First Street. Shots fired, one caller, one shot heard. Nothing further.
385 copy. 300 copy.
At 32 minutes. 325, you can send me. That'll be primary. Copy. 32 minutes. 368. 368. To booking adult female, T5309 on script. Copy. What 365? 365. What back, Sergeant to copy. 1325 Westminster Street. Put it as an in progress. Left complaint group of males outside shooting dice on the first floor. On the side of a black SUV. One of the males had a gun. The male with the gun is a black male wearing a blue hoodie, a hat with a bill to the side. 365 copy.
Oh, there he is.
300 copy. SWAT to back. Six 141, just a minute. At 30. 76. 365. Last one, can you go again? 376, we're going 365. At 33 minutes. About 376, how do you want the AOA cleared? Unfounded.
My son and I say all the time.
24, again, 8924.
Copy, thank you.
You're welcome, 34 minutes.
So I had to get out. So maybe you and I will get back into the business next year. Hey, so, you know,
4482, copy, trip is suspicious. 2266 Duluth at Maplewood Manor for a vehicle parked in the middle of the lot.
Thanks, Michael.
Verified pickup covered by a car, occupied by 2. And 89 copy around as well at 34 minutes.
Hang in there.
You can't hit the gas so hard. We can't keep up with you on that.
Oh, is that you guys coming out of downtown?
Yeah, we were fine.
This thing does have acceleration, doesn't it?
It does, sir.
Yeah. It does have acceleration. It does. I'll tell you what, though, the Explorer's corner a little better because it's just a little wider. But next year's Durango is going to have better wheels.
Yep.
So. All right. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Troy, nice job. Yeah, well, there was only 5.
210.
Area check, I'm not sure if this merits police response marked suspicious. 13 Maryland for a male running eastbound through Collar's Alley. Collar also states that there's sirens and he appeared to be running from officers, but the crash from the pursuit was right in that area and there's nobody outstanding.
Yes, he was a street racer. A street racer that was hanging out at Deluxe.
That was smart. Thanks for blocking the street. You're on it.
Beat me up there.
Thank you.
Deluxe, they were hanging out Deluxe, and he did say he was at a car meet. Car meet, no one was hurt. Car successfully curbed.
2361, HMA transmission.
So, no damage on our cars. A little bit of damage on his, but
2364.
and he's from Rochester. Drove up here from Rochester to join in with the racers. That's part of our problem. People just come here to race around our town. They assume that we're not going to chase them, and in many cases we don't, depending on the time and circumstances. That one, as it head down Rice Street, was right on the borderline, so we actually wanted to end it before it got into further in downtown. But as you saw earlier, there were very few people out on the streets in general. And those commercial areas are pretty much quiet. If he had gotten down to Bourne Spire, that might have been a little bit of a problem, because he probably would have could have smashed up and hurt a few people there. But the squads were able to take him out before then.
3928 arriving, ending mileage 598.
Copy the mileage at 37 minutes.
Yeah, sorry you didn't get to see much of the actual chase because we were. I always try to let the marked cars, if the marked cars are able to, you know, because we have an unmarked car, it does have red lights, but we try to pick our spots as to where we can be of value. So he'll go to jail for fleeing police. Sometimes they have warrants as well. His car will be towed. He won't be racing anytime soon. That really is the dumbest thing. If you can tell your friends, children, nephews, whatever you do, do not flee the police. Take your lumps, take your ticket for speeding or reckless or careless. Those are misdemeanors, but do not flee the police because you put other people in danger.
I'm in the area.
It's 12:30.
So we're headed north on Rice Street, just to get a little different view of things out here. Got plenty of cars back on Rice Street there. They were just about to go home too, midnight, where they were all, half those cars were about to go home at midnight, right before this started. Yeah, the car does need a new set of tires after hitting those sticks. In fact,
439, myself and 82 are out. Copy 39 minutes.
$2,400. Do we know which Roseville car was successful, those sticks on 36?
2372, I had sticks at Rice Street, 1036.
Thank you. Great job.
Squad 325. 325.
Yeah, those stop sticks are critical to slow things down, give us a little chance to pit maneuver, and but also they're dangerous because you got to go out there and put them in the street and then risk the fact the guy is going to crash into your vehicle or you on the side of the street.
We're on 49 and we got another squad up here.
Where are they at? Where are they at there, Chloe?
Roger, just 268.
268.
221 route.
That was not for 268, that was 213.
213.
Copy update for 213 50 East 4th Street.
Okay. That's probably that guy.
9175.
It's probably that guy that we saw screaming earlier.
9175.
Can you put me on an AOA? I'll be headed up to 35E North at the 35W split.
Copy for an AOA at 35E North at 35. 442.
Hey, tell you guys that Vries and Dream, I can stop on their stops behind us.
I'll check with my partner. 213, we're code 4. Code 4, 42 minutes.
They were code 4 wrestling with that guy down on 4th Street.
Checking for any county call within Ibis to West Central, 185 Rose.
Which level you guys on?
I believe we're on 49.
Well, we're gonna go down
Squad 214.
University Avenue once tonight. We haven't done that at all. Get into the Midway District a little bit. Listen to Channel 1. Western District is on Channel 1, Central on Channel 2, and East on Channel 3. The good news is I had a full tank of gas at the beginning of the night.
8196 for both.
4.
Go ahead.
Negative response from the county squads on an Ibis.
You want to go back to the
44 minutes. And squad 214, 220 is going to grab one from team. 44 minutes.
For those of you that are from out of town and that are new, gotta show you
For 1 o'clock EOT
gotta
downtown
show you
Beach.
our state capitol before we head down University.
539. This is GOA, downtown beat is EOC. Have a great night.
You as well, squad 279, are you going to make it? 279 EOT. Have you any other cars? Have a good night, 44 minutes.
So we're on University Avenue. University Avenue actually runs to the University of Minnesota. And it ends on the east end here. It ends at Lafayette, also known as Highway 52, right by the Union Gospel Mission. Outreach effort for homeless people.
We're at 4 on the 9th floor. Squad's not on scene. Cancel.
Copy, any squads not on scene at 4th Street can clear.
The 365 GOA with Eastern K9. At 46 minutes.
Well, this is our Capitol Mall here. You won't see a lot of news crews here because Minnesota actually had all its ballots counted that same night. So, very quiet around our town. Whoop. How's it going?
5364.
Isn't that a beautiful building? No, you should take pictures. I'm taking a picture too right now on my car camera because I wanted to show people how beautiful it is. What does MPA stand for?
Can we get your minister location?
Oh, sorry. Madison Prep Academy? Minnesota Prep? You know, my son went to a Manning Passing Academy last year. They had MP and everything too.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man.
Why, he's good?
Well, he's trying to be good, trying to get better. Yeah, trying to get better. It was down in Louisiana. Yeah, so it went all the way down there. So,
Nice.
yeah, it's a beautiful building. We'll take some pictures. Take some, is that van with you too, or just the white car?
It's just a white car.
There was another guy kind of stalking you guys, so. Yeah, have a good one.
9661 as well, 47 minutes.
All right. They're there, right over there. Bravo X-ray 20779. Not sure what this Tahoe is up to here behind me, but I'm gonna read your plate if you can get it. Might be a cop car. It looks like one.
Neighboring squad area.
Well, this isn't good. We're not having much success.
Couldn't read it. Illinois.
Just making sure that was you guys. I don't know who was stalking me there. You never know. Yeah, they were from Minnesota Prep Academy, MPA. Said they were just trying to take pictures, but as much as I want to believe that, you never know nowadays, do you? So, I haven't been down University Avenue tonight, so I'm gonna tool down there. I think we got them surrounded, huh?
So, that guy has run from multiple agencies the last 2 weeks.
Has he?
Yeah, State Patrol, White Bear Lake, New Brighton.
Have they caught him or before or not? Oh,
yeah.
Awesome.
So
that's awesome. How'd you find that out?
Absolutely.
How'd you find that out?
We're listening on the radio. Roseville was relaying it, and then I heard someone else talk about it.
It's great work.
Yeah.
Great work. All right. See you guys. Thanks.
I'll be giving a courtesy ride to an adult female to 2874 Market 2030.
Oh, that's good. He's run repeatedly from several agencies over the last couple months since those racers came on the scene. Racers, if you're listening, and I know you are, we are going to chase you, and we are going to pit you, and we are going to tow your cars.
2940.
2940.
Send me a number for DOC at Regions Hospital from 44.
Copy 50 minutes.
There has just the last 5 months just been a lot of lawlessness that's gone on with driving, but other activities as well. So we're going to have to work our way back to some semblance of people trying to stay within the lawful boundaries.
Ford 174, checking your status.
So this is University Avenue.
2364 arriving.
Squad 174.
Oh. We're at Western.
Thank you, 53 minutes.
And remember, Western is half a mile from Dale and a half a mile from Rice. It's squarely in between. So this is 380 West University. 380 West University is Western. And if we add 240 onto that, we'll get to Dale Street, which is 620. Every long block, like Arundel, is 60 more numbers. So that's Arundel is 440. McCubbin here is 500. As long as we're here, anybody remember Herges? Herges Sports Bar? The Clover Club? How about the Herges was further down on
Exchange Street, Unit
Chatsworth and Uni, but the Clover Club.
He was robbed at gunpoint. TC's trying to get more.
Just 12 copy.
200 Exchange Comp was robbed at gunpoint. That's downtown. We're gonna tool out here into the Midway. Across Dale Street there. Hey, that gentleman that came up and talked to us at the crash, that was Johnny Price from Johnny Babies. Remember Johnny Babies on University in Chatsworth, Oxford there. Really a wonderful man, just great guy. Some of the patrons there at the business really didn't always respect his business, and that caused problems. He eventually sold, but just a good person in the community, and you know, did his very, very best to run a good business so people could have some place to relax and enjoy themselves. But not all the patrons really appreciated that. Which reminds me, I got to run by Corrado and Thomas here, see what's going on there.
We can follow them until back to 5 South.
Copy, 56 minutes.
Looks like pretty slow here at Willard's. How's it going? Stay at a food truck here for a while, huh?
Worry about yourself and stop worrying about everybody else. I'm waiting on Derek, worried about you. I'm waiting on Derek, bro. What I'm saying. They're not worried about you. I'm worried about Derek, bro. Damn, I'm waiting on my ride, bro.
A little verbal disagreement there.
614.
4212.
Looks like balloons there, huh? I don't know. Balloons, balls, some type of celebration.
Copy, 57 minutes.
Yeah, everything's going to change here in the next month as the weather gets colder. You trying to push it forward?
212, copy the update.
You trying to hold it back?
Thanks a lot for the help.
What kind of help do you need? I got a light for you. I got a light, but you got some smart women here. They can fix it for you, right?
No, I'm fine. Can you turn that light on?
Okay. How's it going, partner?
Copy 15 minutes.
I don't know. Didn't want help. Did want help.
I'll be out with 2. 2366 out with 2 15 minutes.
Called Dan Young. Yeah, feel free to roam around and find your own stuff too. You know, I appreciate making sure the old guy's okay, but
120 code 4.
You'll always know where I'm at.
Copy code 4.
You don't have to be too close. Thanks, Thebo. Thanks. Bye. All right, we're looking. The suspect in the robbery is a gray Acura, no plates.
I'll be out with 120 here in a second. The other south. Stay clear.
Copy. Squad's now to St. Anthony and Lexington. Code clear at 1 o'clock. 180. Copy.
We are going to run over to. We're going to run over. St. Anthony and Lexington had a call there, but they just cleared us.
2940. You can clear me assist. Put me back on my off duty.
Copy at 1 o'clock.
But we are going to go over here.
2366, do I still got a second coming?
Victoria and Selby.
2166, copy.
And we're going to hit
66, I'm pulling up now.
gray Acura, no plates.
2370, should have my night call.
Copy.
All right, in a couple minutes, I am going to end this broadcast and restart another one. And even if you're going to bed, if you just want to come back for a few minutes, just to help us get the algorithm going of the number of views. So
We're on scene. Is our victim with the comp? If so, advise them to step out. We're out front.
Copy 11 TC, call back at 101.
find a nice safe place to restart though.
Squad 214.
Had a shooting over here the other day on Carroll and Eichelhart.
Squad 214.
Go for 214.
Medics are having a hard time finding you. What floor are you guys on?
So last weekend when we were here, you remember that
214 is on an investigation.
they were boarding up some windows on Grand Avenue.
I think there was 213.
I wasn't sure. We weren't sure if they were going out of business or what, but
Got it. Sorry about that. Squad 213.
turned out they were just trying to be extra prepared in case there was any civil disturbances that caused people to break windows.
Is there a squad on 4th Street to advise what floor medics need to go to?
213. Medics have already taken her down. They already have her.
Copy. Thank you, 103.
212, we copy the update.
So we just got a call that came in on a fight on Como. So we're going to turn around and go back
4047.
to that.
4487.
Can you open up that last?
But Pottery Barn is all boarded up, and you can see it says they're open. We'll wait to see what happens. It says they're open for business, but their windows are boarded up. That was kind of a nationwide trend.
120.
But a few businesses did it here in Grand.
111, 110.
Not too many.
Copy, 103.
Grand Avenue. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Very good.
113.
Thank you.
You bet.
Can you do both those calls at 716 Como Ave together? Cancel 110 over 23 block.
Copy, squad 110, you can clear.
110 negative, we're 23. Keep us on it.
Well, we're going to go up to that call too.
Copy, 104.
See what happens.
113 will be 10 8.
I don't know if that house is kind of right back behind that apartment complex is in the back of that.
Yeah, with her.
On front. So actually it's
Copy, control to 105.
it's possible the argument.
120, take your alert by that halftime rack.
Yeah.
With 180.
Yeah, it sounds like the fight might be on Argyle, not on Como.
Copy, 105.
Argyle comes in the back there. You'll notice on that chase that I was sitting on the top of that little Canada ramp there before I committed to go southbound on 35E.
83 squad to be clear, assistant.
Just in case he got off on Little Canada there.
110.
Which was
110.
since he was in the right lane at some point,
One of those
was
fight calls.
a possibility, but obviously that made it harder to catch up, but there was plenty of officers there catching up to him.
Copy, we're 23.
Yes.
Nobody's fighting.
Chatsworth and Central. Thank you.
Copy, 106.
So we just had a shots fired call. Chatsworth and Central. And so
120 copies. Their squad was says Chatsworth and Central.
Yes.
One caller heard 2 to 3 shots about a minute ago. Also loud music in the area.
Got it. Got it.
Copy, and is there Buster? Copy.
102, I copy.
So we are going to try to make a turnaround and get down Central, but Central is blocked off.
174.
Best
On
place.
that freight
call at the halftime wreck. Do they have a Como address, it looked like? Because they're located over up front.
Squad 323.
So that's not looking too good there.
Copy, standby.
So it's all those roads are blocked off. So we are gonna have to go
107.
down to Victoria and cut over. The heck.
214.
214.
Current Peter with 282, 220, 270.
Copy, I'm 108.
Can you put me on a PTV 1109 Woodbridge, please?
Copy.
We didn't start till 9:51 today.
120.
120.
There's a couple people out milling around Chats and Central. Looks like business as usual. Check area.
So there's a squad there. He doesn't think there's any shots fired going on there.
Copy, I 108. Squad 174.
Go ahead.
I see the address for the halftime wreck, 1013 front. I'm just confirming with the TC how they got that Argyle address.
Copy.
109.
Racers on the freeway there.
$120.
Referencing line 2. Do we know why we think that, or give some more information?
I will check with the TC and see if the comp said anything else.
Thank you. Yeah, we're not finding anything out here.
You're welcome, 110.
We'll be out with 667, Romeo Mike. Got a good play at 110.
So this is Chatsworth and Central. And just for fun, I don't know if you can see. Can you see those marks in the street? I don't know if it was gunfire, but they were definitely doing donuts at the corner here recently. Debbie Montgomery lives over here. Her lawn is always the best. One of my early mentors when I came on the police department in '77, she was one of the first women police officers. She was working Rice Street while I was working Dale Street. And just a great person. Debbie Montgomery.
What, 310? 310. Suspect in your college, a white male, 59 years old, 5'9", approximately 184 pounds. Assault member hair. Not showing an OFP in a CIC, but he's showing a misdemeanor warrant out of Ramsey County for indecent exposure.
So this is St. Peter Claver Catholic Church on the corner here of Oxford and St. Anthony. Just an outstanding institution in the community. And so many great fine priests have served here, and
PPV at 1705 Cope.
So
Copy of 1705 Cope.
I think Melvin Jr., the mayor's dad, has attended here and
referencing that line to
grew up here, and
elaborate anymore.
I've seen
on why
pictures
you
where he
that,
was in
and she's gonna
school when he was little here. Cripe, that had to be 55 years ago. And but so many leaders have in the community have come through St. Peter Claver. Father McDonough served here for a while. Just a place of healing on a number of occasions too, when there's been issues in the community.
120.
Check area negative results. One caller.
I don't know if that speedway is ever going to come back. That's a depressing sight. That Super America was a staple in this community for so long. So Speedway, if you're listening, let's get that gas station back on the market. Sends a strong message. A lot of customers right here, 94 and Lex.
The front door. Or if she wants to talk to us at all. I'll call.
I haven't been here for years, but this Scale Model Supplies, if you ever wanted to build a model train set or race car set, that's the place to go. Get everything you need there. Scale Model Supplies.
Next door's open over here.
Aurora and Lex.
310, cancel the call then. Copy, cancel.
Squad 174. Squad 174.
You okay? Okay, very good. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Cashing his check. Yeah.
Squad 9173.
5183 investigate.
7-3.
5183, standby.
Oh yeah, B Boy and Snelling at the Winter gas station with Edward Robert Mary 841.
B-Boy and Snelling.
5183, copy. The gas station, Penny Road, B Boy and Snelling at 117. 9173, copy and route to that location in White Bear to attempt contact with the suspect. Do you need another squad to assist you?
9170 is en route to back me. Once we arrive, we'll take checks.
Copy. 117.
9175, I have an update for them too before they arrive.
Copy. Go ahead.
He's not known to possess firearms, but he may fight with police and he's heavily intoxicated.
So,
9178, we copy.
eastbound on University Avenue at Grotto.
Copy 118.
121.
121.
I missed getting a cheese dog tonight.
Can you please change us to a DOC? Advise 126.
Got a late start though.
Copy 118.
I changed the eating schedule.
Northbound Lexus Hubbard, Adam Frank Robert 837.
Northbound Lexus, Hubbard at 118.
Whiskey 183, code 4.
Code 4 at 118.
Tango, clear system.
Anyhow, back on the drone thing, I forgot. If you go on our webpage, we're having a public hearing later in November on our drone policy. And the primary use of drones is to find lost kids. You know, they've been so very valuable at finding kids in fields. I mean, they're just invaluable for searching areas from above. When you don't have a helicopter, or it's so quick to throw them up, you know, they're roughly $1,000 a piece now. But the state law in Minnesota requires that we have a hearing and hear from people about what they think about the use of drones. We're not necessarily obligated to, you know, to change any particular policy, but we are obligated to get the input. And of course, we always want that. And our goal really is to have an asset in place to help find people, or sometimes it might be some type of disaster that we need help with. And on occasion, on rare occasion, if there's a suspect fleeing in a scene, maybe they fled on foot and the state helicopter can't get up in time, we would attempt to use the drone to help figure out where the person was. And a lot of times that's an officer safety issue, because if we can see where they are before we come upon them, it greatly reduces the risk to the officer. So, love to have your support of us having some drones to use in our work. There are regulations in statute that says we can't willy-nilly go over private property without a warrant. There's certain things that have to be required in order for us to even use them, and we have to make a report to the legislature every year on their usage, because the legislature is worried that the technology could be abused. So that's all in our policy as well. But I hope you agree that having an asset to search for lost children or disoriented elderly people is something that would be valuable for law enforcement. And that's on our webpage sometime too. We are going to restart the video here shortly. We didn't start till about 9:45, so I think it's still running a little bit. I'm going to find a spot to restart it here in a minute. Now, because of this technology that we jointly stream to Facebook and to YouTube, it takes a little longer for both of those venues to close up. So it's not like the old Facebook days, we just shut it off and start it up 5 seconds later. It takes about a minute for the software to recognize that we're not coming back on. So be patient with us, if you don't mind. Just come back. I'm going to pull into
9170.
Holiday here.
Making
And
contact now.
it's pretty quiet and dark in here, but
Copy, making contact. Just watching air something.
Food's truck is still here.
Negative.
Copy 122.
So, the Holiday employees are still in there cleaning up. Working their butts off, cleaning up the mess out here. See, there they are. Keep an eye on them while we're shutting down, and we will be back. Please join us for a few minutes when we come back. We are back, hopefully we're back. You never know nowadays with this technology. We're back. Thanks for joining us for a little bit longer. Still at the Holiday. We're going to drive up Ray Street here in a minute.
121.
We're going to investigate anything on it. You got two cars that were just trying to hit one another.
Can you confirm the location?
I'm currently going westbound on Uni, trying to catch the other car. They don't see me yet, but not too fixed. Westbound Uni.
Where though? Where though, young man? Where?
110. What is on that call with them? We had seen those vehicles earlier.
Have you run a red light?
Already trying to get after. It's now going east on Fuller.
Copy, east on Fuller.
East on Fuller from where?
Yeah, there you go.
We're going south on Milton.
Copy, south on Milton.
Vehicles just stopped in the alleyway here in Fuller and Aurora.
Copy in the alley at Fuller and Aurora.
Driver just got out. I'm not sure where they went.
That's not good.
Copy, unknown where the driver went at 128.
Behind 929 Fuller, what's that go? Tango Victor 406.
Copy at 128.
Thanks for coming back. Hanging out with me a little bit longer. Still feels like there might be some more energy out there.
Oh, copy. 128.
Blair and Fry, we just got a shots fired call.
126, I got a shots fired close.
Blair and Fry. We had a big shootout there the other night.
Sounds like this other vehicle was trying to jump on these people.
Copy, code 4. Squad 126, I copy. A sergeant to copy. Two colors at Blair and Fry. 5 to 6 shots. Heard a vehicle driving away.
Well,
120 to 120, what's the other vehicle you're looking for? You got both of them there.
Squad 121, did you copy?
111, go ahead for 121.
what's the other vehicle we're looking for?
111, what's the other vehicle that 121's trying to look for? Or do you guys have both of them there? Well, I'm not sure where the other one is, but it just sounds like it's a relationship issue, but we're all called for here. It doesn't sound like anyone wants to report anything. Say 4 Explorer, Alpha, Kilo, AXY 134. Do the color. Green 70.
9170, update.
Well, yeah, just to reiterate for the vehicle.
So we got a shots fired at Blair and Fry. Fry, as you know, is west of Snelling. We're at Dale Street. We're 2 miles from Snelling. But we're going to go up to Minnehaha and just try to figure out some possible escape routes. Blair is between Thomas and Minnehaha, directly between. It goes Thomas, LaFond, Blair, Van Buren, and Minnehaha. So they could flee north on Snelling, they could flee west. You just got to take a stab at a possible route. Hope that you get a good description of a car.
It's probably related. Was it in the CVS lot? Is that where the callers here in the shots fired?
Looks like the shots were heard at the CVS. Saw a silver vehicle drive out of the CVS. 4 shots on that one.
CVS is there at Snelling and University.
131.
See if CCTV's monitoring anything I can.
And 210, I guess medics are going. Checking channel 1 for CCTV.
Garbage.
131. I get a response at 131.
121.
121.
Little dispute between boyfriend and girlfriend and Vries with West. And I'll be on that shots fire as well, 111's call.
Well, you know I haven't stopped for any food tonight. Everybody know that, right?
Oh. Shots fired together. So close.
Person shot at 404 Maryland, West Maryland. All right.
126.
Well,
Original cops will clarify. Do they have a
that's not
actual
good.
address so I can get a better location? If they also heard a vehicle speeding away.
404
We'll
was.
check back with the TC.
I don't know if that call's been dispatched yet or not. Person shot at 404 West Maryland.
The CVS, I think it's 499 University, or 499 Snelling.
Information for spots around to Maryland. Sounds like the victim may be PAC.
Oh.
Copy 132.
Well,
Squad
there
120,
you have
120.
it. The victim might be a person.
Yeah, well, I would just for squad info, we get a couple
Crisis.
cars leaving the area. Looks like they're coming from like the turf co-op lot. Most of them are going westbound on 80.
Copy vehicles leaving in westbound University. Is there a spot to start to 138 Montrose? Constant chase a male that broke into his house.
Ooh. That's a good one. Because remember they had the burglary down there?
118.
We got to run into this Maryland one first.
118, copy at 133.
404.
120 will start that way. Did that suspect male make entry into his house?
Comments say that they chased out of the house. Suspect is a white male, light build, mustache, wearing dark clothing.
Not the other one. Looks like there's a burglary just north of there on Marshall as well.
Smart.
You can just put me on the Marshall one. They might be related. Different times.
Burglary on Marshall, burglary on Montrose.
Copy 133.
Probably 13 I for it too, because the person says that their screen is cut.
Yep, 614 en route to me.
614, copy.
So you know I didn't eat tonight, so I'm eating leftover Halloween candy. Can anybody guess what I just had?
Depending on the time frame, let's see if we can get a perimeter.
There's too many guesses. But it was 2 Reese's peanut butter cups.
Looks like the one on Montrose just happened before the call.
They are satisfying. Although, I don't know whoever came up with that pickle Twinkies with peanut butter pickled Twinkies. I don't know if that's. I'm gonna try those. I can guarantee I'm gonna try them, but that seems like putting pineapple on a pizza. All right. Well, they're going to handle those 2 burglaries down there. We gotta.
Copy. Summit to the south, Cretan to the east, Marshall to the north, and
They're setting up a perimeter down there, which of course is the right way to do things. Meanwhile, we're gonna see if there's a guy at 404
If we have enough
Maryland that's shot.
I'm going to try and use the comp, see if we can get a better description on Marshall.
think.
112,
There's a guy at 404 Maryland shot, but
112 copy.
123, find out where the homeowner is that was chasing the suspect. Canine's probably gonna want to start right where he last see him.
oh, it's 303 Maryland now.
Copy, we with a homeowner to see where he's last saw the suspect at 136.
110, we're just checking the Marshall Bridge quick. Then we'll post at Marshall and Montrose.
Copy, checking
Medics
the
are down
bridge.
there.
Posting at Marshall and Montrose.
I'm sure they're waiting before they get the call in to come in.
126, I've got negative casings up on Blair and Fry, so unless 111 has something at the CVS lot, we can clear this report, and I will be en route to the burglary.
111, yeah, that's a negative over here as well.
What's going on there?
I'll be clearing, I'll be heading.
Copy, 136.
602, send the burglary, please.
Copy, 137.
Need someone to answer the phone. What is going on at 303?
We'll be out with the mail on Maryland, just west of Rice.
Maryland, west of Rice. Copy, 137.
Was someone...
Oh, 2 send me that burglary.
And 111, actually, I just found 4 casings, looks like 9 mils out here, so I'll be out here for a minute more.
All right.
102, I copy you.
Walking toward Rice Street.
Found at 137.
113, we're 10-8 from our call, you can send the Shepherd.
I'm gonna check down here. He might be down here.
Copy at 138.
Which way? Air clear.
Affirmative.
My party here in Marshall, didn't get a good look at all. Just know it was a male by the sound of the voice. Male cut on the outside of the window, entered through, went out the apartment front door, and you didn't see what he went. Not sure what he was wearing.
Copy information for squad. Victim didn't get a good look, and the male, could tell by his voice, left out the apartment window, unknown clothing description.
The medics are looking for this guy, huh?
Yeah, we just canceled him.
Oh, you did? All right, thanks.
He's not there.
Thank you.
120, I'm with the caller on Montrose, so we do a good 4th century.
Copy, good 4th century at 138.
.602, can you see if flight's available?
Copy, 138.
So they got good burglary down there in Montrose Lane, which is unusual. But like I said, we had another one on Goodrich.
I know they're busy on one, so if you could just maybe let me know if anything comes up at area hospitals. I got some parking lots out here in Casey.
Copy, 132.
Gotta admit, I am hungry though.
Suspect description. Sounds like it's going to be a white male, dark colored clothing. The homeowner here believes that he possibly had a mustache and he chased him out the northeast corner of the building or the house here.
Copy, suspect is a white male with dark clothing, possibly has a mustache. Cop chased him out the northeast corner of the address. At 140.
It's like the Foundry parking lot is pretty much empty.
Alright, 120, if K9 wants to come here, they last saw him running north out of the house here, so the track should be good. Not homeowners didn't leave the house. Okay, 614, where was the last place you had seen? Was it Montrose or the other place? Yeah, check, come to Montrose.
Copy.
210. Squad 602, can you be ground contact for flight?
Affirmative 651-703-5489.
Sounds like the flight. The helicopter is going up. Try to look for the burglar.
Copy out, 141. St. Paul Police is patched with ME Type 1 for burglary at 138 Montrose at 141.
We are on the east side, eastbound of Maryland. We may run over there if there's any sightings. It's be unusual for him not to be beyond the perimeter with this amount of time. But unusual, but still it's possible.
210.
210, I copy. This will be advised with everyone except 212.
Copy, 142.
You do 17 APD.
Copy, vehicle versus flight at 142.
I know the camera is about 100 times better. I'm gonna
Copy, 142.
try to see if we can mount it just a little bit higher, maybe an inch higher, just to give you a one less inch view of the hood of the car.
9173.
I'll work on that a little bit.
9173.
Transporting one adult male to jail.
Copy, one adult male to the LEC at 143.
Seems to be slowing down a little bit. Have to check on Bournes. I don't think we've been by Bournes. 2 o'clock closing there.
212.
212.
You just took us off our call. Put us on a DKP. Our call, please.
Copy.
Thank you for everyone that's followed us or watched. Hope you, and if you're a new viewer, please go back to the early ones. We started, I think, July 24th.
And the 120, how's our perimeter look?
I get a little different perspective of our job every broadcast.
Six 614 to 602. Are you on 4?
Gotta make sure I take the heat off the
120
dash
vehicle.
so I don't overheat the camera.
Affirmative.
Mind give me the case real quick, please.
1212, go again, it was muffled.
Can I get the case hard, please?
Case number is 238499. 145.
Somebody here.
Third squad starts at 1064 Churchill on a DOC, a female trying to break the back door down. Officers have already been at the address tonight. Conscious hit that the suspect has a knife and disconnected. Copy. Other spots for 2 o'clock, EOT squad 267.
267.
269.
Out for a jog?
270.
270.
278.
Which bar?
282.
282. Yeah.
Oh, isn't it closed now or not? Isn't it closed?
26.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not offering you a ride. I said, isn't the bar closed? Okay.
39, 146.
Well, I'll go down there.
Checking for West Cars 2 o'clock EOT squad 160.
379. 160. Anybody else 40200 EOT? 164.
169. 175.
Alright, great night. 175.
178. 182.
182.
185. Any other West Cars on 2 for EOT?
169.
169, copy. Any other cars?
Well,
Second night at 147.
make sure they don't lock up before she gets back to get her phone. I'll be right back here in a minute. Going into the arcade bar here at Arcade. And
2214. And a sergeant took okay out of district. West is tied up on a burglary. There is a disorderly 116 is en route to 1064 Churchill. Female's trying to break down the back door. White female, 36 years old, 5'8", heavy build.
Sheriff's Department.
201, I copy. Copy, thank you. And 214, be advised the female is reported to have a knife.
Carry.
147.
How are ya? There's a woman running down the street coming back to your bar.
121.
121.
I did find a couple phones.
She's not far away.
If they need more help on the Montrose burglary, I can go with also
on my back door said,
It's right here.
Rock, we're good down here.
Found a couple phones.
Copy, thanks. Do this Marshall report. I'll be in Warren Road 116.
Copy, 148.
Later. Just want to make sure
Officer Fletcher, right?
Fletcher, yeah, I didn't want to make sure you didn't
214, 210, Central 2 cars going to the Churchill address. You want to clear?
All right. Mission accomplished.
148.
1-4, making gain and out.
Copy, making it out. 149.
Well, we're going to run over to Bourne's on Rice Street, and then we're going to call it a night. I think, see what's going on over there, unless something else happens. Did a little bit of everything tonight. We missed Pat deeply. So, hopefully, I'm sure Pat, well, I know Pat's going to be back with us. We got tied up, but we'll be back next time we're out. Tomorrow's going to be a beautiful day in Minnesota, 70 degrees. Sunday probably too. See if the Vikings can pull off another win. Let's replace it. Nobody thought they were going to beat the Packers.
Plus 325, 326.
Oh, here goes something.
325.
326. 1232 Ross Avenue on a 911 hangout. Within 5 meters, call history does show an address of possibly 1200 Ross. Comp was very angry and screaming when somebody was abusing him and he was a vulnerable adult. Gave no further information and hung up.
Gabby,
326, copy.
No, 151.
Well, as we're heading over to Florence,
3666 East County Line Road.
I just want to say how lucky we are to have people that are serving in this industry, both at the St. Paul Police Department, at the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. Just a lot of skilled individuals, a lot of really good people. And I want to say thank you to Chief Todd Axtell for his leadership, and hopefully some of the city council members will reconsider his request for a shot spotter, and you can't really afford to lose 40 bodies through attrition, especially a couple of the last groups are really community-based individuals.
113 still southbound Exeter to Burrill.
So
Copy, still southbound.
let's do whatever we can to support and help Chief Axtell. He knows what he needs to serve the community. And of course we couldn't do it without the dispatchers and the telecommunicators up there. Just very lucky to have the professional dispatch center that we do have. Saw a lot of highly trained people in that pursuit earlier tonight. Been in many hundreds of those situations, and I'm always impressed with the fact that people, officers, deputies know how to maintain control of their vehicle in a safe way even while they're pursuing somebody else.
Copy, 134.
So we're westbound on Maryland coming up on Rice Street. We're going to go down there and make sure we put Bournes to bed. And then we're going to call it a night. And call it a night. And, the St. Paul Department had many extra officers on today, and they will again tomorrow. But some of the gang unit people are out here constantly trying to suppress the gang violence. Just do an awesome job.
On the River Road under the Lake Street Bridge, Route 1.
Copy, on the River Road under the Lake Street Bridge is one at 154.
That motor didn't sound too good. That car claimed to be a Mustang, but I don't think it was.
111.
This is Clearport, and I'll head over to 602's location.
Well, for those of you that were worried about me working alone, thank you. All is well. All I have to do is say I'm headed to the barn, and then something will happen, but I won't say we're headed to the barn.
602.
Should have got a pizza tonight. Southbound on Rice Street at front, coming up on Bournes.
126, I didn't copy 602's transmission.
Let me take a drive
Close to
through
that area
the Asian establishment here. See how they're all doing.
Stillwater and White Bear, I'm suspicious. White sedan on the south side keeps coming up and taking off. Currently, there's also a white SUV talking to the drivers of the white sedan.
Is she giving out hugs or what? She giving out hugs? You giving out hugs? What's going on?
Bob.
How are you?
We try to leave, but everybody try to reconcile, but like reminiscing about the 90s and the 80s.
90s and the 80s, reminiscing, but no, I'm the only one that was alive in the 80s.
How you high five that?
High five.
I'm saying, I'm not born. I was born in 88.
Yeah.
So
okay. Everybody
you can reminisce, but you
Thank
can
you.
go back to the 90s.
No, we don't break the law, but we try to have fun.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Exactly. That's the way it should be. That's the American way. Have fun.
Yeah. No, you know, Montpa is my good friend from middle school.
Yes, wonderful lady.
Good friend from middle school.
Wonderful.
We go through that. Yeah,
Great lady.
No,
everybody wants to reminisce. I don't know why. Nobody, like for me,
What's
I'm 32.
your favorite song from the 80s?
How come you never get
What a girl wants.
Huh?
What a girl wants.
That wasn't 80s. Come on.
No, I think she got midlife crisis.
Yeah.
She got never.
She's thinking 90s.
I'm in my 30s right now.
See, midlife crisis.
I'm in my 30s right now.
All right, you guys, I gotta go check on Bournes. See you later.
That's with the COVID.
Yeah.
The hiking, like, you know.
Yep.
The divorce rate.
See you guys later. Have a good one.
Additional caller at 1791 Stillwater. Advised that the white SUV is currently backing the wrong way down Stillwater. Another white Ford Taurus going the other way. Caller advised that there was a fight. Just gave no further info.
Oh, yeah. So what do we got here? What do we got here at Bournes?
She's somewhere over here.
What's up? It's a beautiful night, huh? Oh, that's good. That's good.
323.
That's good.
1322.
A lot of people out here.
I'm sure you interrupted Stillwater and White Bear as well.
Yeah, we had a shooting here last week, down here at the end here.
Go ahead.
Little argument in the bar, and then people walked out, started shooting at each other. How's it going? Good.
You know you love me.
I do. Carry on. What's up? Girl that lost her earring last time. Another 15, 20 minutes, huh? Close this thing up. Somebody be shooting here in a few minutes.
Why we're here. Why we're here.
Oh. Well,
Then I gotta write reports.
that's a problem. It's one I try not to have.
You got people for that.
3260, change address.
I talked to him today. He's doing pretty good. He doesn't feel himself, but you know, he's not getting worse, and he doesn't have any breathing problems. That's the big thing. He said you can bring in some hot soup anytime you want. He's receiving hot soup. Thanks for being there for me tonight, you guys.
you betcha,
Thank you.
boss.
Thank you. How's it going? Good. I don't know what that girl's doing there. She might live in that apartment up there. Oh. Just a little presence here keeps people from doing stupid things. I don't think anybody's driving that car. What's up? It sounded like Halloween. Well, we'll see if we can keep people from shooting at each other tonight just by being here. What the heck? $8.99 Rice Street, Bourne's Bar, 2 o'clock closing in the city of St. Paul. Always an interesting activity. Some people looking for love, some people looking for fun, some people looking for drugs.
Cancel 322.
322, stay clear.
Copy.
It's 203.
B26, we're code 4. Why don't you start us another car?
Those guys in the red hats that you saw, they had walked up from the south end of the street. They never went in the bar, they walked up.
Copy and out.
And then now that I pulled back, they're walking back south.
Let's go for it.
As usual.
126 en route to the shop location with the witness.
Copy 204.
You make me sick.
Squad 323.
That's why he acting like that.
323.
Salty.
The address for this is going to be 302.
5220.
Apartment 302.
What? Area check on a 911. Hang up 175-202 block of Cesar Chavez within 9 meters. No answer on that roll callback.
Good.
205.
35. 35. You send me 326 as well. That's 205.
How's it going?
I'm good. I'm waiting on everybody else. No, listen. I ain't got nothing. Listen, no bullshit. I'm listen. I saw you behind me over there.
Yeah, no problem.
Look, no,
Don't
look.
just stay back a little bit.
My problem, baby.
Yeah.
I've been in the bar. I'm having fun. It's my brother's birthday. He got
Happy
killed
birthday.
today.
Oh.
2 years ago.
Who
You
was-
understand me?
Who got killed?
He wasn't from here. He's from Chicago.
I'm sorry.
No bullshit. I'm not no bullshit, you man. So I'm just having fun.
I'm not
but-
here to arrest people. I'm
No,
here to
no,
make,
I know,
I'm
no.
here to make
Understand
sure
what I'm
nobody
saying.
shoots at each
Listen,
other.
no. I ain't got time to do none of that.
No.
Listen, motherfucker bust my back windows out
Who
for no
did?
reason. I don't know.
Just tonight?
No, hell no. They was not with that tape on it. I wouldn't have did it at the bar.
Okay.
Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just saying they fucked up. I saw you behind me. I just came around the park.
Yeah. I
So-
wasn't going to give you any grief.
Okay, no. So that's why I jumped out because I see the car. I see the same car. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just here to make sure nobody shoots each
Man,
other.
I ain't got nothing to do with none of that.
What's-
And you ain't
God
got to
bless.
worry.
What's your first name?
When you, huh?
What's your first name?
My first name Melvin.
No, Melvin, nice to
Yep.
meet you.
My last name Miller, and my truck is in my name.
Very good. Well, I'm just saying
No,
that.
understand what I'm saying. I ain't gonna lie to you for no reason.
Yeah.
I don't got shit to do with nobody else, nothing to none of that.
Good.
You ain't got to worry about that.
Are you
coming
waiting
from
for
them.
somebody else or what?
Rock, you go to 4.
Talking to them because we waiting on everybody to go eat.
Where are you going? Denny's? No. Where you go? Denny's?
For him, what you want to
Good
go
choice. Later. Thank you, Melvin.
We're open.
Squad 9175.
9175.
2539 Sumac Circle for medical for a male who had a fall, unknown injuries.
Next advice.
Truth is, if
How
they
you
think
doing?
you're trying to mess with them, they don't want you here. But if they think they know you're just trying to keep them safe, then they appreciate you, which is what our goal is. How's everyone? How was your night? Did everybody get what they wanted for tonight? Did everybody find what they wanted tonight? No, I'm working. I don't get to have fun like you guys. Well, just so nobody hits me. Don't want anybody to hit me.
2165.
No. But so far, it ain't what I want. It's just trying to keep people safe. It's a great thing. All right. Later. Thank you.
Cobwebs are definitely a possibility here in my place.
Where are we going? Are we going to Denny's?
126 is still on channel
We're going to
4.
Denny's?
No.
Well, no.
Are you paying for Denny's?
No, but there's probably 3 or 4 boys that would pay for you beautiful women.
I thought you wanted to pay for us.
I thought there'd be some guys paying for you.
Man, don't talk to me nicely if you ain't gonna pay for me. This motherfucker worth it. Have a nice night.
God bless.
Let's go.
How's it going? How's the truck working?
Alright, somebody flat my tires, man.
When?
I don't know.
Tonight?
But yeah, probably.
They're flat or just a little bit of air out?
I don't even know, man. I gotta
They-
call AAA.
Aluminum rims or what?
Probably.
Yeah, they don't hold air very good. All right. Good luck.
All right, man.
See you. Thanks.
Fletcher right there.
8197 status.
97 control.
8197 code. Control, that's cool.
Have a good night. Thank you.
120 times.
Thank you.
Take 4.
Camera right there. Look at the phone right there.
Squad 602.
4.
211.
I know if we leave here any sooner, there'll be something going on. We gotta just make sure everybody's out of here.
236. 1073 south. Level lane left. 1073 south level lane.
Well, security's out the door now. That's a good sign.
Hold on by somebody ringing the doorbell.
That means everybody's out of there.
On the side of the complex at 211. We just at the doghouse.
Could
On a phone
probably
call for a
call it
group
a
of
night.
physically
So
fighting
I
in the
don't
lot.
hit this fire hydrant.
Thank you, 212.
4488. I mean, that.
88, copy.
And 1 as well.
Copy.
Idea Tango, same traffic.
Alright, I think we're good. I think we can call it a night.
Squad 9813, status check on traffic.
That's a wrap. At least we can go to Denny's.
Go for it, 1 custody.
Code for 1 in custody at 212.
Alright, well, thanks for joining us tonight. I'm sure Pat will be back at our next
Hi, I'm Bob Fletcher, your
one.
Ramsey Sheriff. I'm coming to you live
Put a
from
smile
Ramsey
on your
Sheriff's Office.
faces.
Starting soon, we're launching a series of Facebook Live events. I'm inviting you to see firsthand what's happening on the streets of Ramsey County.
We only know two jokes, and
We'll talk with you
I
about
can't
the
remember any of them, so we
and
need
we'll have an
Pat to
honest
tell
conversation
them.
about the
So
increase in crime. Hope to see you soon. Please
I
share this
wish he
video
was here to give
with your
his
friends. Have a great day.
sign off. That's the thing, sign off. But he's not. But he's thinking about us, and I'm sure he'll watch. I'll read all your comments tomorrow and send you some information. So thanks for joining us, and we will welcome back to Live on Patrol, and thanks for joining us again. We do want to honor our veterans. Just before we went live here, I posted a picture of my father and his twin brother Dick in the Korean War. I was very, very fortunate to be raised by a man who understood service, both to his country and to his family and to God. And he wasn't necessarily the World War II generation, but he was definitely part of the greatest generation. And the commitment and values, as I mentioned in that post, my father was shot twice at the same time in a transport van going into the battle zone there between South and North Korea. And as he tells the story, I mean, he has a scar on his chest where the bullet came in through the back, and then of course exited through the front. But it went right through the middle of his chest, and he was laying on the floor. He got shot in the back and in the leg. 2 shots hit him, and then after a couple minutes, the thing he remembers hearing, he thought he was going to die, but someone in the truck said, "Hey, Fletcher's still alive. We better get him a medic." Not too many people that got shot through the chest, but as fate would have it, he missed his heart in all of his important arteries by 1/4 of an inch. And they shipped him off to Tokyo to a hospital there to get to heal up. And while there, he met Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio was, of course, a great baseball player, and I got a picture of my father in the hospital bed in Tokyo when he had to be 21, 22 years old at the time, meeting Joe DiMaggio. And of course, back then you had to get shot twice at 2 separate occasions. Because he was shot twice at the same time, they patched him up and shipped him back up, and he went up to the front again. And while there's good and bad and everything, while he was gone, several of his friends had gotten killed in the war, and of course many froze to death in the frozen Chosin Reservoir. But when he did return after his service there, he landed in San Diego at the Marine base. He was with the Marines, and first thing he did is call my mother, and since he had experienced near death and a variety of other things, he asked my mother if she would marry him, saying, "Hey, we got to get married." And thankfully they did. Of course, I wasn't born yet, and if it wasn't for that 1/4 inch bullet missing, I wouldn't be around. So my dad was a great patriot as well. So I want to begin tonight just by thanking all of our veterans and for their service. And of course, there's been many since then, of many of my friends and their older brothers died in the Vietnam War, 50,000 plus. And of course, our Iraq War veterans and Afghanistan veterans, they all deserve our thanks for the tremendous service they've given our country. And I didn't serve in the armed forces. I did receive a draft card, but Nixon, if you remember back in 1972, Nixon was attempting to gain some favor and was withdrawing from Vietnam. So I turned 18 in 73, and most people were withdrawing. But this is Veterans Memorial Park here that you're staring at in Little Canada. Just want to take a minute to honor all of our veterans and thank them for their service. So it is 7/18 on Veterans Day, November 11th. We're in the city of Little Canada, and we're gonna head into St. Paul here. It's not a real busy night. You're wondering, where's Pat? Where's Pat? Where's Pat? Well, we're gonna call Pat in a few minutes, but the simple truth about Pat is Pat was around and exposed to someone who had COVID. And so Pat has been officially quarantined. And he'll be back. He'll be off his quarantine by next Wednesday. But because of his exposure, and on that front, Pat, we're going to call Pat here in a minute and have a conversation with him. But on that front, law enforcement and our correctional officers in our jail are beginning to experience a high number of COVID positive tests. And we have a number of our patrol deputies, a number of our correctional officers, either themselves or their family are testing positive. It's no secret that the percentage of positivity has risen in the last 3 weeks from 5% to Minnesota has something like 15% positivity, and they're expecting it to go to 25% in the next 2 weeks. Wisconsin has 30% positivity rates. So this has a real genuine impact on our ability to deliver the service. We've put a number of our deputies on 12-hour shifts to cover for the fact that people are off sick. The ones that aren't on 12 are offered overtime on a regular basis to help cover for those. So just rest assured, COVID is impacting our ability to deliver service as well, and I'm sure that's the case in Minneapolis as well. So let me just see here. I'm hearing from some people that YouTube might have an issue. Not sure what that is exactly. Apparently YouTube is having some issues tonight. Not sure what that is. I apologize to you YouTubers. I don't think it's on our end, but apparently YouTube says everything is down. They'll be back in 45 minutes. I don't have the foggiest idea what might cause that. Sorry about that. But anyhow, back to COVID affecting impact. Of course, it's not only our department, the St. Paul Police Department, the Minneapolis Police Department, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department, all the 4 major departments here are experiencing COVID, and most of it isn't from on the job. There are a couple cases on the job, no doubt, but most of it is from family exposures that are brought back to their house from other associates, etc. But if you did see the video I posted, if you haven't yet, Chief FERNANDO last night at the city council meeting gave a pretty direct rebuke of his need to get some additional police services on the streets. You saw the carjacking story that's been going on. Later on tonight, we're going to talk about an increase in home burglaries that started. Up here in the suburbs, we've seen an increase in mail theft. We had a citizen that helped us catch some people stealing mail the other day. It's been a regular thing, people looking for mailboxes, particularly the mailboxes that have the flag up. If you mail your letters by putting your flag up, you're a target for these mail thieves that usually know there's a check in there, and they will take the check and find a way to wash the ink out of it and leave your signature on. They'll wash the ink out as to who it's to and the amount, and then they'll write it to themselves or someone else, and they'll deposit it in a Venmo account where they get instant access to a certain amount of the money. So mail theft is on the increase dramatically. If you didn't see the story last night about car thefts and carjackings in Minneapolis, take a look at it. And home burglaries, which we're going to talk about home burglaries here in a little bit. So I don't know if we'll have to restart to get the YouTube up in 45 minutes, but my 15-year-old son, who is an expert on this, says the entire site is down. Be back about 45 minutes. So we're headed into St. Paul. We got several. There were some questions about Bravo squads versus Tango squads. Tango squads are generally people in training, and Bravo squads are people that are working off-duty jobs. Not too complicated. B stands for the badge number. They're working off duty. and Tango stands for training.
Code 8196.
And you might also hear proactive police visit. PPV is when they're getting a proactive police visit and getting out of the car and talking to people, which is a very, very important part. Tonight's the first night that some of these officers have really had much chance to do some of that.
385 above blockhouse.
Copy 1925.
I never heard of YouTube crashing before. That's pretty amazing.
533 on 10-8.
Well, let's take credit for you guys being on there, maybe. My goodness. So it's. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go down into Highland Park for a little bit. Talk about what's going on there. We'll go through.
Copy 1925.
Rice Street on the way. And while we're on our way, we're gonna call Pat, and we're gonna see how Pat is doing. I think he's fine, but out of an abundance of caution, he had to. We do have some people that work right in his cube there, right in his area. Because Pat, besides riding with me, actually Pat, I guess fortunately in this case, Pat and I only see each other on the YouTube ride-alongs. But
174-189.
his office is on first floor, mine's on third, and he has a few people in his cube there. One of them was
Yes, sir, 4637 Sylvia, Unit A. And
diagnosed positive for
for
COVID. So I know that you guys are bummed out here. We lost Pat and we lost YouTube on the same night. So let's give him a call. Call Pat Scott.
Calling Pat Scott.
181, I can replace 174 if you'd like, if you can.
Right now, please leave your name and number, and I'll call you back.
Nah, that can't be it, Pat. Well, you're probably waiting for the 15 minutes, 15 seconds. Let's try him again.
Squad 533 aircraft being Roger 50 East 4th Street for a group of 5 refusing to leave. 536 will use it.
I don't know why that happened.
Hello, Pat Scott.
How are you doing tonight, sir?
Good. If your fans wanted to you say hi to you and make sure that you're still doing okay. I think they thought maybe I was kidding about you being exposed. They thought maybe you had died or something. So.
No, I'll go out kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
No, first off, I just gotta say my own words. Thanks to the veterans of this country, including my father, uncle, a brother who eventually was lost to Agent Orange after his time in Vietnam, and just to everyone who served. And I had never known that amazing story about your father. I mean, thank God for that quarter-inch.
Yeah, I know. Hey, hold on a minute, Pat. We're just going to advise this guy that his lights aren't on. All right?
Okay.
So hang on one second. Echo Sierra Lima 009. Then we're going to pick up this conversation. How you doing? How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing good. I'm just kind of nervous because I just got off of work and there's so much snow on the floor.
Yeah. Well, you'd be less nervous if your lights were on.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
All right? Carry on. Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
God bless. Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead of me.
I could have got into an accident.
I know. Yeah, you go ahead of me so the you're welcome. See ya.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Pat. Sorry.
That's okay. Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I heard you mentioning the fact that I'm in quarantine because of the exposure. And I got to tell you, it is exhausting to be in quarantine, to be stuck inside your house and not to go anywhere. It is mentally and physically exhausting. So I'm anxious for this to be up and for me to be able to get back out there Wednesday.
Yeah, well, you told me once you have Netflix, right?
Yes, I do have that. I have just about every service, but
okay.
You know, you just it's just so exhausting to be doing nothing.
Well, here's the thing: for the next week, you can either watch the 2020 election. I think that's still going on. Or you can watch Netflix. I'm so tired of watching it every single day. So turn on that Netflix.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the way to go.
But you said your quarantine ends on Tuesday, so next Wednesday when we're working, you'll be back in the saddle with me, right?
I should be back in the saddle come Wednesday.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. Well, what else you got to declare? We miss your voice. So what do you got? What else you got going?
Just this kind of dominates your life. You know, when they tell you, you're just stuck inside your house, and it. But been listening to some of the stuff going on in the streets. It's things don't seem to be slowing down too much with the weather at this point in time. Although tonight doesn't seem too bad.
Well, I know you're going to listen to the radio for the next couple hours, so if you hear something, give us a call, will you? Because I might miss it once in a while. And
all right, I will do that. And to all the people who join us in the back seat on these rides, I'm missing being out there as well. And keep an eye on Bob for me, will you?
Thanks, Pat.
I know he's in good hands with you guys.
Thanks a lot, buddy. Thanks a lot. All right. Talk to you later. Thank you. God bless.
All right. Bye-bye.
So, that was awesome to hear from Pat. I don't know. I got to see if our YouTube channel is still functioning. Pull over here. Someone sent a message saying it's back up. I don't know if that's true. The question is, for my son, do I need to restart? Or will it start on its own?
5180. Be advised, we have an accident with injuries at Rice and Roselawn. Per comp, it's going to be the southbound lane for a vehicle that struck a pedestrian. Pedestrian is in the street. Medics are being advised.
Okay. Apparently it's up. I do not need to restart. Which is good news. Well, YouTubers, I'm sorry that you might have missed on Pat. Pat is quarantined until Tuesday because he had an exposure to someone that has COVID and probably at our work, and so he's unable to join us. We had a chance to chat with him. If you missed it, I apologize. So hopefully it's back up and running for everybody. At Jackson and University. There's Regions Hospital over there, and every day I drive by Jackson and Uni, I see just dozens of nurses. You know, we're down here regularly because our office is just a half mile away, and walking to their cars in this ramp, and just some of them park in that ramp, but just hope that they're safe when they get to their cars, thinking about the job they're doing to keep the rest of us healthy and deal with COVID patients. And we're just very lucky to have one of the greatest healthcare industries in the world here in Minnesota. So the radio is going to be a little bit quieter. than you're used to, just because of the cold and the snow. Don't see quite as many people out. But thieves are good at adapting to whatever the environmental circumstances are. And that's one of the things we are in law enforcement. We need to kind of be ahead of the curve. Kind of know what happens. And I've mentioned before that because the sun goes down so early in November.
8196. Last few digits of the case number are 10860. Again, 10860. You're welcome, 1935.
Because the sun goes down so early, the burglars use this time to burglarize houses, because between 6 and 8 o'clock, if there's no lights on in your house, they can tell that no one is probably home, because people don't generally go to bed before 8. So you got to find a way to leave some lights on in your house. I even leave a TV on myself.
5182. For a crash at Phelan and Olive.
743. I think it's William King Yellow.
1936.
Pulse.
Have you with the vehicle back parking lot of the house, 1936.
So just like we had a rash of car jackings, which we're still having, by the way, we're now, the last three weeks, sort of begun a rash of home burglaries in several jurisdictions in the metropolitan area. And one of the unique things about these home burglaries, well, you know, last year at this time we had the late night burglars where they're coming in at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Actually, we weren't going live back then, but we had that problem. You can go back and look at some of our posts where we eventually identified this group of kids from North Minneapolis that were hitting the entire metro area between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning. And their method of operation, or their MO, was to get into your car in a driveway, use your garage door opener to get into your garage, then go through your service door into your kitchen and look for any valuables that you leave in the kitchen. That could be a purse, a wallet, car keys, phone. A lot of people leave their valuables right on a counter inside their kitchen. And so in that case, they were not penetrating the house any further, but they were taking the items and then going and stealing a car out of the garage, or the car in the driveway that they found the keys to. And so that was a late night burglary, 2 to 4. But now what we're seeing is both daytime burglaries and early evening burglaries. And we did have 2 late occupied burglaries. Actually, we've had all 3 times, daytime, evening, and occupied late night. But in almost all cases, they're taking the car out of the garage and taking it with them. And the car is showing up at other burglary scenes, sometimes in Minneapolis, sometimes in other jurisdictions. But we really need to, make sure they can't get into your garage. Sometimes they're coming in windows now too, so they're not afraid to cut a screen and push a window up, which they've done in a couple cases. I've talked to Chief Axtell. He and I have been talking about working on these together, and we're working cooperatively to make sure we can identify and stop these home burglaries as soon as possible. But we have had a unique rash of them in the western part of St. Paul, down in Highland Park and McAllister Groveland. And it's unusual, to say the least, and top priority to arrest these burglars.
You got about maybe 5 or 6 cars here in both directions.
So we are westbound on University at Dale Street.
1939.
Well, it appears that the lane I am in disappears. I know some of you have asked to have to go on ride-alongs with us. You know, obviously we're not opposed to that, but we need to make sure the COVID syndrome is over.
Copy, Ramsey.
Echo November Golf 357.
Copy.
I'll be getting some more plays for you in just a second.
Copy.
You can send me a 97 domestic.
Uni in St. Albans.
Copy with 8197 at 515 10th Avenue Northwest. Color speaker front here. His name is Joshua. Come to Lumber returning to the PC at 1941. Copy.
One of the oldest fire stations around here, Uni in St. Albans.
Right in front of the ambulance.
So I hope you all got your driveway shoveled today, or at least it melted if you're on the north side of the street. Sometimes the sun helps melt it, but
Copy. 30 minutes. Stand by at 1942.
we got your driveway shoveled, because it sounds like it's going to be cold for a while after today. Dave Dahl says another inch of snow might bless us tomorrow. Sure hoping not. I don't know if you noticed, but on a lot of the radio stations, the Christmas music's starting to play. Usually it doesn't start till Thanksgiving, but at the sheriff's office, we are in the process of trying to figure out how we can help poorer families during this Christmas season. So at some point, we will be doing a massive toy drive
Squad 5
to help children have a decent Christmas. And we'll be
5184.
collecting family names and children and preferences for toys, but I know that there is so much goodwill out there that at some point we're just going to ask you to, when you're shopping at Target or wherever you're shopping, if you see an extra toy there that looks fun, just pick it up and bring it down, and we'll have a drop-off bin. But probably not going to start that till right after Thanksgiving. But just be prepared for us to do a massive toy drive. You saw our Halloween haunted highway, which people enjoyed. But now we're in the process of thinking, how can we make Christmas special for kids that have very little? And so I got an idea watching television the other day. I was watching, there was a parade with Santa on a boat. We got lots of boats. Anyhow, we're gonna see if we can do a Santa parade through all the housing.
Hey, it's still slippery down there. We have a vehicle.
I call them housing projects, but technically they are referred to as homes, public homes. Santa parade with some toys, music, bring some holiday cheer to people who have otherwise had one of the toughest years. And it's no secret, without the extended unemployment and without any stimulus checks, there's a a lot more pain right now as COVID is hitting. A lot of hospitality employees are going to be out of work here very soon, as the restaurants and bars are closing earlier. But that all trickles down in the system. So for those of us that are fortunate to have jobs, I'm not saying all of us are, but in our case at the sheriff's office, we are fortunate to have a job. We need to find a way to give back to others during this holiday season. And of course, we're talking about kids that have homes. There's another 350 adults that don't have homes at all. My wife was saying last night during that terrible ice sleet storm, just imagine being outside in that sleet storm last night. And technically that's not as cold as our 30 below wind chill we had a year and a half ago.
Can you have 8-4 check his messages when able, and be advised we do have saving routes.
Copy on that, thank you.
So this is the time, go down to Snelling here, start thinking about how we can put a smile on someone else's face before the end of the year. So for those of you that are new or haven't watched us before, we're in the city of St. Paul. My name is Bob Fletcher. I have the honor of serving as the sheriff here in this county. St. Paul is a sister city to Minneapolis, across the river on the other side of the Mississippi. And we're in the county of Ramsey, and there's several municipal suburbs north of St. Paul. St. Paul is about half of the county in terms of population and tax base. And this is our 54th, I think, segment, something like that. So far it's starting out as one of our slower ones just because of the cold weather. It's 32 degrees here in St. Paul, Minnesota. Just had a 5 to 6 to 8 inch snowstorm here yesterday, but today it was up in the low 40s, so a lot of it melted. I'm sure we're not going to be that lucky too many times in the future. We're westbound on University Avenue at Snelling.
5181 or 5183, status check on the domestic.
One of the busiest intersections in the Twin Cities right here.
5181, we're code 4, we'll be clearing shortly.
Copy that, 1947.
So for those of you that live in the McAllister, Groveland, Highland Park area, just rest assured, you know, your St. Paul Police Department and your police chief and your sheriff's office, we are tracking very closely some of the new activity. And with all the tools we have today in terms of DNA, fingerprints, etc., you know, we will identify these suspects. And of course, we've already recovered several of the stolen cars. But nothing more terrifying than having someone come into your house while you're there. Percentage-wise, that only happens in about 15% of the burglaries that occur, or that the house is actually occupied. And of that 15%, there's only 3%, and by that I mean 1 out of 5 of the ones that are occupied, that there is some type of confrontation or meeting between the suspect and the homeowner. Usually that results in the suspect fleeing. Not always, of course, but usually as soon as they're not there, they don't really want to be seen, they don't want to hang around, they want to get out. So, and the good news is if it does happen to you, the likelihood of
225 is our caller trying to flag somebody down.
injury. But let's face it, 3% out of 100, 3 out of 100 chance. That's too high. If there was a 3 out of 100 chance your plane was going to crash, you wouldn't get on it. So that's why we got to take them seriously. Very seriously. So I'm going down Fairview. I'm south on Fairview right now, and the reason I'm doing that is I want you to know some of the areas that are getting hit. So Fairview is a half-mile west of Snelling, and probably this street, if you drive up and down this street, you're in the center of some of the activity. So this is Marshall Street here. To our right, if I went to the right down to Cleveland, I would run into Montrose and Marshall. We had 2 burglaries there this last weekend down in Marshall and Montrose. 1:30 in the morning, those burglaries occurred. And in one case they were confronted, and the other they did take a car. So the time we're out here right now is one of the optimum times that they will hit. We're at Selby. We're working our way south. Going to turn on Ashland now. We're on Ashland and Fairview. So quiet neighborhood, not many calls normally. So you know, we didn't have burglaries here. However, there were burglaries on the other side of Snelling over on Goodrich. Both in the 1100 block and the 1500 block of Goodrich, which is a little south and west of here. But in one of those cases, actually 2 burglaries, we found 3 stolen cars. Well, I shouldn't say we found them. In one case, the homeowner found him himself right here. So right here at Herschel and Ashland, 2 stolen cars were recovered.
2372.
Well, I hear a siren in the background.
For domestic, 2793 Asbury Street North. Caller's wife is destroying the house, throwing items around. Wife has been drinking. His name is Brittany.
Got to turn our LTAC channels on to make sure that State Patrol isn't coming into the area and we're maybe missing them.
Thank you, 1953.
So what does it mean when cars show up dumped? Well, there's a lot of possibilities. Could be that it's a remote area.
Having a couple accidents at that location. We have a second accident with a silver Infiniti and a white four-door car as well. Did you want to make 2 CNs?
Yes, please. We'll throw the hit and run.
Copy.
Hey, one, I can take the other one.
Sometimes they find a spot that's remote that they don't think people will recover the cars. If they have a team that picks them up, it's not a problem.
8195, copy and route to the motor vehicle theft, 2108 Rockstone Lane. For a stolen vehicle, it's going to be a Mercedes Charlie 230, unknown color, last seen headed on Long Lake, unknown direction. Suspect was a black male, 33 years old, wearing all camo, doing squatted back.
So we just had a stolen up in New Brighton, a Mercedes that was stolen.
8195, all advised.
But this is Herschel Street here.
Copy 1954.
This is where, like I said, some of the... Is it possible that they're...
625
live around here?
625.
Yes, that is possible, but not always a certainty.
Party for seeing leaving the residence. Approximately 10, 15 minutes ago. Unknown how many were inside the house. We'll work on calling them out and then we'll clear it. We don't need the air.
One of the burglaries on Goodrich,
At least 2 parties were seen leaving the house 10 to 15 minutes ago.
the resident went out for a walk during the day. It was a daytime burglary. Went out for a walk, and they burglarized the house while they were gone and stole the cars while they were gone. So,
1023 Hamlin Marshall.
just the lesson there is, when you leave, look around, see if anybody's scoping or watching your house, because these burglars they prefer to go into a house where nobody is. That's their preference. They don't want the confrontation.
1175 10 Road D Delta East at Shadow.
So we're going to continue back on southbound on Fairview here, just to give you some proximity.
I'm not sure if there was a second accident with regards to the orange vehicle. So there's 2 vehicles out at that location and medics are on scene.
Crossing Summit Avenue, and remember, when you're going north-south, Summit is 0. So all the addresses now, as we go south, become southern address. So we're on Fairview, it becomes a
crash at Hamlin Marshall.
southern address.
Crash. It is on the bridge over Selby and just north of Summit here. I'm going to try and block the lanes here, just north of Selby.
Copy.
Metro 4550 car to assist in Oakland County by heading to 4415 Irving Avenue in Minneapolis.
Try to listen to radios. When there's 2 of us, it's a little easier to kind of split up the radios.
So en route, can you meet me on the 15th?
So we're southbound on Fairview past Grand. And so as we hit these streets, you'll see this is Lincoln. Now, Fairview, east-west Fairview is 1820. So it's we're significantly further west than the Goodrich burglaries, but here's Goodrich. If we went straight east, we'd run into 2 of the home burglaries, one near Snelling and the other near Ide Road. But still an unusual pattern in this area for us. These we're just talking about the ones in the last 3 weeks. The most likely scenario, since we haven't seen these cars float around our city, is that they're coming from Minneapolis and then floating back over the Lake Street or Ford Bridge. There's people out watching us on Fairview. That's kind of them. Thanks for waving. Thanks for waving. Maybe we'll go back and say hi before we get too far away. We'll come back and say hello. Kind enough to come out on the street corner. Hope you're still there. I'm headed back. So as we work south from here to St. Clair, there's a rash of burglaries on Palace and Juliet south of us.
The map are on the east or west side to get over the scene.
And very, very unusual. Very brazen to come into the neighborhood. All right. Where did you go?
I'm at Ham Lake. Is it in St. Paul?
Still.
Well,
Or I can head down there.
I hope you'll come outside. I don't know if they're camera shy.
Copy 1910.
2163 update. Male was last seen walking away towards the
Rolly,
garage.
will you guys block down there for me?
Male, short hair, wearing a gray hoodie, colors watching on camera. Not a lot of visual.
Right there.
Last seen
And then if there's one more squad that can block Hamlin's just north of the 8 mile entrance, that'd be great. 187, we can go Lexington and
Copy, thank you, Ken.
Well, they did wave. Thanks, neighbors, for coming out and waving. I think they went back inside. Oh, there they are. Hi, guys. How's it going?
Great. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for waving.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, we've been watching you since the beginning.
Well,
It's good to see you.
thank you. Yeah, well, it's good we're down here because we had a little activity down here the last month.
I know that. They got the speedway here about a week ago.
Yeah.
They got the speedway and a couple houses, a couple streets down to the left. They've had some activity in the alleys. So.
Oh, they have. Yeah, they've been hitting speedways pretty regularly the last all over town, you know. And but these occupied burglaries where people are in their house at night, those are scary, yeah. And we'll get them. We'll catch them. This your home here, or you walk out walking? Right here. Well, anything I should know about the neighborhood?
No, this is where they found that rare bird the other day in the paper. That this bird had only been seen in Minnesota twice. It's normally in Arizona.
What kind was it?
Red startling or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. And there were like 20 people standing out here with long cameras.
Long cameras? Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Oh my goodness! Did they grab them, or did they try to put them in warm? Can he survive the winter?
Yeah, probably not going to make it. Yeah.
Right after the snowfall first.
Oh my goodness. My goodness.
If we run into anything, we'll let you know.
Yeah, well, thanks for waving and coming out and saying hi.
We appreciate all your efforts here.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was kind of them. Thank you very much. Coming out and saying hello. I didn't see that story about the rare bird that was found there at Fairview, but St. Clair, but that's a great story too. So we're southbound on Fairview.
27.
And this is Jefferson.
Where are we blocking exactly?
Keep in mind, in St. Paul, Ramsey County, there's 480 numbers to a mile, 240 to a half a mile. So remember, Summit was the 0 count. Summit was 0, and then we continue to go south. And St. Clair, Jefferson, and now we are at Randolph. And because Randolph is 1 mile south of Summit, the address here is 480 South Randolph, 1 mile. St. Clair was a half a mile, so it was 240. And then Jefferson was 3/4 of a mile, so you add the 120 onto the 240, and that's 360. And
24 to 31, are you okay?
10 for officers are good. 23 info, there appear to be 3 occupants. Black male driver.
Something's going on in the county there. It's on LTAC 1. Gotta figure out what that is.
2003.
Somebody must have fled.
3920 to 23, where are you at right now?
30 and a half in Xylon.
10-4.
And be advised, we've reserved LTAC 1 for the incident at Minnetonka and 169 for St. Louis Park.
Well, there you have it. It's actually not our squads.
31. Like I said, last time I saw him, he was going eastbound at a high rate of speed. I doubt he was able to turn off on a side street based on his speeds.
So that's a channel reserved for incidents that occur in the metro area.
Dispatch, hear that description one more time.
Charles Adams King, 893, the 4-door silver Honda Civic.
23, there's going to be heavy front-end damage to the front passenger side of the vehicle.
Copy, the 9-year-old is out of control.
So we're on Ford Parkway. Fairview and Ford Parkway. Actually, I was born on Ford Parkway, just back up by Snelling, under the shadow of the water tower, the Highland Park water tower.
Changes to suspicious, I stood right in front of the vehicle with my weapon drawn. He accelerated towards me and rammed into the car after I jumped out of the way.
So you're hearing what's going on in Minnetonka there. The officer tried to stop him with his weapon drawn, but he ran right at him. The officer had to jump out of the way, and then he smashed into his car, and then he fled. So
Yes, they called in 405, so you could cancel.
I'm gonna have to go to a drive-through and get a Mountain Dew drive-through. So beautiful road down here in Highland Parkway, just 1 block north of Ford Parkway.
458 Metro.
458.
This stall blocking in the double lane eastbound and left lane. 39, 20 to 31.
So I'm going to go back to Palace and Juliet here. Just kind of ran south down to Ford Parkway, and very, very rare to have burglaries. Like I said, if you weren't monitoring, Chief Axtell is all over this. He's got his troops. We're working with our troops to see what we can do to bring this to a halt. One of the key MOs here is, besides coming into the houses at all hours, is they're stealing cars, taking the cars to their next burglary, and then dumping them. And you know, there's a lot of focus on gunplay right now, and that's a good thing. You know, I've been an advocate for working on the gang problem and the gun problem, because people do get shot and killed. But there needs to be a focus on home burglaries, because coming into your home is a lifelong invasion that no one should have to experience. So you'll notice when you're down here, I mean, it's relatively early, but if I was to come down here at 10 o'clock, which I have been for the last few nights, not live online, but just down here at 10 o'clock. So here's Palace and Fairview, and within 3 blocks of this, there's been several burglaries in this area. But typically, it's very quiet down here. And one thing I can say, when you're out walking your dog like these people are, or when you're out taking your garbage out, or whatever reason you might be out and you see something suspicious, call us. Ideally, get the plate of the suspicious car. We appreciate the calls, and you know, your neighbors deserve it. That's how we catch most people, is from citizen calls. Yes, we're good at investigations, but there's nothing like an eyewitness that can help us get a head start on the investigation. And so this is Palace. You can see this is Palace and Pryor. This is Juliet. People out walking their dogs, just you can see how quiet it is. My grandmother and grandfather, Otto and Marie Fletcher, they lived right over here on Juliet. I think that's probably her house there. Used to come over here and play Chinese checkers. I don't know. Remember that board game with the little marbles? Marbles with my grandma. Oh, and Crazy Eights. Marie Fletcher, married to Otto Fletcher. Crazy Eights. She taught me the game of Crazy Eights. That's where my dad was raised. Right over here. And I mentioned earlier as a veteran, if you heard that, but he was he went to Monroe High School.
5186.
Monroe High School and graduated in 1948. Nick Mancini, I know, graduated in 1947. Joel Cascalenda was in that class. My mother went to Central, but she transferred to Monroe after a while. Anyhow, we'll be working hard in this area. Try to catch and stop. But if you see something when you're out walking, please call us. Suspicious car, suspicious person. In one of these burglaries, actually, it was the middle of the night, but a neighbor saw the car, recognized the neighbor's car at 4:30 in the morning. Said, yeah, and so when she talked to her the next day, hey, your car was out here at 4:30. Well, she had been burglarized. And so we knew the time frame that they came into the house. So she's had all her locks changed, but it is extremely rare that burglars ever come back to the same house. Extremely. I've worked burglaries for many, many years, so I want to assure you, if you have been a victim, the odds of them coming back are slim. That's not always true about businesses. If they find a business that they like.
1374 Westminster, assist medics on a man down in the main entrance.
So there you have it. Burglary trends, mail theft, carjackings, and as it gets darker earlier and people get more desperate because of the economics and Christmas, our store robberies will increase, just like they said Speedway. Well, between now and Christmas, we'll see a significant increase in robberies. Sometimes with guns, sometimes threatening guns, but not having them. And
just advising our call from the earlier dispute involving her neighbor and the dog who's calling back. Could you try to give her another call back?
You saw, if you watched the Chief's video, I posted, it's a minute and 23 seconds of Chief FERNANDO, and he did an awesome job responding. Please take a minute to watch it on my personal page. And he talks about 75 murders, over 500 people shot in the city of Minneapolis this year, just on the rate to record numbers, you know. Could well exceed the 1995 figures where Minneapolis was tagged Murderapolis by the New York press. Guess what we're going to get here, guys? We got to get a mellow yellow. I got a Twinkie in the back.
174 advised, 2910.
We're here. Let me see. People would like the scanner volume up. I can do that. I don't have any more information about the pistol whipping. Woman, I apologize. But if you do got a question, you can text us at 651-448-3810. 651-448-3810. That's just a text phone. We don't answer that phone. and we don't get to all the questions right away. Obviously, I can't monitor the YouTube at the same, or the Facebook at the same time we're driving. So if you joined us late, Pat has been quarantined because he was exposed to someone at work that has COVID, has tested for COVID. He'll be back. He's off quarantine Tuesday, so he'll be back on Wednesday at our next Wednesday, a week from today. He'll be back.
Welcome to Vries, Spaceport, when you're ready.
Just like a large Mountain Dew or Mellow Yellow.
I'll be a mellow yellow.
Perfect.
Large mellow yellow. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, total will be 236. Happy to help with the window.
Thank you. So if you just joined us, thank you. We've been tooling through Highland Park, McAllister, Groveland. There's a guy waving. Hopefully it's a friendly. How's it going?
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Hey, I thought you were in the area. I was watching you earlier.
Yeah, we're focusing a little on Highland, see if we can get our handle on some of the burglaries down here.
Appreciate that. We
Yeah.
had that speedway up on Ford Parkway in Snelling, armed robbery last week.
Right, and they hit the other one too there. I think there's 2 speedways that got hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's becoming a fad.
Yeah, and that McCafferty's liquor store, that incident this summer where they dragged the gal to the back at gunpoint.
Right.
Randolph and Hamlin, so they've been coming around here.
Yeah, they stole the lottery tickets twice from that gas station there.
Okay.
The Lucky's there at Hamlin and Randolph there too. Yeah, they shouldn't get any money out of those. They could just they're coded, but people do crazy things.
Right. Well, I appreciate you coming on this side of town. We don't get a lot of attention, but I'm telling you, there's been a lot of incidents.
I know, and the Chief Axtell is well aware, and he's very concerned. So we're partnering with him to make sure we put some extra attention over here.
Good deal.
Thank you. Thanks for stopping. Thank you. Well, that was kind of him.
271.
Thanks for stopping.
We're at 911, hang up 1184 McCubbin from a landline, busy on several callbacks.
Hey, if you haven't shared this yet, because this is a change, that's right, I forgot about that. If you haven't shared this video, it's early enough. Please, please just take a second to share it with your friends, so those that.
4360.
When you're able, can you call data?
Share that with your friends. About masks, yes, we do wear masks if we think we're going to be within 6 feet of someone when we get out of the car. Having said that, depending on the seriousness of the situation, sometimes we jump out to try to address the problem without the mask. We don't wear masks while we're driving in a car, but we can, but our policy is if we're going to be within 6 feet of someone else to get out and wear a mask. But the reality of police work is sometimes things don't happen the way you plan them. So. Thanks, Green Bay. We appreciate it. Our apologies for defeating you last week. But we needed a win. I guess it's a week and a half ago now. We really needed a win, so thanks. I think maybe you guys helped us out because it felt bad for us. How's it going?
236. Not too bad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Information for squads for cops alert out of St. Louis Park. 174.
What do you need? 174.
For welfare check and honors course.
I'll just take this. You can have the receipt.
Lower unit for children under the age of 7.
Thank you very much. That's a big one, huh? Thank you. Thanks a lot.
They have an extensive history of domestics as well as welfare checks from Child Protective Services.
Okay, we're all set now.
2020.
So there are other officers out here now looking for those burglars.
Any evidence of a shots fired in there, so you can figure it out as the cat comments was one away, and you can cancel it. But thank you.
But as I mentioned, it isn't just St. Paul, Highland Park, Minneapolis. I'm not going to say what suburbs, but we know there are several suburbs that have been hit as well. And that's for their police departments to talk about it, but definitely a trend, and hopefully no one will be hurt before it's brought to a conclusion. Plums, I don't know if you haven't visited the Plums ever. It's a great neighborhood bar. Corner of Randolph and Snelling.
174, you can put me out at the Dale Street.
As I mentioned, up here in the corner, this gas station's been hit twice where they came in and robbed them of the pull tabs. Now, there really isn't much money in pull tabs unless you cash them in right away, because within a couple hours they're all logged and canceled. And if you do cash them in, there's usually video of you cashing them in. But desperate people do desperate things. Of course, on the right here is Cretin. The Cretin ball field where Joe Mauer played in high school. Did a few home runs into the Nook. There's the gas station on the left. We're at Hamlin here. As long as we're here, if you want a good burger, go to the Nook restaurant right here. Southeast corner of Hamlin and Randolph. Funny story. My dad didn't go to Cretin, but he did hang out. There used to be a store on the corner here. My mom used to tell the story in terms of when they were hanging out in high school. He went to Monroe, as I mentioned. There was a Snyder's or some type of pharmacy here, drugstore, dime store on the corner. Some of you might remember. But my mom and dad used to hang out in the corner here of Hamlin and Randolph.
516, looking for somebody.
Looking for 261 or 510 to go to 4.
I always tell people, though, it's amazing my dad didn't die after getting shot twice, but
I'll see if I can get
while he was in the war, fighting there,
Thank you at 2023.
he started smoking Lucky Strikes. Took up smoking and smoked a couple packs of Lucky Strikes. And then when he got back, he said, "Oh, I switched to something better. I went to Camels." And so eventually the Camels did get him, in terms of his cardiac lung ability to survive all the packs of Camels he had smoked. But he had a full, great life. It's just that he could have lived longer if he had stayed off the Camels. So we're eastbound on Randolph at Lexington.
271.
271.
Hey, Mark, please give we have an apartment number? Looks like this is a very large apartment complex.
I continue to get questions about ShotSpotter
Put it through
and
Equifax for business.
well, how it works. And basically, a ShotSpotter is a series of microphones that are placed throughout your town on poles. Can be telephone poles or other poles, but that can receive the sound waves generated by handguns. And through very complex and unique software, the sound waves are extrapolated so they can determine what type of gun it was fired. That's number one. They can distinguish the sound from fireworks from handguns, so they'll know. Through triangulation of having 3 different towers, they can pinpoint within, really, they say, 16 meters, we're talking within 45 feet where the shots were, which is a huge help for us. And if the vehicle is moving while the shots are fired, it can tell you that the shots are moving as they're fired. Plus, it can tell you that there's different caliber weapons. That lady here is waving us down. We'll turn around and say hi.
It changes to the DOC.
Someday we're going to find somebody with evil intent, though. This lady looks friendly, though. Well, you look friendly, so how's it going?
Hi, Bob. How you doing?
Good,
We're
how are
just
you?
watching you on TV.
Thank you.
I said, I'm going out there. I'm going to wave to him.
What's your name?
I'm Denise Frost.
Nice to meet you.
And like a few years ago, after the 911, you got that program going for the volunteers for Ramsey County.
Yep.
My daughters were the ones who said, it looked good to have my name on the resume.
Yeah, good. Smart.
For a volunteering
that's right.
thing.
Yeah.
I live right here, and I went to school at David Cassetta,
Oh, you
so I
did?
know Gail.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Well, for the listeners, Gail is my cousin.
Yep.
My uncle Dick's in that picture that I posted on Facebook. That's his daughter, his oldest of his 5 daughters, Gail Fletcher. And she went on to marry Dave Cassetta, who owns Cassettas, and you went to school with Dave.
Yep.
Well, I just want to know, because Dave's probably listening.
Yep.
How did you put up with him?
Dave's okay.
I know.
Let me
I'm
tell
just
you,
kidding.
he's okay.
I love him. I love him like a brother.
Yeah, he's a good guy. And we just, my husband's in there. He says he's going past Lightners. Hurry up, get out there.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for coming out and greeting
I
us.
wasn't sure what you were driving, so I thought I'm just gonna wave.
Yeah,
So
now you know it's a Durango.
I think this is a good program that you're doing.
Thank you. Well, I hope so. I hope it gets people to see what we do and learn a little bit about police work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Well, take care.
Thank you
all
very much. I'll tell Cassetta I ran into you.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Denise Eddie.
Denise, right? Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Denise. Thank you. Tell your husband I said hi too. Well, that was very kind of Denise to come out and say hello. Very, very kind. Thank you, Denise, for being a good friend of law enforcement. Dave Cassetta has built quite a place down there. I got to tell you, I love that mostaccioli. I could eat that mostaccioli every single day, and my wife loves it as well. I mean, obviously the salads are great too, but if you haven't had, just go down there, grab a large mostaccioli, take it home. You can eat it whenever. It's just it's a unique sauce, a unique sauce and cheese, that flavor that he has on there. And of course, he invested a ton of money into that building and that upper restaurant up there, and I don't know, he probably makes money on the restaurant, but a lot of people just power through their lunchtime, evening, just grabbing their pasta. Like I said, he married my cousin Gail, who lived down here on West 7th Street on Stewart. Dick Fletcher married Rita Biaggi. So we are driving, and I know it's come up. Normally I don't like to release it, but I'm driving a Dodge Durango police pursuit package, and I'll just leave the color out, but it's been an excellent squad car. I drove the Explorer police pursuit package in the past, Crown Vics. Each has a positive and a negative, but this Durango Hemi has a little more get up than most cars. So we're going eastbound on West 7th Street towards St. Paul. There's Shamrocks, great restaurant there, Shamrocks. Be nice to be able to get out and just go to restaurants without worrying about this. Cake and Case has been an amazing place. I'm sure the new regulations are going to affect all of our restaurant friends. Oh yeah, Cake and Case, I don't know if you saw this on the news.
180, copy.
Just gonna make a quick little U-turn. What they've done is to keep the numbers up for outdoor seating, they have built igloos. Yep, you heard it. Well, they're plastic tents shaped like igloos. Just to get a real quick look. See those igloos there? Where you can have outdoor dining inside a plastic igloo. Brilliant. I think they have different styles of dining there too.
And color just advise the subject club aware of the call and that he will excite with police.
Alright, as we get closer to 9 o'clock, the call load will probably pick up a little bit here. This is the McDonald's here. St. Clair coming up. Again, if you haven't, just because I know a lot of people didn't know that we were going to go live tonight, if you haven't, please share this with your friends. Or when something exciting happens, if you feel more comfortable, then share it then. Still one of my favorite places for food and conversation. Mancini's, run by Pat and John Mancini. Of course, their father Nick, as I mentioned, was at Monroe a year ahead of my father there. I don't think I've seen this new sign. I love it. Check it out. But no kinder people than Pat and John Mancini. Run a great business, but always fun to talk to. All the stuff they've done for the community over the years, feeding the troops, but just supporting a lot of causes. There's the Gideos on our left there. Place for great pasta. Going eastbound on 7th Street. Bonfils Collision Center. Great company. Just in case you ever wondered, we're never going to put advertisement on this, nor are we ever going to take any money. The beauty of this is we just call them as life sees them, and Don't ever expect to see a message on our page that says your video will start in 14 seconds. It's not a moneymaker. It's just to help you understand the police work and what we see, and learn a little bit about who we are and what type of job we have. Again, it's Wednesday night. It's a cold night. It's 31 degrees. I guess it's hump day, right? Yeah, hump day. But it's also a holiday, Veterans Day. Tom Reed's here. Some people had today off. There's the downtowner. Burger Mo's. Patrick McGovern's Pub. Named after Pat Bamer and Jamie McGovern. There's Casetas again. And the trailer park. Truck park.
Information for squads on a cop alert out of Benton County. Suspect is known to have a firearm and has pointed it at police in the past. Is also uncooperative. Will be driving a blue Nissan sedan, Charlie Foxtrot 497. Suspect is a Brian Lee Gross, 1969-0213, white male. Information at 2036.
And we're into downtown St. Paul. Coming in on East 7th. This 7th Street runs right through St. Paul. It's kind of the main in and out from east and west.
271.
Historically, but of course there's a lot of freeway entrances now that have...
I'll be out at 1327 Conservatory in relation.
Copy, 2036.
I don't think anybody's in Mickey's. Probably too small for social distancing. South on St. Peter here. That was one of the reasons we were thinking of cutting back during the holiday season, is just because there aren't quite as many, there's not the volume of calls.
174-29. We'll be on traffic when you're ready.
Go ahead, traffic.
It's going to be Thomas and Kent with a white SUV, no plate.
There's the Landmark building.
Squad 274, copy en route to 516 Rice Street for a group loitering in front of the business, possibly using or under the influence of narcotics and alcohol. 265 will assist.
Well, we will run up there to 516 Rice Street. Those of you that have been on the ride-alongs before, you know that that's become a problem area there on Rice and Charles. Keep in mind, University Avenue is 480 north. And so Sherburne,
domestic 1478 Dale in the upper unit.
Sherburne, and of course is 510.
Black male, 30 years old, 6 foot.
Charles then is 540, but right there between Sherburne and Charles, we had a lot of drug activity. So it's a tough problem to solve, especially when so many people there and so many people impoverished in that particular niche. There's 3 St. Paul cars. sure you're not driving the next stoplight. Apparently the problem is escalating up there on Rice Street. According to the comments. There's our Capitol again in the distance.
According to our victim, we're going to be looking for a male with black t-shirt, blue jeans. Supposed to be walking around the building. If you guys want to check the area, I'm right here with the victim.
Copy, looking for a male with a black shirt and blue jeans, possibly walking around the building. Squad 379, our medics cleared in.
Yeah, we're clear for medics. It's an adult female with claiming some bruising in her face and soreness in her chest.
Copy 2040.
Some people were asking about avoiding getting carjacked. I mean, obviously, get to your car and get in your car as fast as possible. So you just have to have your head on a swivel looking for other people. If someone tries to engage you, I know it's Minnesota nice to engage them, but there's a St. Paul car over there.
5186. 5186.
She's not happy about I'm sure the squad was waiting for...
Copy, sending squad. Thank you for your assistance at 2041.
I shouldn't have to do this every day. I'm tired of it.
Who's the problem? Who's the problem?
All of them. They're not understand over here. They always in this building doing drugs. Get them. Take them some fucking well.
Time to leave. Yeah, it's time to not to be loitering though. Go down to the next street on Charles there. There's an unhappy business owner and
379 to 377.
you can. Ma'am, where are you going? Yeah, why don't you keep walking that way? Go down to the bus stop down there. Huh? Otherwise, you might end up getting arrested and go to detox. You don't want to go to detox, do you? Then go that way. Because that lady's not happy with you being outside her store. Ma'am, go that way. Start walking that way, ma'am.
28.
Please. Please.
180.
Thank you. Please that way. Go ahead. You can hold on to the wall. No, you can't go that way. There's policemen there. Please walk that way.
Hello. Go ahead. You gonna make it? We got to get everybody to go. Leave them down with food.
Man, oh man, oh man. She is not happy. And you can't really blame her. You know what I think you should do? I think you should call the commander and ask if they can do some more. These guys are going call to call, but if you can get some more services here, I think you deserve it.
For domestic, 426 Concordia Avenue, Unit G Golf.
Right. No.
Ex-boyfriend is attempting to break into the residence.
Yeah. No, you got to call, but you also got to work with the commander so he can get maybe he can get a foot patrol going out here. Is this your store here or what? How late you open? What? But you open till 9 o'clock? All right. All right. I'm going to mention it to the chief too. All right. What time does the problem start? What time does it start usually?
Hell, early. We open at 9. I can say about 10, 11 o'clock.
All day?
All day.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Yep. Well, business owner has a store and he's got a lot of loitering outside, predominantly for drugs, alcohol, and panhandling. People that she's coming into the store they're begging from. And then some are buying alcohol with the money that they're getting from begging. There is some prostitution that goes on in that street there as well, which you've seen before. So the 2 officers there are doing their best, but it's hard to be everywhere all the time.
Sorry about that. 369, go ahead.
So we are at Rice in Pennsylvania.
Pretty rainy.
This guy's walking around kind of turn around on him and make sure he's not up to no good. Anytime people don't have a car and they're walking around the lot, if they know somebody great, which apparently he does. All roads lead to the holiday at Rice and Penn, 629 North Rice Street. So that guy just got out of that other car and jumped into this one. Got an Air Force vet that just texted us. He's living in Texas, but he used to live in the old neighborhood. His dad, Dick Brozick. I worked with his dad. I didn't know he passed away, but I worked with him in the late 70s, early 80s. Great guy, great role model. Brings back a lot of good memories. Officer Dick Brozick with the SPPD. Yeah, that GMC that was spotted in the Speedway lot, that was recovered while we were off in between there. We came back and checked on it. That was recovered.
Squads, all county channels will be patched for a short break at 2049.
This is a Dodge Durango police package. A lot of people ask that question.
Go ahead.
Car advising the mail party is no longer at the front.
No relation to Al Fletcher.
Parked in the back lot.
But he ran the 916 program in White Bear Lake, but Not that I'm aware of, anyhow. Although I'm tempted to go and invest in that Ancestry.com and the genealogy.
Eastbound Canyon Ridge.
I'm with 147.
All right, let's tool up Rice Street. I don't know, this will be, you know, the governor ordered all bars and restaurants to close at 10. And I'm not going to get into the debate about what strategies are necessary for combating COVID, but there's experts out there smarter than me on that, smarter than most of us. But I will tell you that will be interesting to see how that changes the Bournes crowd, because you know they're usually there till 2. And I'm imagining they will comply.
What direction is the other 2 run?
There's some foot chases going on in some other jurisdictions, so let's see. Here's
Andy, what direction do they run in the Canyon Ridge area?
You're hearing some other stuff, but it's in the western suburbs. That you're hearing.
So, scenic. 10-4.
You know, there's nothing like a good tasting Mountain Dew or Melio. You know, it's not unusual. I'm sure you've bought Fountain Pop before, that you can get a wide spectrum of carbonated Fountain Pop. Sometimes too much sugar, sometimes not enough syrup, sometimes too much carbonation. But when it's right, it's right. That's all you can say. When it's right, it's right. So we're northbound on Rice Street at Atwater.
Squads 2164 and 2166.
There appears to be 3 Hispanic males.
There's a call up in the suburbs.
Hispanic male.
66 for both. PHS 4245 Victoria Street North for suspicious. C-Comp parked in front of the address in a silver Honda Accord. Address is supposed to be vacant. Comp came to clean the house, sees a light on inside.
66 squad, copy.
Thank you, 2052.
Squad 536, 531.
Go for both.
Park disorderly 214 East 4th Street, assist security and IDing a male they want trespassed. He's currently in the waiting room near the charging station. Each male 20 cent bill wearing a green hat, black jacket, green shoes.
Copy, girl.
Northbound Rice Street.
525.
525.
We'll be clear from this. Cancel those last squads. Me and 537. Take care of that.
Copy 536, 531, you're clear.
Dars double scoop there. We just passed.
Copy, thanks,
Kevin Barrett doing a great job.
537, how do you want to clear your dangerous condition?
Serving the neighborhood.
I was canceled for that by 656, I believe.
Copy.
Ask for the chocolate fudge. Mackinac Island chocolate. Mackinac Island fudge ice cream. See what's going on here at the Tin Cups. Looks relatively quiet. I don't know how they're going to fare when they close at 10. And they're all going to struggle. I did hear, I don't know if it's true though, I did hear that the bowling alleys can stay open as long as they're not serving food or alcohol. Don't know if that's true, but they'll be popular places. That was actually on a news story, so that's not coming from a government source, it's coming from the news. Most of the high schools are wrapping up their regular season football tonight or tomorrow, the next night. And then they'll go on to, I think they play for the sections. There'll be no state championship as of this time. We'll stop by the founder here too. The high school hockey season got pushed back a little bit. They're scheduled to start on November 23rd for trials.
Squads 3921 and 3929. Highway 36 in Division for a 911 hang-up/suspicious. Male caller stated there was a black male walking in an unknown direction on Division in North St. Paul. Stated the male punched his vehicle, then phone disconnected.
2147.
Thank you and be advised, caller pinged within 6 meters of 2371 to 2440 Margaret.
Not very busy here at the foundry tonight.
2056.
This is the thing, as the weather turns colder, we're not going to see a lot of
Mayor
people
of Domino's Pizza on a black SUV parked in front of the address plan lot.
hanging out that we can visit with.
A
lot of that community engagement on the street gets more difficult.
385, you can clear us.
Really got to go in, but now they're, with COVID, it's tough to go in too. So this cuts into our community relation activity. But anyhow, hockey's supposed to start February 23rd, tryouts, and then they'll get the season started in December. Uh-oh, we are on clear ice here.
4496.
Holy mackerel.
Take a number for follow-up at 18.
I'm going to call that in here in a minute and see if I can figure out who's responsible for, but first thing you do when you train your new 15-year-old driver is tell them bridges, because of the temperature inversion there, are one of the most dangerous places we have, both on top or underneath. And that was some serious ice. Fortunately, there was no stop sign right there. But at 32 degrees with moisture and melting snow, I don't know whose road that is. Yeah, I know the governor, somebody said the governor's order starts Friday. Yeah, I know it's not going to start tonight, but, you know, it'll be interesting. Let's see if I can, well, actually. Data, please.
525, can you remove 521 from the call?
Copy.
Hey, sorry about this, Bob Fletcher. Hey, who handles the salting and sanding requests now? Can you guys pass those on to Public Works, or Maryland between Jackson and 35? It's glare ice eastbound. Eastbound Maryland between Jackson and 35. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, so anyhow, that was some scary ice. Only the good news is that after that 100 feet of ice, you did hit some dry pavement. It's just that part where there's a railroad train and path underneath there, so that what happens is it just,
3912, copy Margaret. Street section north of 36 are clear.
anytime you have a bridge, you can either freeze early or freeze later, but in that particular case, because there's air underneath there, it was frozen and not melting. Like a lot of the ground will allow it to stay melt if the ground's been warm in the past, but then of course that changes when things are frozen. Then depends whether the air or the ground are colder. But you got to train your new young drivers to beware of those bridges. All right, so what time is it? 9 o'clock. Eastbound on Maryland at Arcade. Pat, you're not missing a lot, but you know, it'd be nice to have my partner here to chat with. Again, if you tuned in late, Pat has been quarantined because he had contact with a person that tested positive. And so he'll be out of quarantine next Tuesday and back at us on Wednesday, back with us on Wednesday. And you guys let him know here on the Facebook messages how much you appreciate it.
2164, add 942, Robert. William.
Don't hurt my feelings. It's okay though, but so we're on the east side now. We've been in Highland Park, University Avenue, downtown, Rice Street. Now we're tooling over on the east side on Maryland. Let's see what happens over here. It's still relatively early by crime figures. Well, we have had early crime. Majority of crime occurs, I mean not majority, but the most frequent hours are between 10 and 2. But 6 to 10 is very active as well.
4431 PPV.
Very active 4-hour block.
4431.
Can you show me out at 1700 Bryce at the water?
They did arrest a 17-year-old for that murder, that homicide shooting over on Thomas. 400 block of Thomas. I think you saw that in the newspaper. This is the problem with younger and younger kids. For those of you that watched the video of my discussion with Badness Heights, this whole issue of younger and younger kids committing crime is one of the major challenges. In that story yesterday about carjackings and the ones that rammed into the Minneapolis squad, you saw that they were 13 and 14 years old. And we have to have a system in place to help correct those kids. We can't just assume that by sending them home or back to their parents well, most parents, they want some help with some consequences. So as the crime patterns change, the justice system needs to be tweaked to change to make sure we're catching the crime problems. I mean, really, whether you're an adult or a child, we would do people a favor by holding them accountable at the earliest possible time so they can learn a new path. I don't know if you followed what's happening in Minneapolis, but the Minneapolis chief is asking for some additional money to bring in help from other officers. Sheriff Hutchinson has shown a willingness to help Minneapolis fix some of their problems, and he's ready and willing to do that with his deputies, but you can't, it all has a cost. So at least a portion of the cost needs to be offset some way. So whether it's overtime or deputies or police officers from other departments, Chief Arredondo is just saying, hey, if you watch that video, I mean, I know the video I posted earlier about the Minneapolis City Council comments, that was probably the most fascinating video of all time. But you should watch Chief Arredondo's response from yesterday. Because, as he mentions, he's been doing this for 30 years, and he's telling them that this is what I need. And the best line in that video, if you watch it, is if you want to tell the victims of crime that you don't want to do this, don't want to help, please stand up and just tell them that. He said, you have the power to do that, but just own it. And so that's going to the full city council next week, his request to have some additional funding for some more officers. And meanwhile, over here in St. Paul, you know, the budget decisions are about to be made at the St. Paul Police Department. And the mayor is calling for attrition to reduce the department through St. Paul Police Department through attrition the next 2 years by 40 officers, basically to put a hiring freeze. Let's go this way. And of course, with everything going on right now, crime-wise, a hiring freeze isn't going to help. I'm at Maryland and White Bear.
22. Two 4-1, 545. You're welcome at 2107.
3. Watching a couple of kids that are walking up White Bear there. It's really
3020 Reich Street, Unit D.
too early to consider them.
Comes down to PIC is advising that 10 people are in his house in the bedroom, unable to describe the parties or what they're doing.
Suspicious.
2107.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Good.
I suppose I should put my mask on too. I just got my Mountain Dew from Harvey's, so I'm set.
Nothing?
I'll come back though. I'll let you work it.
Oh no.
All night?
You know what? From 7 to 7.
77?
Yes.
You're crazy, man.
Well,
how are those Rams doing? How did they do? They played Vegas, right? The Vegas Raiders. How'd they do? You know?
What is the game?
Your mask, football, yeah. You got
I don't know, but this you can tell me. I got brand new mask, going.
No, I got a couple in here. You got a couple in here. I see right here. I got one right here. Nice gray one. Everything going okay here?
Yes,
good. Well, we appreciate you guys.
You're welcome, brother.
I'll come by again. Thanks a lot.
If you know whatever you want.
Thank you. I know that. I'm good for a while. I got Twinkies and Mountain Dew. I'm good for a while.
Okay, please.
I'll come in and get some candy later. Okay. Thank you. God bless. See you. See you. Thank you. Thank you. Nice people there that own and run the BP gas station here. They're always really accommodating and friendly to the police officers that stop. Do a nice job here, nice business. They always help us too if we ever have any suspects that are in their store.
537, case numbers 241 551. Welcome 2109.
He wanted me to come in, but I don't really need anything right now.
271.
271.
Totally content.
Show me on a citizen at 69 right. I'll be giving an adult female a courtesy ride.
Well, if it's your first time you're watching, you know, this is like our 54th segment. All of them are on Facebook if you have Facebook. Either on my page or the Live on Patrol page, they're all there. A good chunk are on YouTube. Once we started streaming to YouTube, you can find the rest of them there. You know, we hate to be redundant too much, so there's a lot of information in the early ones that we might not repeat. But feel free to check out some of the early ones. People wearing masks now, that's good. Well, we'll go to the Lower East Side here in a little bit. Check things out. As you can tell, I got all 6 frequencies on right now and very little traffic, but I'm guessing we will have a robbery of a speedway or some type of Walgreens, but the speedways have been the most frequent.
Their report, I said team ready.
Copy 2111. Copy 2111.
Three
379.
You can clear this report with 307, 361, 384, 377. Can you put me out in team writing, please?
I'm not sure who the second party we have in custody is, but like I said,
Copy 2112.
probably has a weapon. Not sure if it's gun or what it is. Just be advised.
Westbound on Maryland from Johnson Parkway.
I'm not sure. I was just there just in case.
One party and your vehicle.
So, as we've mentioned before, the friend request we've attempted to grant to people living in Ramsey County, and that's been our goal, is to kind of look at the profiles and see if people are living in Ramsey County to grant the friend request. But you can follow the page too and get notifications from the following. This is Earl Street here we're going to turn on. But I just want you to know that we only have like 25 friends. You know, they limit your personal page to 5,000, and I don't know if you can tell that from looking at it, but we're coming up on the 5,000. So our apologies ahead of time if we can't friend everybody. Echo Lima Golf 955. Echo Lima Golf 955. Please send that one to me. Just came out of that alley. Echo Lima Golf 955.
261.
But I think you can hover over the friend thing and follow the page, either my page or Live on Patrol. We are planning at some point to move this entire video to the Live on Patrol page. So I hope those of you that are watching it here will follow it on that page. And of course, turns out last week 75% of the people that were watching on YouTube. I guess there's advantages on YouTube. I know it's a rocky start because YouTube was down for starters, but 75% of the viewers last week were on YouTube, which was bizarre to me, but I know it's easier to put on your television than it is Facebook. So I guess we'll know more tonight at the end. We have analytics that can tell us how many were on Facebook and how many were on YouTube. So here's a bridge here. You notice all the snow is on the bridge here? Well, this is Earl Street, and of course it's going over Phelan Boulevard and the path there. So
Westbound 610 at Pauling.
Obviously it didn't melt as well because the bridge was colder than the air under there was colder than the ground. Like here, the ground is warm from yesterday, the day before. We had the heat in the ground emanates up and it keeps melting stuff until it's frozen, until the frost is in the ground. Then you get the reverse problem.
2116.
You can see some of the glare ice that's out here. I guess I could put those running lights on too. So we're going to run down to Mounts Park Sports Bar. All right, so that car did register to an address there on Earl. Thank you, that's good to know.
I think 1400 Cessna Drive to assist fire for a natural gas leak. $81.95, I'll take it 6 to the door. Copy 2116.
I was thinking maybe we could address Pat up in a spacesuit, NASA spacesuit. Then he would be quarantined with his own oxygen. Then he could have came with. That would qualify as quarantine. Or we could put plastic. We could hang plastic on one side of the car.
2165.
Trailer's all quiet. I talked to a neighbor. Sounds like it's going to be an elderly gentleman, probably PIC.
Copy, house is quiet per neighbor. Pump is an elderly gentleman, likely PIC at 2117.
So normally we're just starting at this time. And so, you know, after 2 hours of work, you know, it's 11 something. So it's important to remind yourself that it's still early. People are still out and about, purchasing stuff, groceries, running to the market. So you're not. And when officers change shifts, a lot of officers work midnights for years, and suddenly they're working afternoons, and they're starting at 3 or 4 o'clock, and oh my goodness, so many people are out there waving to you.
$44.54.
Come back and check on that car in a minute.
Full call request of a harassment complaint.
About 365, I copy en route to 729 to 818.
But as I mentioned, there's so many different ways to do police work. There's a lot of different personalities in police work. We need a broad spectrum of officers. They got to be consistent on some fronts, but some are more interested in traffic enforcement. Some are more interested in catching burglars. Some like to work gangs. You know, there's just a variety of different types of areas. There's some guys come on for one goal, and that's to have a canine. You know, we have a dog. We have a great dog, Rocco, and but he doesn't shed a bit. Are you locked out or what?
What? No, my friend TP live here. I just tried to call his phone, put the snowblower back in there, but I can't get a hold of him, so it's gonna hop the fence, put it back in there.
All right, as long as you're putting it in and not taking out.
Put it in there.
Okay, very good.
But I can't. It won't stay started. See, I
Yeah, but that's good, right?
Yeah, that's it. But it won't say starting now, so I'm like, I ain't got time for that shit.
All right, carry on. It is.
2119.
Nice to see you. What's your name?
Facebook Live now, huh?
You're right there now. You want to say hi?
Hell no, I don't want to say nothing.
You don't want to say nothing?
No.
Well, why not?
Oh, trust me, I just don't want. I'd rather keep my face off the east side.
Well, your face ain't on there. It's just your voice.
Nah, yeah, I'm straight though.
Yeah. Well, you're doing work. You're out shoveling snow. That's good.
Hey, gotta do what I gotta do.
All right. God bless.
At least it's legitimate.
Yep. Very good.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
18, 21, and 24.
Out snow blowing, trying to. He was looking over that fence, but he's trying to get in there to put the snowblower back.
94, they have a couple of crashes requesting traffic control.
Oh, they got crashes on 94. Here's the problem. Is this?
Both cars at 2120.
The bridges on 94 are going to be just like that bridge there that we went over. Some of them are going to be glare ice unless the salt is out there. It's just critical to. This is what happens when it goes from 33 to 30. These things start freezing on the surface. Any moisture that ran there during the day.
2120.
That was just a call for some accidents on 94 over there by the U. If you got kids out there, just call them and tell them you're going over bridges. Beware. And here's the other thing about icy bridges. You don't want to try to turn on them. Once you know you're on ice, you just want to let the car run. You don't want to put any force on, because if you turn the wheel, put gas on, you're going to spin out.
2163.
Just gotta.
About my location, sure.
Just gotta let the car run.
Copy, nice Zoomer, code 4. Copy, thank you. 2121.
Where is it?
Copy, 2121.
How's it going?
You okay?
Good to see you. I said good to see you.
Oh, 07, it looks like he's out of the car.
Okay.
2122.
Metro, I'm good. I just need someone to close it down.
You guys said they were en route.
They're going to close down
91, I'm in the tunnel now. I'm as quick as I can.
some of the entrances onto the freeway there.
10-4, take it easy. These ramps are glare ice.
Ramps, did you hear him say the ramps are glare ice? Yeah, that's going to be the story tonight, I'm afraid. This is why it's good for kids to learn physics, because when you're in a frictionless environment, there's only some things you can do, and any force you do apply through a little bare spot is going to start your car possibly in a
21's in the area.
Situation that you can't control.
21 copy.
And if you hit the brakes too hard, that'll cause a change in your attitude as well.
Squad 169. 169.
So if you just joined us because you thought it was going to maybe be at 9/11, or your wife made you clean the house, or you had to do homework with your children, or if you're just waking up in Australia, we are in the east side of St. Paul.
263.
We'll start me another crash here at 65 southbound to Highway 10 westbound.
Southbound 65 to westbound 10, 10-4, 21-24.
Southbound 65 to westbound 10, another accident.
Part of the ramp where people can carpool. Neutral V lane, please. People are going around me.
Copy.
3-4, code 4. Vehicles unoccupied.
Copy at 2124.
So anyhow, we're in St. Paul. My name is Bob Fletcher. Pleasure to be your host on this Live on Patrol. Relatively quiet night so far.
1821 to 24. First day patrol, let's just block off the whole ramp. Cars are crashing into the squad right now.
Cars are crashing into the squad now.
I've got all eastbound traffic.
2361, copy en route to the medical in North Oaks, 27 East Oaks Road for an 82-year-old male, conscious breathing. Fell from the, had a fall, is bleeding from the head. Do the squad to assist.
Well, that's not good.
405.
Copy, 21.
Anyhow, we had 5 to 8 inches of snow yesterday, and temperature is 31 degrees, but we got a lot of glazing over of the melted ice, especially on bridges, and so we're having some accidents in the city. A lot of it melted.
To 91, it's shut down.
We are on 3rd Street, westbound 3rd Street. If we kept going, we'd cross over the
send a few cars back your way.
Kellogg Bridge. We're going to turn on Mounds Parkway and head over to go up Payne Avenue.
$1862 to 21. Do you guys need more squads over there?
8195, clear assist.
2126.
Yeah, I'll start over there.
Metropolitan State University here.
Dispatch, copy.
6th and
5184 transport.
Great institution.
5184, go ahead.
Affordable.
Wanted oatmeal from my location to 1781 North Albert.
They also have a
22955.
law enforcement program there.
Copy, transporting one adult male to 1781 North Albert to 2127.
All right, we just had a car stolen on West Minnehaha.
73 Minnehaha Avenue West. Caller advising
That's party found by K9. That's me,
A
126.
Volkswagen Passat.
Westbound on Minnehaha. Still close running, keys are inside. 2127.
1824.
29, you can cancel 74.
Got a trooper at that Baldwin here on blocking the traffic on the 94. We are safe here. We don't need more cars.
Copy, so 62, can disregard. And information plate is going to be 148 November Whiskey Kilo. And 148 November Whiskey Kilo.
148 November Whiskey Kilo. Send me that, will you, Chloe? So I don't forget. And run it to see what the... Well, don't have to run it. Just send me that. Instead of going up Payne, we're going to slide over a little bit. So 873 Minnehaha is right at Victoria.
119 info.
Go ahead.
The first party in custody just identified that party as Nick.
Historically,
he's not supposed to have the weapon on him. It's the other party.
if you steal a car, you don't stick around in the same neighborhood.
Information for squads for a fresh stolen out of St. Paul from the address of 873 Minnehaha for a Volkswagen Passat. Just taken left and headed westbound on Minnehaha. Plate is 148 November Whiskey Kilo. Information at 2129.
So the question is,
Which
which way are they going?
Information for squads and off fresh stolen out of West, 148, 873 Minnehaha, registered westbound on Minnehaha.
85-118, just want to confirm the outstanding party does not have a weapon.
148 November Whiskey Kilo.
Per the party that's at 147, the party that's still out and about, supposedly has a weapon per him, unknown what type.
Information for squads on a personal line on a St. Paul West at 873 Minnehaha.
Bravo 433, EOT.
Well, let's look for a Volkswagen Passat. I'm not an expert on Passats,
Information at 2130.
New air number for this traffic.
2550 Wellshot Avenue, or advising that their vehicle was gone through and a cell phone was left in the driver's seat.
If you see a Passat there, viewers, let me know.
Squad 369.
369.
1905 Wilson, apartment 108 on the domestic. Got son physically fighting with 8-year-old daughter through glass to the wall. Brandon, Jenny, black male, 16-year-old, average build, wearing a black Lion King shirt and gray pants. He's currently inside the apartment.
Well, I don't know.
2032.
I definitely heard something around here. I don't know if it was gunfire or just somebody running over. This is why Shot Spotter would be so helpful. It's definitely 3 loud bangs. But could have been car running over some pieces of metal and hearing them slamming. It's about 3 blocks away. Direction. Things echo around downtown here. Let's see if we get any calls. Shots fired. The Drury Plaza Hotel originally was the Embassy Suites. If you're bringing your kids somewhere and you want to make sure you have an extra room for them so they can play video games, the Drury Suites.
arrived. 958 is last street.
5184
It's a 2003 blue Volkswagen Passat that we're looking for.
2414 on County Central. Status check.
2414 on code 4.
Code 4, thank you, at 2134.
did have a request this last week if you get a tour of the communication center, and honestly I would like to do that because it's an amazing place. They do an amazing job. Up there we have a group of telecommunicators that are taking the calls, the 911 calls. It's all professional equipment, and lights come on when a 911 call, and they handle the calls, and they have to have excellent typing skills. They enter it and pass it on to the 6 different dispatchers that dispatch then. Also in that room is a group called Data. You heard me ask for Data, or it's called Channel 5. Historically it was a Channel 5 on our frequencies back in the olden days when we were on UHF frequencies. So we always called it Channel 5. It still has that nickname. And then of course there's the fire dispatchers in another corner of the room. And then of course a bank of supervisors. But just for safety purposes, you know, I just in today's world, it's just not a good idea to have too much information out there in terms of what is where in the building and how the access is achieved. So we're not going to be able to do a tour of the comm center, but I do just want to thank those people that work up there for the exceptional service that Ramsey County has. Historically, St. Paul had its own dispatch center. Sheriff's Department had its own dispatch center. White Bear had its own.
All units respond to Camden Boat Launch. All units, all rigs respond.
Maplewood had its own, and even Roseville, New Brighton, you know, dispatched independently. And so it was a great leap when people finally merged so we could talk to each other. And obviously now we're on we have an 800 megahertz digital trunk system, which allows us to computers to use these different frequencies very quickly.
656, I'm with them.
And it reduces the amount of spectrum that all these frequencies need to take. It's complicated, but it's just another example of how computers have helped us. We'll go over here and check and see what this guy's up to over here. This parking lot. Could be a homeless gentleman that's living in his car.
179, this is GOA, Center 29.
I don't want to scare him away, but it's the same, not hurting anybody, but at the same time I just want to check, see what's going on here. Don't get too close, I'm just checking out.
Yeah. I'm just dropping my friend off quick.
Okay. Everything's good though?
Yeah, I'm trying to find myself.
Catch the bus? All right, just no problem. I'm just checking on you.
Thank you.
All right, you bet. Have a good night.
They don't do that nowadays. They don't check out on me nowadays. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah.
You are my hero for the night.
All right, God bless. Instant enough. They're just dropping somebody off at the bus stop on the corner there, and maybe to get on the light rail. But it's an open parking lot, really nothing that they can be suspicious of there. But a lot of this proactive stuff that Pat and I do, we can do because we're not constantly getting calls. We can run in on calls, but fortunately, we don't have to write them unless we get involved in something serious, which occasionally we do. But for the most part, our community outreach is really a function of having time to outreach. And that's what's lost when you cut your police departments. You lose the inability to connect and build relationship.
180.
And the sad part is, obviously it's the most important part of our job, and having a relationship with the community is critical. Having trust from the community is even more important, and it's so valuable to have that interaction. But at some point you start to wonder if some politicians want us to be able to have that relationship. You know, if you keep cutting and you just go from call to call, then we lose that time to have that relationship. And they certainly know that. So there are tons of studies done on the optimum amount of call time in terms of how much an officer should have to be able to connect to the community. And every chief knows that, you know, you got to have a third of your time without a call so you can connect. Ideally 40%, really. You'd rather have your officers out on what we call proactive police visits on a regular basis. But that's the only way you're going to develop the positive side of what we do. Otherwise, you just force police to just go to calls where they're making arrests. And they're not able to make arrests sometimes when they want to help that, like that woman down here on Rice and Charles. So there's no question we could use some help from mental health professionals and youth workers, etc. But those social workers can never be the first one to a call. Things can just deteriorate too quickly. Let's make sure this officer is okay here.
Avenue number 501, caller advising that her son is at the outside apartment door attempting to get in.
Do you have the constable?
Copy.
People number for suspicious.
Use 1550 Larpenter, Frank George X-ray 837.
See if we can get you another view of what's going on here. Chloe, maybe you can let me know what's going on at 629 Rice Street.
Are you over the com?
Affirmative.
Copy, 2143.
It's always good just to have an extra body in play, because you just never know.
Copy, have a good night, 2143.
Even 2-on-1 in the snow isn't that good.
Squad 271, how's your stop?
4-4 out on field.
Copy, 2143.
Also, man.
179.
Cop is tracking the car with an iPod and it's in the car. It's on the southwest corner of Minnehaha and Alley.
Yes, sir. Okay, yeah, my wife sent me one too. So thanks, bye.
We'll go check that location number.
The last one that you captured.
Roger, weather to
Thank you for everybody who's been sending me a picture of the Passat.
3921.
The male at Ronald Johnson got a gross misdemeanor warrant for domestic assault. Can you have 3929? Wait for a second squad.
29, I'm waiting out for it.
Well, I'm going to assume these guys got this handled.
Yeah.
2125.
Back on the trail of the Passat.
1 and 2 sounds like Cannon may have found him. We're going to be southwest of our location crash site.
Something may have located southwest of the crash site for Cannon. Copy, making contact.
Well, this is why Winter is generally good at reducing overall crime. Like I said, before the holidays, robberies do increase. That's one problem, and we'll see an increase in robberies of stores, commercial stores. Our busiest times are July and August, and then it works on both ends, obviously June and September. But July and August are, you know, the busiest times, and then, of course, spring and fall,
We're not seeing this vehicle over here.
busy as well.
Maybe have a updated location or still the same area?
Still the same area.
Copy.
Was it an iPad that they were tracking? Maybe they tossed it.
179 affirmed. He's stating that it's in the area. They're still tracking in the area there.
Yeah.
Squad 386. West Squad Assist, can you head back to 1527 Westminster, apartment 208, caller states that the male is refusing to leave and push her down.
We're going to head west on Front Street here, back to the west sector.
Clear as advised, we'll go if we were out there also earlier.
Copy, thanks, 2148.
Sorry about distracting to the rear of the speedway in the alley.
Copy that. That is going to...
The 4 copy, I'm right there.
So we're westbound on Front, coming up on Dale Street. For those of you that are familiar, we're at Crossroads Elementary School on our right there. thank the inventor of our stabilizer too, because I've been told it's dramatically improved everything. I don't think that was a Passat, but picture I got is a little squared off, a little more squared off in the back for that year.
Put me on another PPV.
It's the intersection of Front and Dale and Como. It's kind of like a 7 corners. John's Pizza's on the southeast corner. Great pizza, great people, great salad. We have a light that appears to be stuck. Yeah, I think I know why too. I'm gonna go out here and turn my Opticom off. Sometimes when you're at a 7 corners and you turn your Opticom on, it catches the wrong one if you're too far into the intersection. And that's what happened there. Sometimes when it might look like the wiper needs to be cleaned, but sometimes it's just a light reflection from the lights that are shining down. We get a lot of bounce back off this. Someday we'll have a camera outside. Patrick, feel free to call in. Give us a little chunk of wisdom.
Negative. It looks like before it was a Jeanette, now it's a Cadron. More.
South on Lexington from front. It's going by Gabe's. Gabe's in the park. So a lot of times these stolen cars, I mentioned there's a series of stolens and burglaries, but a lot of times these stolen cars are used in other crimes. That way they can hide who they are. Robberies, of course, are the most frequent. People have been taking plates off, switching plates too, but taking plates off. What do we got here? What do we got here? Let me take a look at this car. CSP. You notice how slippery it was on that bridge there.
386, I'm reading the updates. Was this the ex-boyfriend and not the current boyfriend, McDaniel?
I will double check, but that looks like what I'm reading as well.
Oh boy. Hang on a minute there, Patrick. We gotta get you on speakerphone here. Let me see here. All right, can you hear me now, Pat?
I can hear you now.
Hang on a minute. Now I gotta figure out how to get you. Okay, hold on. So everybody can hear you. All right, how about now? Wait. Okay. Should have it now. It's a lot of technology in these cars.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going.
Yeah.
Well, I've been getting all kinds of private messages from people who are on the lookout. I guess you were talking about some kind of spacesuit you want to put me in when I'm riding with you?
Well, I was saying if you had to be quarantined, we had options. You know, I could get you in a spacesuit with your own oxygen, your own air. We'd have to stop every so often. I got a couple air tanks for scuba you could breathe off of.
Yeah, I got people sending me pictures of suggestions from Amazon and eBay and everything else.
That's good. It's good they're thinking. You know,
that's right.
Just avoid any other COVID people for the next week, so you don't have to start a new 14. You know.
Yeah. Oh, no kidding. No kidding. I am homebound for the next week.
Yeah.
179 copy en route to the residence alarm 2260 Princeton Avenue and 2157.
That was pretty cool. That.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say there's an alarm going off down in Princeton. They just dispatched.
Bravo 204 MUT.
But anyhow, go ahead. What are you going to say?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. A couple of viewers sent in photographs of what that facade looks like.
Yeah. Because you and I don't know foreign cars. Well, you do, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not too bad. But you're getting better. You're getting better.
Yeah, back when I started, it was Ford, Chevy, of course the Dodge products, and every Volkswagen looks like a bug, you know. But what else was there? Ford, Chevy, Dodge, and Oldsmobile, but that was a GM product too. Ford Mercury, good.
And it was usually black, white, or red.
Yeah. It was usually back in the day where the bad guys, they drove Monte Carlos or Olds 88s, and they were usually about 7 to 10 years old. You remember that?
Oh yeah. They were easy to steal.
Yeah, and Ford trucks too. They just knocked those. They would knock those ignitions out of the dash. Our old Rice Street buddies, Tommy and Danny. I'm not going to mention who their last names, but they used to keep us running.
Oh yeah, they did. They most definitely did.
So, kind of quiet though. You picked a good night to. You picked a good night not to be here.
Yeah, it's. If I'm not going to be there, I prefer it be on a night where it's not too busy. So that's a good thing.
Got a squad car calling to me. Hang on one second. Oh, I guess he wasn't calling to me. He's calling to that gentleman who didn't have his lights on.
Ah, okay.
That's good. Good to know.
Well, you're out there looking for that stolen.
Yeah, give us another gem. You know, people are tired of listening to me. So tell me, give us any other Holiday. Give us your holiday tips for holiday crime stopping.
Well, when you go to work in the morning, it's probably going to be dark when you get home.
Yeah.
Leave some light on in the house. Maybe even leave a TV on. So there's a little bit of movement going on in the background. And try not to leave your car running with the keys in it.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's just a real common problem right now. People leaving their cars running with the keys in it.
And no, it's not your fault that somebody steals your car because you leave the keys in it. But why not make it harder for the thieves?
Right. Well, there is an argument when it's 10 below, you want to get that car warm, but when it's 30 degrees, I think you can bear that 30 degrees without making it easy on them. Yeah, we had a couple stolen tonight that had the keys in them. So
yeah, and I mean, you get your car stolen. For most people, getting your car stolen is a devastating loss. People don't realize how devastating a loss it is. You are helpless until you get another car.
Yeah, and I think most insurance companies, they won't pay out until 30 days have gone by or something. You know what? You know that for sure? I think something like that.
I believe 30 days is the number.
Yeah, so you're carless.
And then if you do get it back, the people who took it don't care about it. They've trashed it.
Yeah.
So please don't leave your keys in your car and leave the car running.
Yeah. I'm not sure. The riots that came from Minneapolis over here, and that's a longer discussion about police strategies and the best police strategies for dealing with riots. Obviously, the police had to worry about people getting injured and about buildings getting burned. So there was a lot of things that didn't get attention because, of course, we were overwhelmed. But I'm in the Midway here right now, as you probably can see by Health East, Herberger's, and TJ Maxx. And the night of the St. Paul riots, I remember I was over here, parked between TJ Maxx and University Avenue, watching people carry large amounts of stuff. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of people. It was next to impossible to attempt to corral hundreds because just east of here, those buildings were burning on the other side of LA Fitness. And I mean, it's a surreal experience to watch parts of your town burn. Of course, not nearly as bad here as it was in Minneapolis, but it's surreal and also just devastating to watch it and watch people walk out with laundry baskets of clothing and stuff from these two stores. And
it's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking. And it was far worse in Minneapolis, but I never want to see that again in my career. I just hope that we're a good enough community to figure out how not to let that happen.
Yep. That was so far outside the norm for St. Paul.
Yeah. It was just... And of course, a lot of the fires were started by people not even from the Twin Cities, just attempting to, anti-government groups. But let's face it, a lot of the looting was people from the Twin Cities. So, it's,
very much so.
I just really want to make sure that we don't experience that again. I'm assuming you saw Chief Ferrandondo's video that I posted today about him taking the leadership and trying to help curtail the crime in Minneapolis.
I sure did. That was very impressive and to the point words came from the chief.
Yeah. No, I was impressed. I was impressed.
Hopefully those words get through to the right people.
Yeah. Well, I feel like the tide is turning where people realize, you know, yes, can we improve in law enforcement? Of course we can. Can we get rid of some people that might not fit in law enforcement? Yes, we should. But by and large, you know, the men and women that you and I work with, they're just trying to make the community a better place, and you know, they do a good job, and they just need the right amount of help to do the job.
I think by and large it's a very noble profession and calling. I really do. And for the most part, it attracts the best among us.
Yeah, there's no doubt we got to weed out the few that aren't, but the men and women that I've worked with, you can just see that they're just trying to make the community a better place. And yeah, here's the other side of it from our experiences that we've seen. By and large, the community is supportive. It's just that for a while, some voices had more microphones than others. So
that was well put. That was well put. Well, I'm going to let you get back to finding that Passat and get back to watching you on patrol. I don't get to watch it from this view very often.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thanks. I wish you were here, buddy. So.
Well, I will be next week at this time.
Yeah, all right. Very good. Thanks, Pat.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Take care,
Talk to you. Bye. Bye.
The business is still open. Staff is inside. Everything appears normal. So I'll just go ahead and cancel.
75 shade there.
75 copy. 181 will go from you can make me primer.
Yeah. Good idea here from Joe Marshall. Put your lights on a timer. Timers are great. I'm a big fan of them inside your house. So at 6 o'clock at night, your lights come on, or maybe even 5 before the sun sets. Those are all good tips. Noise is always good too. Dog's one of the best things, as long as he'll bark. I was saying about some officers just want to be canine officers, and it's partly their love of dogs, but love of, you know, working a dog, which is great. The one thing I never really could get a grip around are those German Shepherds shed so much. And that's what's great about our dog. Combination Bernese Mountain Dog and a Golden Doodle.
Copy, eastbound 10 just west of 51 Honda Civic.
Just wonderful temperament dog, great personality. They say that the dog adopts the owner's personality, but the truth is my wife and son are the primary personalities around him, so it's probably their personality. But he also doesn't shed, which is totally the best dog ever. Eastbound University coming up on Dale. All right, everybody can say it at once. It's okay. Ready? Get your fingers ready.
2163 and 2165.
Ready. It's only 3 words. No, it's not love the police. It's very close, though. We miss Pat. We miss Pat.
Culper Way in White Bear Township for medical for 60-year-old male, conscious breathing, having stomach pain.
2163, copy, otherwise.
Copy, 6, 5, you're clear. 2210.
2367, you can send that 037 with this.
180. 180.
Line 0, 10 my call and make an investigation now in the duty.
I'm checking all these plates of cars just to see if I can find that 148 on the Passat.
Still in your duty, 2210.
You know, whenever my daughter Kelsey comes to visit, she brings Rocco's cousin, Ralph. Now, Ralph is a hair bigger, same breed, same breeder, little older. But you can imagine having 3 grandkids and 2 dogs chasing each other. Makes for an interesting holiday. But Ralph, I don't know, for some reason animals, you know, there's some spiritual thing that goes on with humans, but animals seem to like me. It's not that I deserve it or anything, but Ralph will just, you know, come over and, you know, we got to spread out in the house. Everybody sleeps in different places, but wherever I am, Ralph will want to come and sleep with me. I don't see him that often, but he'll just come over. It's really kind of strange. Someday I'll post a picture of Ralph.
There's a 911 on patrol.
Ralph and Rocco.
Thank you, 2212.
Every bicycle.
Westbound on Thomas from Western. Coming up on St. Agnes. Anytime we see a car cross over a main street, we just take a look at them, because crossing over main streets is a very unusual tactic unless you don't have a license. And this is a Wisconsin plate. Alpha Juliet Tango 823. Alpha Juliet Tango, no, pardon me, 6823. Alpha Juliet Tango 6823. That's a green or blue Ford Mustang. And at this point, I don't have probable cause to stop the car. It hasn't violated any laws, but as I mentioned from years of experience, a lot of times people avoid us. Now I do have probable cause, and I'm not going to stop him, but I'm going to talk to him because he's texting. Hi. How's it going? Well, you know there's a text. Just stop your car, okay? Okay. There's a law against texting while you're driving. It doesn't matter. You can't be texting while you're at the light. All right. Have a good night. Thank you. Anybody's running that for me, but if you are, northbound on Dale Street. I don't know, Chloe, do we got any more information on where that Passat went? If you do, can you text it to me in case there's any more in the cat trail? A lot of squad cars out here right now. Drive down Blair Street.
187.
187.
50 with 165. We show us at 232 South Fairview on a PPV.
So unless it picks up here tonight, we'll end at 11:11. If something really starts popping, we'll do an overtime, but
Can you have the copy of
everybody should get a good night's sleep if there's not much going on. And obviously, here's the thing, if something happens while I'm on the way home, I'll throw the live back on.
Thompsondale with 527 Lima Mike November.
Thompsondale, that's 2217. Copy.
We'll run by Willard's for a minute here. As you can tell, there's not a ton of people out at the restaurants and bars right now. It's, and obviously, things start cranking up on Thursdays. But
9175.
75.
It says 9171 on alarm at E&G Products, 1627 9th Street, audible covering the office motion.
Copy.
2217.
102.
Copy, thank you. 169.
169.
Can you change to the DUA? Clear reporter.
Copy, 2218. 161. 167.
We'll be clear DUA.
Copy.
Squad 181.
181.
Retail is a suspicious Merkin GOA 174-10-8.
Copy, 2218.
Squad 373, checking your status.
Oh boy.
2219.
so, gonna run by Rev Spence's house. Make sure he's safe. He's probably getting ready to tuck in. Bev's probably tucking him in. So this SUV just went down westbound, did a U-turn at the end of the block, probably fine, but
373.
373.
I got a camera car.
8929.
Reverend Daryl Spence just does an amazing job in our community.
Big night, cancel on traffic.
I'm not going to say where he lives, but we're close to his house. And just
Great, first copy of 26.
really giving man, working with the church, New Hope Church, but also just always out there helping the community with food, and
181 will start for the left.
somebody you can really count on, just as 100% reliable.
21 copy. Sugar around 21 Selling Avenue. Hello, my staff. Approximately 2 minutes ago, mail party ran off with 3 to 4 dollars worth of lottery tickets up on credit. Southbound on Snelling. Described as a black male, 20 to 30-60 average bill with red dye on his hand.
And I really respect community leaders that stay living in the community.
Looks like there was an altercation with staff.
It's not always
Appreciate it,
it's not always easy when, you know, there's shots fired around your house or gang problems, and for those community leaders that keep battling. Rev Spence in our side of town is one of them. There are a lot of them, you know, but I just want to shout out to Reverend Daryl Spence. Just working in the community. I was thinking about over on the other side of the river, there's a lot of them over there too.
1354 Maryland on a 911.
Don Samuels, longtime city council member, lives on the north side there. Just trying to combat the problems of the north side and partnering with the police and saying, hey, we need police in order to combat our problems. We don't need people that don't live in our neighborhood telling us that we need less police. So Don, thank you. Long term though, I mean, there are days, I gotta be honest with you, there are days that I just shake my head about how we're gonna get back. And the only way we're gonna get back is to start focusing on 8-year-old children through the time they graduate. Just take those elementary school kids in 6th, 7th, 8th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, help them succeed, give them the skills they need to be successful. Of course, that's reading. Reading is the number one.
Does roughly match the suspect from the other speedway. There might be a squad in the area of Hamlin Marshall. Wouldn't be a bad idea to set up on that holiday, see if he tries to go for 3.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Is there a squad district in Hamlin Marshall?
We can run over there too. But back to the kids. You know, we need a 10-year investment to change a generation. Obviously, 12 to 15 would be better, but at a minimum, a 10-year strategy to help 1st, 2nd, 3rd graders successfully graduate from high school and have the skills to get a job. And reading is the first building block. Of course, there's a variety of other ones, other assets kids need: social skills, athletic skills, self-esteem skills, you know, good health, and we need to go to work on all those levels. So just so you know, as police officers, we watch these kids for 10 years grow, and some fail, some succeed, and it's pretty easy for us to say, hey, you know, if someone would have, we were at this kid's house when there were domestics, if someone would have stepped forward and helped them with a variety of things. I mean, a lot of these kids have difficulty even studying because of the home atmosphere. And now with school at home, it's even worse. But here's my point. We need to help kids succeed. And one of the things we're going to do at the sheriff's office is we're partnering to build a school, and a school of public leadership and public safety. And so we're going to try to grab those kids whose parents know that they need some extra help, that are interested in high expectations. I want to take a look here at this gas station here to make sure that it's not they were suggesting the Marshall one, but this BP could be robbed too. So I'm gonna turn around and take a look at who this person is parking on the side. Anyhow, so in the next couple of days, I'm going to post on here our information about our school that we're trying to develop.
The other call we had was a black male, black mask, black t-shirt, blue jeans. This one just added that he had red dye on his hands. Copy.
See what. So I'm going to post some information about our school. If you know someone that's interested in trying something different and something better for their education of their children, I want you to take a look at the website after we post it. I'll post it tomorrow, and send them our way, because we're looking for people to express interest, that they have some interest in being part of a different, more structured, more challenging environment with some public safety servants helping guide them. And you can probably find the link, but I'll post it tomorrow. If you wouldn't mind taking a look at it.
Put us out on TTV 600, something, everywhere.
Copy at 600 Snelling Avenue North, 2227.
Alright, I'm going to run over to Marshall.
Deer Falls, 2227.
181, the did go eastbound on Marshall from this location.
Squad 181, copy. Suspect left eastbound Marshall, 281 Snelling, 2220.
We're out at Hamler.
Hey, Chloe, send me the notes. Was it actually a robbery, or just they suspected he was going to rob? I don't think it came out as a robbery, but I know we've had a series of them.
73, copy.
Send me whatever you got.
75, copy.
2227.
73, I'll advise on that. It's the same issue as before.
Copy, 2248.
26.
26.
It'll be me.
261, not 265.
Copy.
I'm just getting a call here. Sounds like there was some buffering issues when I was at 94 and Lex. Probably a high volume there. Hopefully it'll come back. All right. I bet you what's happened is we're having an overheated phone again. My fault. So let's see if we can cool that off.
Squads 2166 and 2164. 2166.
6-4.
3561 Lexington Avenue North of the Cavern Grill in Arden Hills for medical. For a 30-year-old female not conscious but is breathing. Passed out. 66 copy.
6-4 copy.
Thank you, 2230.
Let's see if it comes back on now that I got the air conditioning on. See if that's a problem. I bet it is.
$51.81.
5181.
We'll be pulling the tow back there.
I'll be filling the total of the PD at 2231.
So Chloe, if you can send me the notes of what happened on the Marshall and Snelling Speedway, that'd be great. Oh, there's a squad over there checking it out.
$81.95. $81.95. There's a down traffic light eastbound 694 on the ramp from Silver Lake Road. I'm going to be en route to that. Copy for down traffic light eastbound 694 on the on ramp from Silver Lake Road. You need to notify Public Works. I can handle that. Thank you. Copy 2232.
Alright, so originally that call was actually a theft of lottery tickets, similar to what happened down there in Hamlin and Randolph.
447 ammo.
2233.
Had red dye in his hands. He probably stole. Sometimes they do a till tap. They just grab the money in the till without a gun, but they threaten or intimidate the. They threaten or intimidate the person working there, so they back away. Then when they grab the money, sometimes they end up with a die pack. The die pack explodes when they pull it out of the till.
When you're ready, 202 Burrill Wood on a disturbance, loud music coming from inside the home.
Copy.
Yeah, I think earlier when I was cleaning the windshield at your request, I turned the hot air on to dry it off so it wouldn't have any smudges, and I probably didn't turn the hot air back off the windshield, so live and learn, live and learn.
2164, arriving with fire.
Somebody's got to remind me of all these things.
Copy 66, you can be clear.
Whole Foods, formerly Liberty State Bank.
2234.
Liberty State Bank, way back in the day. Across the street, we miss O'Gara's. Southeast corner of Snelling and Selby. Timmy O'Gara. Best onion rings in town. Great St. Patrick's Day parties. We're going to spend a little more time down here in Highland before we go home. It's 10:35. We're in Highland Park, McAllister Groveland neighborhood.
382 10-3.
Oh, here we go. 10-3. He's found somebody.
About 382, go again.
3, we are northbound Forest from Jenks, behind Minnesota 660, Whiskey Alpha Victor, coming back stolen.
Copy, calling 10-3.
Go ahead. Forest and Jenks. See what happens here. If they're behind a stolen over there, northbound.
We're in the alley north of Cook from Forest. We're gonna light it up.
Copy in the alley, 2236.
181.
181. Total theft amount is $360. Suspect described as a black male, black face mask, black coat, unknown age, unknown height, and had red dye on both of his hands. Last seen headed east on Marshall from Snelling. No further to be occupied just one time.
Sounds like
Copy, vehicles occupied 110, 2236.
Sounds like the stolen stopped for him.
We are stopped for driverless and walkers.
Yeah, they lost the going east around the corner of Marshall.
Copy, what you still like here?
So I guess either he jumped onto a bus or he had a car.
Copy, holding 10-3 at 2237.
382, we're behind the southwest building at the intersection of Forest and Magnolia, on the south side of that building.
Copy, behind the building, southwest corner of Forest and Magnolia.
Medical 3525 Century Avenue, number 34, to be a 54-year-old female, difficulty breathing, and there's additional on the call.
Medics clear, guys.
So, really appreciate you joining us. We'll see what happens in the next half hour here. Southbound on Fairview from Marshall. Gonna patrol around a little more in Highland here. Just to make sure there aren't any stolen cars roaming around here.
I'm going to be transporting an adult female to Regions. Apparently she swallowed something during the stop.
Text copy, holding 10-3 at 2239.
And you might have read or seen information about what some criminals are doing. That's stolen over there. That there was two
copy,
people
driver,
in there.
canceling 10-3 at 2239.
One of the passengers claimed that she just ingested.
Can you notify Regions have me meet me in the
ingested some drugs. So we never know for sure if they're telling the truth.
Copy, 2240.
Because sometimes they do ingest drugs to hide them from the police. Sometimes they ingest them in packaging, sometimes it's not.
373.
Otherwise, sometimes they do make it up because they'd rather go to the hospital than jail. And we typically have to watch them for lengthy periods of time, and that becomes an expensive endeavor. And sometimes we'd rather not arrest them than we'll have to watch them for 24 hours. So it's a common tactic that we run into. And of course, we have to err on the side of their health and make sure that, and so do the doctors. So typically we're taking arrested people to the jail and watching them for 24 hours. Or to the, pardon me, taking arrested people to the hospital.
Can I cancel? Yeah.
Yeah, you can cancel my extra now until she's doing her city.
So we're southbound on Fairview.
Go ahead.
Marion is the Anthony, Minnesota plate, Charlie,
This is Jefferson, of course.
Bravo 411. We have East bringing in a party who may have ingested drugs. They're requesting to meet them at the ambulance base again.
We're going to spend some time in this quadrant between Jefferson and Randolph since there's been a lot of activity here.
Thank you.
You'll notice you won't see a lot of cars moving around here after 10:30 at night. We're on Palace right now, coming up on Pryor.
Do you have any description of that female?
Negative, we just walked them on. Sounds like she's okay. With some friends right now.
Copy. Did you want me to cancel Oakdale?
Hey, sir. You clear the shore.
Copy 2243.
Hey, also just a reminder on our website, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office website, we're looking for input on the use of drones, and we're having a public hearing. And our primary use is to help find vulnerable children or adults that may walk away with Alzheimer's or autism. So if you want to weigh in, public input, all the commissioners will get the input that comes to us, and we certainly believe it's a valuable tool for law enforcement.
9145. That's the fire 36. Line for smaller, the heating services seem to be in the kitchen. Hit the gas line and then start leaking it. How for to get to this.
Hey, 173, I can advise on that.
So we're on James, east on James. Ideally, you know, keep in mind that their long streets run east and west. Remember, there's 60 numbers in between them, the long streets, and then the north-south streets, they're shorter between the blocks, and there's only 30 numbers between them. But what I like to do is run north and south generally, and then here, like I'm at Palace, I can look both ways and I can see no cars within 2 blocks. And then I can go north, I can check, now I check the alley. No cars in the alley, either way. Ideally, this is really the best patrol tactic, is look for any activity. Here's Juliet. We're at Juliet and Pryor. We can see 2 blocks east, 2 blocks west. And as you get good at this, you can, you know, you can make it pretty quick. That street has no alley. But if you see any suspicious movement or cars in the alley, I've had a fair amount of success with this over my career. Now, it always helps to have intel, but in this case, we're just looking for any vehicles or movement. So you can see it so far. We haven't seen a car. This is a lot of people who just go to sleep and get up for their jobs.
Unable to reach 181 by radio. Just judging from the
Since we started doing this basket, we haven't seen a car, which is good. I mean, no suspects are in the neighborhood. But these are the types of proactive efforts that officers will do when there is enough squads on the street. Just check every street, every alley, look for movement. Obviously, the mere fact that a car is there doesn't give us probable cause to stop it. But if it is the burglars, they're using stolen cars, so we just run the plate and decide if it's stolen or if it's...
241580.
A lot of times nowadays they're taking the plates right off the car. So now we're going to go down Howell, 2 blocks south on Howell from St. Clair.
Time delay is about 3 minutes.
Excellent copy.
Squad 315. Urgent to copy 963 4th Street. 1 caller heard 3 shots fired, possibly came from west of the address. Nothing else seen or heard. Ready for you.
Well, we run into Stanford and we got the playground here.
382.
Or maybe this is Nativity.
34 report 270 Robert in apartment 202. A female had threatened to harm our caller. She's a black female. 49.
I think it is Nativity.
2249.
Nativity of our Lord, yeah. Great school. A lot of young Cretan kids start out here. Alright, well here's the first car we've seen in a long time. And he's on a main street.
Pleasant Avenue, where a black male wearing dark clothes keeps coming onto the property.
That's not really suspicious, but we'll run the plate anyhow since it's 553 Tango Papa Charlie. 553 Tango Papa Charlie.
Okay, 197 in the area.
2250.
Okay.
I don't want to get too close and scare honest citizens.
Yeah, for 165.
About 128. Sergeant's copy. Marion Pollock on assault. Constance and her boyfriend were arguing, and her boyfriend called a friend over to shoot Tom's. Tom's friend then put a, the boyfriend's friend put a gun to Tom's head and assaulted Tom.
No, why?
Tom's waiting in a dark gray Ford sedan near that intersection. Time delay of 10 minutes, and the assault did not happen at the intersection.
Okay.
What's my copy? We know where the assault is.
We'll try to get it.
And what's it for?
At 2252. About 128.
Good.
For the TCD on this refusal to give the address where this happened, only that they're waiting at the intersection here.
Who's the owner? Alright. And who do you think is wanted?
About 750 Milton Street, north of Wild Square, apartment 802, one domestic, now 27-year-old son, acting strange, arguing with other family members. Suspect is a Leonard Plummer. Don't forget the description of Plummer.
But not the same name, huh?
Copy, row.
53.
South side of the house.
All right, thanks. By the way, Jessica, who's listening from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, happy birthday, Jessica. I'll put your birthday for another hour. Thanks for staying with us.
Copy with the female in the back.
Thank you very much, Jess. We're going to stop this car. There is something on the plate here that allows us the probable cause to stop it. Well, let's just see. I got to be honest with you, a lot of these things are, sometimes the government guesses as to who is who on these. We're going to find out. We're going to scope out a little bit more. Hi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So, the owner of that car, is his name Patrick? Yours?
Yeah.
Patrick?
Yeah. That's my grandpa.
Oh, that's your grandpa? You sure?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, how old is your grandpa?
He's like 67.
Okay. And what was your name?
Ava.
Ava, do you live over here, Ava, or what? Right over there? Okay. Well, there's something on the license plate that has to do with somebody that has a similar name to your grandpa.
Okay.
It's probably not him, Ava. So,
Okay.
all right. Where are you coming from?
I'm just coming from my friend's house.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. See, the problem is government attempts to identify wanted people that have warrants by similar names, and sometimes they don't get it right, and that's okay. We got to sort it out when we stop cars. But there was some information on the party that owns that car that probably was related. Sometimes they use dates of birth or age. They use the birth dates to cross-correlate. There's an algorithm of some sort that enters it in there, and it's not always correct. So sometimes we have to sort it out. Usually we end up sorting it out while the person's in the back seat, which is not our preference. So, but, you know, give us a little time and we do figure out, we do get it right. We do get it right.
Wisconsin truck plate, Yellow Zebra, 7500, around 788. Fair Street. 1210.
Thank you, Sterling and Fair Street at 2257.
Done, brothers. My Burger, never ate at My Burger. I gotta try that sometime. My Burger. Well, remember, turn some lights on. Turn some lights on and make sure you have a timer or have something when you're not home so your house doesn't get burglarized. Don't leave a lot of empty electronic boxes out with your recycling, or signal to anybody that you got some new TVs during the holidays. Most of you guys will be getting new TVs for the Thanksgiving, like your early Christmas present. Especially my friend Joe McKinney. Joe McKinney, who works at the correctional facility, a veteran himself. Thanks for your service, Joe. And you're a great human being and a really outstanding correctional officer. We love having you working for us. And thank you for your service to our country and your service to Ramsey County residents. We got a lot of veterans on our department. Some of them still in service, active.
Traffic 2258.
Go back and serve with the reserves and the National Guard. And fortunate to have them.
Go ahead.
I got your last one, Dave Nicole. Do you want me to have Central start for this?
So we're eastbound.
Yeah, if you could throw it in Central's queue. She's not on scene.
On Grand Avenue. At Lexington.
Copy at 2259.
We have about 5 to 10 minutes left, and then we're going to sign off. But if something happens here in the next 20 minutes on my way home, we'll definitely launch again. But got to be to work early in the morning, get some stuff done.
2163.
For those of you that don't know, our department is, $60+ million budget with 500 employees, several different facilities. We process about 25,000 arrestees every year, patrol 7 cities, and Got some outstanding deputies and correctional officers. Toughest job in our department is working in that jail. Absolutely the toughest job. Every day managing persons that have found their way into the facility and in close quarters without a lot of ways to, you know, relieve their own internal stress. And, you know, I couldn't do the job. I couldn't work in the jail. I had a career in law enforcement, but as you can tell, I like being out communicating with people. But communicating with prisoners is an honorable profession. But it's also just tough, especially if you're in the same crowd every day. So hats off to our correctional officers who do one of the hardest jobs there is. Imagine 8 to 12 hours every day in a facility. Also, happy birthday to Chip Hulk. Chip Hulk, I don't know, I think that's how you pronounce it, but Chip, happy birthday. So I'm hoping Pottery Barn takes the wood off their windows here pretty soon to let us know that they have confidence in the community not to break their windows. But Billy's is closed, of course.
Not too far out. Spot on 2-1. Speed advised.
Number 6 shake there.
Yeah, 20 real. 6 out of copy 6. 273. Can you give me a case number?
By the way, if as we head into the holiday season, if you've never experienced Christmas Eve at the Basilica in Minneapolis or the Cathedral in St. Paul, even if you're not a practicing Catholic, I just encourage you to give it a try. Because both facilities, if you haven't been inside those facilities, both facilities are fantastic architecture and acoustics. And of course, once in a while it's good to get back to traditional worship. We attend to more contemporary churches now. An outstanding church. I'm not going to mention the name just for security reasons.
My driver's got a couple misdemeanor warrants.
But once in a while, it's nice to have the more historical, traditional service, and both the cathedral and the basilica provide that.
For a driver with a couple of misdemeanor warrants.
So we're eastbound on Summit. We're going to drive by the cathedral on our way to close up here tonight.
Happy 23. 6-6 copy. Thank you. A 6-4 to 2303.
So before you go to bed, remember your veterans.
3912.
A lot of them have, especially in the Iraq War, suffered a lot of loss of limbs. Probably it's a good time to find a way to make that $19 a month donation to help them out.
Copy 2304.
It's just, there's so many different ways you can help out. But those Wounded Warriors, veterans group, just since war became improvised explosive devices, it's very traumatizing psychologically as well as physically, and a lot of post-traumatic stress came out of those Middle Eastern wars just because of the unknown, the level of terrorism, the level of IEDs.
325, your case number is 241-630.
A lot of guys suffering from that.
Happy, thank you.
Coming by the cathedral, really can't get a good shot of it from this angle, but you can see our state capitol.
4438.
Minnesota State Capitol there.
A big fire, no smoke or a fire scene.
In the distance.
Copy 2305.
Slippery here, man.
273.
Slippery.
273.
Partially because there's a big tunnel under there.
Copy 2305.
Huge old transit tunnel. Minnesota History Center, great presentations there. Right now they got First Avenue with Prince.
Copy 2305.
$44.69. I'm out with $39.21.
Copy 2306.
$39.29. That was 21.
Well,
Copy 2306.
no matter what your politics or political bent, no question that democracy is still the finest. True democracy is the finest government on this earth, and we are so very fortunate to experience it, and we are fortunate to have people that are willing to fight for it, enlist, lose limbs, and be willing to fight for the freedom that democracy guarantees us. Let's find a way to all get along. In the internal words of Rodney King, can't we just all get along? There's our Minnesota Capitol here in the city of St. Paul. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll be back a week from today, Pat and I together. Sorry I wasn't here. Sorry I tried to fill in, but I appreciate everything you've done to encourage us to keep this going. I'm not sure as winter really sets in if it'll be as interesting, but we'll try to make it interesting. But let us know if you still want us to keep going, even though there might be less calls. So anyhow, we'll see you next week. God bless. Have a good week. And if Pat was here, he would do it better.